shows up. I just want to mention one thing. I don't know. I went down memory lane last night. I went through all 101 videos and
Nice.
worked on the title, making sure they're all uniform, and I changed things around a little bit. Anyway, the older the video got, I was like, oh yeah, I remember that night. I remember that show. And it was, so you guys got to go back and watch the old videos too.
Definitely. I watched your guys' first show the other day.
Yeah, I got goosebumps.
That was cool.
This is a way for us to document and create a legacy of videos that there's no other way we could do.
Yeah.
Even if we're not putting out a grand science show right now, we're all watching the development and the changes of each of us over time. How Carol Ann looks today, how Christopher's haircut, what his new pair of sunglasses looks like, how nicely Jillian has her hair done today, etc.
And what color our outfits are.
How big Mittens is getting,
I found.
What was that, Carol Ann?
I said, what color we wear every time it shows up.
Yeah, I'm going deaf, so I heard something completely different.
Oh, sorry.
But no,
that's okay.
The video where Christopher was a guest for the first time on the show, I'm like, dang.
I can't watch that one.
No, it's
awesome. Look how far we've come. It's pretty.
Right?
How nervous were you on your first show?
Oh my God!
It was almost.
It was like
years.
It was like the worst job interview I've ever had.
Oh my God!
And then it's like, well, it wasn't a bad thing, right? It was great being on the show the first time, but I was nervous, and I had all these questions, and I had all these things I wanted to say, and I drew a blank the whole show, and then second we got off the show, all of it came back to me just like a job interview you go to, and you have things you want to tell them and stuff you want to say, and you leave, you're like, I didn't get that job, and then you remember everything you wanted to say right in the car.
Yep.
Well, you got the job, Christopher, and
does.
And you passed very well the interview. And
the night we turned Alexander and I turned Christopher into Abraham Lincoln, we had it made.
That was the best. That was
I didn't get
killed.
That's cool.
Okay.
Was it you that turned him into Abraham Lincoln?
You have to go back to older shows to understand that joke. And we have
or when I dropped off the phone or the feed, and Rebecca's sitting there doing her makeup.
The bloopers. We have bloopers.
Right? I have that recorded, but I've been hesitant to post it. I'm not going to do that to you.
Oh
Rebecca's going like this, and she goes,
that was funny as hell.
I guess we're live. It was so wonderful. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we have our share of drama. We do.
That's funny. Yeah,
Christopher, that's your next job. Make a blooper.
Okay. Right, the Abe Lincoln thing was
awesome.
Hey,
that was
it
reminded me of being like, because I used to work in the hospitals, and this is what the surgeons would do all the time. Just not mean things, but just and not humiliating either, but just it was fun.
It kept
ribbing.
Light.
It's funny.
Yep.
You
have somebody in the back room, don't you?
Yeah, let's go ahead and get Jesus on here, and then we still have a few more clips to look at. So, all right, let's keep moving. Yeah, hey, there he is.
Hey.
Hi guys, how y'all doing?
Yeah,
good. How you doing, Jesus?
I'm great. I'm doing great. I really needed to my therapy session this week, so really looking forward to today. How's everything, guys? How's
Good to see you.
So I switched to days now that now with the whole thing with my brother, I switched to days so I could be a little bit more attentive to his needs. So I just got off of work, so I guess I'll have all afternoon with you guys. So
oh,
great.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad.
So,
is your brother feeling better?
Hi, Sandy Cheeks. I am. It's it was the best case scenario under the circumstances. So things could have been much worse. Things could have been much worse. So yeah.
Good. We were worried.
Yeah. No. Well. So, four fractured ribs, and he fell off the balcony.
Oh man, Jesus!
He's on the second floor. Yeah, so his knee
Sorry to hear that.
is completely destroyed. He's gonna have to have a knee replacement
Oh no.
Yeah.
or
Oh
fractured
no.
ribs. But
Yeah.
again, it could have been so much worse. So
Yeah.
at least
Yeah.
he's still with us. So everything's fine. He's kind of I spoke with him recently, and he's doing better. So
Yep.
thank
They're going to
you
take
Good.
care of him. They
for the
will.
positive. And you know what?
And we
They
will
have
too.
really great hospitals here. I gotta say,
Utah.
amazing medical care here.
We'll
The
do Om
nurses
chant
are
for healing.
absolutely amazing. So yeah, everything's great. So I will be doing the morning thing for the foreseeable future. So that'll be a nice change of pace. So yesterday was winter, guys. Today's spring again.
Yeah.
How's
Yeah, it's
that?
weird how it's starting to do that. My flowers are starting to
Yeah.
creep,
We-
and I've got little buds on the back.
Yeah, we
Garden
got
tree.
so much snow the last 2 days. I mean,
No snow here.
it was so bad. I mean, we just got dumped on,
Yeah,
which
we
is
got a
good.
big crop.
Which is good because Salt Lake, we haven't really had any snowbirds this year.
And you're going to need the water for the lake, that way
which
it'll
is
all
a
flow into
huge-
Salt Lake this year.
Yeah, which is a big. What's overall, it's just such a big part of life here is a yearly snow.
Yeah.
Even my
Well-
work, my job has been really slow lately, but these last 2 days, it's just like bam, it's just started happening, and it's been fun. I enjoy the weather. I love the weather. I've always loved weather. It doesn't scare me. I'm one of those. I'm like you, Sam. I've been always fascinated by weather, and even though I never recorded the Weather Channel, I always did watch it.
Yeah, I wanted to record so I could go back and do comparatives, me pattern watch.
Now I regret it. I'm like, there is so much there that could have been so useful to what we do now.
The cases of VHS tapes that decayed with age, they stopped working. Otherwise, I'd still have them, and they ceased to function after.
That's how I compared. I did get to compare our skies, Sam, because I had a lot of VHSs. So occasionally, what I would do is I would go and in the beginning of all this, back in like 2018, 19, where my opening eyes days. I had a lot of old movies, and I would go through them and look at the skies, and very, very uneventful. Very uneventful.
Well, I encourage you to watch NextRed radar videos, and like even watch Ryan Hall, y'all, or Max Velocity, and start to learn the patterns. Unfortunately, you can't go diving back to 1980 and see what they used to look like. We have our transitional sky movement jet stream patterns and everything, even including from the 500 millibar level to what the jet streams used to be much higher than they are right now, and they've gotten larger and lower in mass and more effect. And of course, this is climate change and everything going on right in front of our faces. And so I do encourage people to start paying attention to the patterns, and that way you'll have an opportunity to judge when something serious is coming, and it is coming, period. No matter where you live on the planet right now, we are all going to see extreme weather.
Agree, Sam. I kind of I heard you saying earlier that you kind of feel something coming, something changing. I don't know if you're referring specifically.
Yeah, even Dolores
to the
Cannon was saying we are
residents.
in a new age.
But I feel it too. I feel I don't know. I just feel we might be crossing that threshold soon.
Oh yeah, we have. We've crossed into a different worldwide weather pattern. We've crossed into different percentage wise of world food production. We've crossed over a threshold in how our planet is running in our governments. We have crossed into a threshold of how society is behaving. We've crossed into a threshold where everybody is functioning off of cell phones and technology to a detriment of the old ways. Knowing and having knowledge and being smarter.
Well, everything that everybody knows, and I made a meme of this. I should probably share more often. Everything that everybody thinks they know about the world comes from TV or a screen. we've forgotten to look around, to actually take in the world that we live in, and actually get familiar with our skies. I had an argument with somebody recently, and I told him, "Look, are you watching the skies, or are you just YouTubing information?" Because yeah, sure, there's some good information out there. Mostly our sister sites and Montana Skywatch and whatever sprouted from there. But overall, if you're not watching the skies, I don't want to hear you. I've said this before. I don't want to argue with you, because clearly, you know, if you're not watching the skies, you have no room to talk, because
We
you
are
don't
at
know.
that point.
You don't
Yeah.
know. You don't
We
know.
are at that point.
Did you
Yeah.
see the footage of the Texas Cube from Christopher on last week's show?
I have been seeing a lot of Christopher stuff, and I did see this recent one. It was pretty awesome, man. Pretty
Yeah,
awesome.
I just, you know, and facial markings that match, you know, a decades old photograph.
Yeah.
And, you know, you can't make this stuff up. And we saw it all together live. And that is going to be,
Did.
that's going to be
That's the
timeless.
awesome part.
Yeah. And we all captured it together as a group. That just proves that this is all the more real and occurring. And, you know, we're not just, you know, 8 or 10 people talking on a show every
Right.
week with, you know, 1,000 views or whatever. Unfortunately, we are. But
Well,
think
I
it is
kind of agree with you, though, Sam. I do feel that we our views that are being reported, I don't think are accurate. I truly believe that we are being watched by way more people, because I have seen the views go backwards, and I don't
Yes,
mean
I have
just
too.
one view. I've seen views go backwards on our videos, on our podcasts, 15, 20 views. You know, and that you could call maybe one or two, maybe a glitch or something, but 15 views at a time, 15, 20
Yeah.
views. I mean, that's funny business. And you know, that call
I've
me
gained like
scared,
500
call me
followers on
whatever.
TikTok and no views on my videos. How's that
That
possible?
can't be.
There's
Yeah.
nothing. Like I got like there's views on the videos, but nobody comments, nobody likes anything. Just
I
don't
do
make no
want
damn sense.
I watch
And-
your
you
videos
know-
every week.
Oh my gosh. I went on TikTok last night. All my people are gone. Everybody I was
What?
friends with is gone.
Really?
I mean, I'm not a
Really?
big TikTok person, but I have Chris and
Oh.
Tara and Katie and Rebecca and Jesus and all. You're all gone.
Did you
They're all
did you
gone.
re-download
I-
it, or is it the
No,
same
I think
thing from
there's-
that before it got banned?
Nope, didn't touch it.
That's weird.
No, I think I saw you friend me on TikTok recently. I was like, I thought she was my friend.
I
already
know.
on
Well, I'm
TikTok.
gonna have to do it again.
Yeah,
because
right.
Yeah, that's
When
that's true. I
Rebecca
noticed
goes
that
live.
recently. And I was like, what's going on with that? I thought we've been friends
Yeah.
forever.
Yeah, I
but
lasted on TikTok for a week.
Just so y'all know, it wasn't me. What?
Hi, Tara. Hi, everybody.
These are some slides that Thomas sent me. So I mean,
Oh, and by the way, Thomas, very nice to meet you face to face.
Yeah.
Yes, you too.
I've heard
Thanks,
your
man.
name and seen your name around. I know you've been hanging out for some time now, but you know, glad that you
That's
can
great.
join us.
yeah.
I love the
So-
information you brought in today,
Uh-huh.
Thomas. This is great.
While we're talking.
And I also enjoy the whole metaphysical part of this. And I agree with you, Sam, on that. I don't know what her name was. I like her. She's really
Dolores
nice.
Cannon.
Dolores.
Yeah, I like her. I think she's honest. I don't
Right.
sense any distrustfulness, but I do feel the religion part kind of kills
You
her.
wouldn't believe
Direction.
how many books of hers that have been sitting on my bookshelf over the years. And, you know, if we really want to go farther back, if any, I'm going to really dust this one off. If any of you have ever read the Seth books,
Yes. Seth Speaks.
Seth Speaks, especially.
Oh,
Yeah,
God,
that was the
I
number one of
remember
the
that
Seth series.
vaguely. Yeah.
And the Seth Speaks series there's like 20 or 30 of them. I mean, I don't think I ever read all of them, but I think I read like 12 of them.
Yeah, I vaguely
And I
remember.
spent decades trying to understand this maniac. And the fact that this person published these books, and I actually bought the damn thing off of the shelf brand new. Can you know, and so I had to take
Oh no, I
sucker
gotta
off.
read them.
Yeah.
Do you want me to
talk.
send the PDF files to you, Christopher?
Yeah.
Oh my
Okay.
God, Christopher!
right.
All it's going to do is spin you in a knot and throw you in a blender and tell you that Nibiru
Okay.
You're
is
in
red.
for it, buddy.
Right.
Yeah, I spent a couple of decades trying to read this person's books to understand them, because my father handed me Seth Speaks. So I read the damn thing, and then I kept reading, trying to understand. It's literally trying to translate a Shakespearean play through Greek, and then trying to tabulate it back to Anunnaki Sumerian.
Oh,
Useless.
that reminds me. Thank you, Carol Ann, for the books.
Oh, you're welcome.
Oh,
You're welcome.
I wanted to read them, and my eyeballs. I was.
Yeah, I got a new. Really off topic. I got a brand new book. This very nice lady. Thank you, Nicole. She sent me a hardcover copy of the Dragonlance Chronicles, and I had actually sold all of my copies of them, and so now I'm rereading it again. Thank you, Nicole.
That was nice.
You should try the Dragons of Perrin. I love the Dragons of Perrin by Anne McCaffrey.
Yeah. Right.
Right.
Another offshoot of that series. Yeah. Yep. There's so many books out there. Excellent choice there, Jillian. Thank you. So anyway, Rebecca, if you got any pictures for us,
you've got to show us some pictures. Yeah, we're dying.
Let me just add one more thing before we get off topic.
Thank you.
I just want to say, I like her as much as I like her. There's a lot of people with the metaphysical thing that I like, but as I was telling somebody earlier about the news, I think there's a little bit of truth everywhere, and never put your eggs all in one basket. It's always good to kind of see
go down all the rabbit holes.
Yeah, go down all the rabbit holes, and then you will see the pattern. You will see the pattern that emerges from all.
And you're no longer the agnostic.
It makes it a little easy. It'll make it a little easier to kind of see what's
I love
real
watching
and
how
what's
changing
and what's not. I mean, and that's kind of the way I go with.
Oh, come on. We're all squirrels. I've got a new wee animal now, a new totem animal. We're all squirrels, and we're all sticking things in our pouches, like running around and stashing it back again. Like
that's right. And then you said it. Well, you said it in the last show, Jillian, is that you kind of filed it away until it comes up later, and then later it comes up, and you're like, oh, now I get it.
Thomas said that too.
Nice. Which is why I enjoy watching a lot of now. Once you have the binary system in mind, go back through our history, look at old stuff, and then it'll be easier to cross-reference things. And I find that I have so much fun with it, just going back, and I'm like, oh, that's what this means.
Is,
or maybe this is what they were trying to do.
Don't you notice also that if you go back on your feed after we've talked to Thomas now, we'll have new topics on our news feed that will just pop up. And then we'll get new juicy little tidbits. Yeah. Thank you.
Especially now with AI. I think it's very important that we realize that AI is learning from us.
Right? Yeah. And I've been saying AI.
It's important that we bring these topics up with AI. So
AI is part of our lives now because we're teaching it. And also it's teaching us, so it's a mutually beneficial relationship.
It's definitely working both ways for sure. But
each needs the other one to really enjoy its existence. So,
the one thing that we haven't looked at lately, guys.
It is important that we teach, that we bring this topic up with AI as much as we possibly can.
I totally agree.
It adds it to the database, and those who are seeking this knowledge could maybe stumble over it at some point or another. I think AI is one of those things that's going to help, even if it happens in our time or not. It's going to help snowball this information.
Look at the evolution over the last 6 months alone on his opinion.
That's right.
Just to interrupt for a second, Carol Ann.
Yeah.
Has anybody looked me up, Samuel Hoffman, Montana Skywatcher, on Wikipedia? We've been looking at AI, but I hadn't looked up Wikipedia recently.
I'll check that for you, Sam. Jillian and I were up. I usually don't use Wikipedia.
But I was it crossed my mind.
but
Just
I
thought
will
I'd mention-
definitely look that up and share that
Thank you.
with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wikipedia. Let's put that one into our little doodle book.
Hey,
Yeah.
Zeus, did you see the part where Julian was reading on? I think
did,
it was her
I did.
100th show.
I did, and I thought it would. I like that Chris took that and made a video from it. I thought that was
Yeah,
freaking
I
awesome.
think
I thought that was
I think
awesome.
we need to completely clip that
That's the
down and
kind of
use that as
stuff.
a
And
regular
you know what?
post.
I was thinking I might go through some things and maybe kind of do something similar with some of my videos to kind of add some extras because there's a lot of good stuff. There's a lot
I
of
like
great.
what you put out this week, by the way.
That
Your
was,
famous index finger.
prior to our weather, I had some insane skies. Again, I'm back to working mornings, so I'm having more fun with it because I get more sky views in the day. So it's been pretty awesome. It's been pretty awesome. And Carol Ann, I just want to say you're glowing today. Well, what's the occasion? What do you?
I'm very sick.
Well, I
fooled
can't
us.
tell. You look.
Fooled you.
Nanner.
Thank you.
No,
I love you.
no, I
Thank
love you too, Carol.
Yeah.
that's
I'm working
good.
hard to stay healthy. That's it.
That's good. Good.
And may everyone in the sound of our voice.
Oh, Rebecca,
have
how
healing
is
thoughts and
Theo?
tranquility.
Sorry,
He's
Say
better.
that again, Sam.
Is he? Okay. Yeah, I was seeing
Yeah,
that.
he went to the
I
doctor
said,
this week.
may everyone within the sound of our voice have healing thoughts and tranquility.
Definitely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
There's a song
The
called
next video
Within the
will
Sound
be
of My
about
Voice
healing.
as well.
Sorry, I was gonna suggest let's break away for a moment and look at one of. I want to show you one of the videos. Look at some sky pics, and then we still have some more pics and videos from Thomas. Okay.
Great.
Yep.
We'll
That's
just
fine.
check it.
Problem.
Yeah, let's do
That
that.
is
That way we
fine.
can, get a little bit of everything.
And Thomas, you can hang out with us
and-
until you feel tired, and then you do not.
No, I'm okay. I slept
Okay,
before.
okay, good.
Just checking
Where
on
are
us.
you?
Yeah.
Where are you, Thomas? If you don't mind me asking.
I don't understand. Please try again. Repeat
where
it.
are you? Where are you? Like,
I'm
where in
I
the
am
world
I'm
are
an,
you?
I am in Germany. I am near Cologne.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Gotcha. So we
So-
have Germany, we have Scotland, we have Vegas, we have Utah, we have
Copenhagen.
yeah.
The complete world.
And I've really been
Some
enjoying
people.
your posts lately. I every time I see something you post, it just keeps getting better. So it's awesome.
My mother was from Groningen,
Yeah.
Thomas.
Sorry.
Again.
I said my mother was from Groningen.
Oh yeah, that's near.
I knew
My
that.
family originated in Bop, Germany.
Hi, Michelle.
Boppard.
Okay, but Sam, we talked about the blood type, so we know this.
Yes, sir, we do. We know this.
Yes.
My
Oh, tease
dad's
ye
side of
out
it.
there who are listening today and are new to our story.
Hmm.
Rebecca, your dad was in Germany
Yeah,
too,
well,
on
his
his side.
my grandparent, my dad's
Okay.
side of the family, because my maiden name was Leib, Leib.
That's right. I forgot
Yeah,
that.
so that's a German,
Yeah,
spelling.
it's also an
Yeah.
augmentation of German Jewish
Okay,
and Levi.
okay. Yeah, everybody pronounced it Leib, but it's Leib.
Right.
Lib.
Well, over time,
Yeah.
the last names change. My Hoffman with one F versus
With the-
German has two F's
Right.
Correct. Yes.
Right.
or
It
two
just looks
N's.
wrong to me with two F's. I've seen the name Hoffman, and I'm like,
Right.
that's not right. That's
In
one.
old German, it would be
One F.
Im Hoffman.
Yeah.
Or von
What is this?
Hoffman.
Hmm?
If we were to be decorated in the war, I'm joking. Anyway, the
Renzo
Tangled
is-
web we weave in our, if you go back through history and even look up the Holy Roman Empire, oh my goodness, and as Thomas was just hinting toward in the bloodline and everything that's going on, And you can talk about the Templar Knights, and you can talk about the two Spanish Inquisitions and all that. Did you know that all of that is playing out today as well, and it's still going on?
Yes.
Yeah, it's still going on.
You know, we talked about it's a feeling, it's a connection with the force, and so you don't get all the knowledge and read. You have a feeling, and you have pictures in your head sometimes, and then you know, yeah, that's the truth.
Well, it's like watching from the opera box, but the actors don't know you're there.
Yes.
And that's also a remote viewing thing, because if you get too deep into your remote viewing, the actors will see you.
Yeah, of course. I
Right.
hear this before from other people who do remote viewing or something like that, and or from you. You say you do it with the Russian people, and after the Russian people see you, and yes, of course. And I think it's the same with the other alien races. So
Right,
if you do it with them, they know you're watching them, and then they start back, for example, or something like that.
Right, you're exactly correct, and I'll throw another tidbit onto the barbecue here with those pieces of meat that I'm not allowed to really talk about. But in an early part of the remote viewing sessions that I did volunteer for while trying to work with them, we did discover our Russian counterparts. And then after that, and pretty much about the same time, we also discovered the thing that's going on the moon and extraterrestrials. And that's generically known, so I figure I can share that. Yeah, and that part of remote viewing is we discovered more. And I over the years, see when we turned in our information, we didn't know if we were accurate or not. And then over the years, once I started doing the internet, and I'll use Jillian as an example, as I always do. Over the years, Jillian and I were talking in PM, and I kept having these remote viewing images in my mind. And so I finally had to actually reach across that safety net and go, actually, that package that you've got on your coffee table next to your front door, what is it? Why do I keep seeing this? And would you care to describe it, or shall I, Jillian?
It was my dad's ashes that I'd prepared to bring with me to Scotland. And yeah, I couldn't decide how to wrap it, because they said, make it discreet, but make it look just natural so that it won't really offend people if you're traveling on an airplane.
Either.
Hey?
So that way it won't flag customs.
Yes. Well, we didn't want to do anything like that.
I kept seeing this. She had, of course, never mentioned it to me whatsoever.
No, I didn't say a word.
And I kept seeing this, and it kept, I mean, we're like 4 or 5 conversations where I'm talking to her on PM, around the world, and we'd known each other for, a year or so, and I just kept seeing this, and I finally had to ask her about it, and lo and behold, I'm accurate. And I had the same occurrence with Lana. You guys know Lana, and by the way, we all need to send her the blessings of health because she's being a little quiet, and she's going to freeze her butt off this week, and her power is strong now, and blessings to her. May she find a windfall to help pay for that.
Goosebumps.
I got so where I talked to Lana so often that I knew what was going on out in her yard. And on one night I saw a storm event and described things to you. I had no knowledge that they were there, but yet, lo and behold, I was absolutely accurate. And I even one time knew that the UPS guy was coming knocking at her door, even though she was not expecting a package, and he was at the wrong address. But I said, the dog barked once in the background, and I went, oh, the UPS guy is coming to your door. And there's the connective remote viewing works on its own. It decides when you're going to know and decides when you're not going to know. And that's the major thing I'm trying to share with everybody, is that, this connective ability needs to be shared. It's a European indigo, I'm here for a reason job thingy. And this is why we do our show, and our group of people gathered together for a reason, like-minded opinions. And this is, what I'm trying to promote a little stronger than normal. Do you follow me? We have to point this out. This is real. It's functioning. This is not run of the mill. We're not the guys standing there doing the one chip challenge from Toledo. So,
although we probably would get more views doing that, though.
Oh yeah, and this is why I
swear I could make a YouTube channel that'd probably get a lot of views because it wouldn't be that hard, seriously. But I'm like, yeah, I don't think so. I don't want to do that. I don't want to sell out like that. But
again, I'll promote the Try channel where Irish people try things on YouTube. And
I love it's what I love about TikTok. This is the reason why I love TikTok and why I watch TikTok. The people's creativity and people in general are freaking amazing. They are like, yeah. I know, like I know
you actually do.
It's easy to get caught up in all the negativity and all the hate that we're seeing, especially right now, guys. But please remember that
Frozen.
People in general are amazing, especially when they're one-on-one. With my job that I do, I'll tell you something. When it's just me and one other person, everybody is amazing in their own way. But put them in a crowd, and sometimes their individuality goes out the window. And we need to get past that, guys. We need to get past that.
I'm the guy with the rotten tomato on his forehead. On my soapbox.
That's right.
Please throw at me. I am over here. Nanu.
It's Hoffman with one F.
Correct. The Dutch version.
I just tried to look that up on Wikipedia.
It's Wikipedia. Someone has to submit the article.
Yeah.
Right.
It almost looked like something I had gone into to find stuff.
Yeah.
And it was like a wrong thing, and I've never got it off my phone. But yeah.
We take a direct quote from Meta, and we take a direct quote from X, and we send them both to Wikipedia.
Would you like me to do that for you?
Oh, would you please? We have to be.
I know you're going to do it. I know you're going to do it either way, Carol.
Well, she's going to go wiggle it out.
I would also point you to another reference source, Bing. Look up my description on Bing.
Okay.
Bing. If I put Bing in my phone,
actually, Bing has been the most favorable over the last decade, whereas Google was, who's he, and then
I'll pull up all of them and then combine and submit it to you first. You can look over.
Oh no, you go right ahead.
It'll be okay. I'm sure.
No, you don't need to. You know me just about as well as anybody.
Yeah. The reason I don't like Wikipedia is I can submit this whole thing, but other people can go in and change things.
That's true.
That's why I don't like it.
That is true. We can start with the original post and hope that not too many people pee in the pool.
Yeah, we want to keep that out. We'll give it a try. We'll see what happens.
Well, it's a way to feed AI.
Yeah. No problem, Samuel.
Okay, I thank you.
Some information out there is better than no information out there. So,
Yeah, Bing's just got a heap of stuff about.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Bing.
Nice.
Yeah.
Bing carries a great deal of my Radio Wasteland and some of my Piper Arboretum radio series and some of the Understanding Skies series.
Yeah, look at all that.
Have some of my negative troll posts. Like there was a guy years ago that would put out some of the carried information. Then all of a sudden, out of the blue, he spun against me and joined the. I'm gonna give them a little fame, only in a brief name. The 104 group. And do you remember them, Carol Ann?
Yes, I do.
Never.
SO.
They were an offshoot of one of the mini sites that we were doing in the early years, where we were posting to 40 different sites in the early years from Montana Skywatcher, and then there was this group of people that all of a sudden, and we talked about this before, that he attacked me with remote viewing thing.
Yeah, somebody, I had quite the back and forth with somebody that I had to block because of due to that. And I'm like, I'm not gonna waste my time with this conversation because it's so
It's
ridiculous.
futile. Yeah.
I'm just not. I'm not. If it was based on any kind of reality at all, maybe I would indulge in this.
Yeah, well, you got to remember that I'm this heavy set guy in Texas. Remember?
Yeah, you're not from Earth, Sam.
Yeah, that too. And I eat crayons.
Neither are you, Jesus. Honestly.
And I wear a poop hat, and
I feel like I really do feel I'm not from here. I feel.
Did you know?
Right, I think technically none of us really are.
Correct. Bingo. You win a cookie, and it's going to be oatmeal raisin. We're a mixed race of 12 separate races. We were put together in a petri dish. We are not the first version of ourselves.
No.
There have been many other previous versions through many cycles, and we are the smaller version because we're easier to pick up now. The larger versions were needed during the Northern Ice Age because their bodies were able to stay warmer and collect more of the commodities and continue production. So overall, over periods of time, we have changed along with the oxygen ratio according to our current environment of the melting ice age of mankind.
Our size has really gone much smaller, is what I firmly believe.
Like
that we were much larger at one point.
Right, bingo. And there are factions that kept on from pygmies to giants.
Yes.
Madagascar to.
All it takes is just going back through our, past rabbit holes, guys, and there's so much there to understand. I've been these tree stumps. I really firmly believe. What is it? The one in
Devil's Tower,
Wyoming.
Devil's Tower.
Devil's Tower. I really can't. I can't. I don't understand how people would call that just a natural formation.
That's a volcanic core.
Well, maybe that one.
There's too many.
It's not a tree stump. It's a volcanic core. Well, and as it cools, it makes that shape.
I don't know.
And then the rest of the mountain is heated up.
Have you seen petrified wood?
Yes, I have seen that. And yes, there are some mountains out there that do look like they're giant tree stumps. I agree with that. However, Devil's Tower is not. It's a volcanic core. And all you have to do is look at the region and the volcanic region in Idaho and Wyoming and Yellowstone and Montana.
Well, okay, so there's a video with Mr. MBB333 that is just absolutely fascinating. He shows satellite images of what looks like you can literally see the leaves from above.
That falls under the Earth type.
If you guys haven't seen that video, I highly recommend you guys look for it. I mean, he posts very often, so it probably
that falls under the theory of that one point in time Earth was very, very large and we broke up and there used to be giant trees everywhere.
But don't you think there is a lot of things out there that show that?
I do. I think there were giant trees.
Oh, we know there were because there's still
I feel like they're true. I think those.
All you have to do is go to California.
Or those things that look like Devil's Tower, and then they say it was a tree or something that somebody
tree stump. Last night there was a new picture posted of Devil's Tower, and it gives the best of both of those things.
Theories.
They're showing it when you look down in it. This was the view, and on the edges you could see like layers of tree stump, but on the inside it was hollow, and they're claiming volcanic. So.
Well, yeah, I studied it for years. I've actually been there. I have walked at the base of that puppy.
Oh, I would love to do that. Ever since I watched that movie, Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Yeah, I've watched that easy 10 times. I've actually walked around that thing as far as the fences would let us go.
I was going to say, don't they have that fenced off yet?
Yeah. Yeah, we walked. Yeah.
Do you know if
We
you
got-
go to the side where most people don't go because it's so far?
Yes, I do.
I know. And did you get sage from that area?
Yeah, Arizona sweet sage. It's awesome.
I have a whole bag full.
Yeah, I love well, especially Arizona, but sweet sage is awesome.
Yeah, I have
so
a friend
so is
that
Wyoming, but I wouldn't want to live there in winter. Thank you.
no.
And that's why I live in Montana on the other side of the Rockies.
Isn't Montana
That's-
just as cold, Sam?
I was gonna say, is that
We're
really
warmer.
better?
We don't get the Arctic thing. If you've ever been to Great Falls, Montana, or Shelby, Montana, or northeastern Montana, it's literally like living in Siberia.
Oh,
It's
thank
sparking cold and windy as shit, and oh my God, you don't want to
no,
live
thank
there.
you. No, thank you.
So, I stayed for a period of time right at the Canadian border, around the Shelby area, right at the Montana Canadian border, and it is so damn windy up there. It actually drives you insane listening to it. It doesn't quit. Am I clipping
You're-
out?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why when I'm telling things?
Secrets.
I tell
Secrets.
You know
secrets.
what? We're gonna have to add like something that you can type whenever you get warbled out like that, so you can just
Or
continue.
Nuremberg. Yeah, it gets very windy in northern Montana. Very, very
It's
windy.
super windy here too, Sam. Like we've had crosswinds that are just insane.
Maybe it was me blasting it out. Me
Like-
trying to
like,
describe an emotional value. It
Ooh,
it
look
drives
at
you
behind
crazy.
you, Chris. Behind
Hey,
you. behind
Tony.
Yeah, I know. He's got coolies up in the sky
Oh,
there, man.
really?
Cool things.
Oh, look, it's Saturn's yellow moon.
Yeah, let's take a closer look and see what's going on in Vegas here.
you. Yeah, let's see.
Let's see. Hey,
Plain as
Chris.
day.
Wow.
Look at that.
Oh,
Gosh,
holy
Yeah.
That
cannoli.
sky.
Yes.
that's
Wow.
That's the Saturn's yellow moon and the lead
Yes.
asteroid and the long box cube
That
and
is huge.
its atom.
I just got goosebumps.
Woo.
Argue with that.
It's
I dare
perfect
you.
timing too.
Oh, jeez.
We cannot make
Yeah.
this up.
Huge.
There it is.
Yeah, that looks like my recent post.
Yeah, I know. I got something like that yesterday. Wow.
Oh, and look, dead
Yeah.
center white dot above the pink house roof is the green asteroid.
Jeez, gosh.
Go
You can
down,
see
go
that
down, go
smaller
down.
circle
Go
right
down,
there, right there.
Christopher.
Go
Christopher's
down,
name
go
is.
down, go down.
There. Right there.
Woo!
Right
There's a
there.
little
Yeah, see
puppy
that
there, right
circular
there.
dot just above the yellow
Wow.
house.
Could you zoom in just above that middle house? It looks like something shining there.
Shinies.
Oh, that circular dot is the green asteroid,
Yeah.
and then above it is the long box cube. And there's two sea trails covering that up. See the
Oops.
green asteroid?
The green asteroid. What planet or moon does that come with, Sam? Is that?
That orbits around Attu and Uri.
Oh,
And it is
That's-
now going to go
okay.
the other direction and start arcing to the left on its way back
Okay.
because it's so far spread out. Now, remember, the green asteroid is way out in front of everybody else. So that means its orbit is wider, but it's crossing our out view, not in relation to its atom. There, it's just crossing in front of in our out view.
Yeah, I had a
That-
guy like that
That
yesterday.
there
and
is
look at
that's
that.
Uri right there. And
Super.
see those dots? That's the salamander asteroid group. You can see the head and the two arms. They're doing a sea trail in front of it.
Yeah.
There's
Yep.
the head and the two
Swiftler.
arms of the salamander.
Yeah, look at it. He's on the side
The
there.
side
Looks
of
like
Uri.
Spider-Man on a wall.
And then right next to the sun, just on the left of the sun, which we're not looking at yet, will be Matim. Right. He's starting to creep on it. To your right, Christopher, just a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, he's come back again. Oops.
I know.
Christopher, go right.
Bibble, bibble, bibble. I think he's walking, so he's going that
Yeah,
way.
he might not hear us right now.
No,
He's pointing.
he's pointing at the sea trail guy.
Okay, just up of that right there should somewhere be the Texas cube.
I don't see it right now.
That would be that dark blue square dead center in front of
Oh,
the sea
okay.
trail.
Okay.
Oh.
And there it is. And then if you look on the left-hand side, there is the immediate asteroids orbiting in front of, from the
Yeah,
left down to center in
clear.
front of
That's
Atu,
really
Atu's
clear.
moon.
Yeah, really clear.
And there's a smaller square right there in front of that sea trail that is not normally defined. Very interesting. Oh, and a couple of Star Destroyers. Remember, I'm on a 43-inch screen.
Yeah, oh, that's right.
Anyway,
You know, sometimes a thumbnail could be really helpful too, though, Sam.
yeah. A lot of times I found that thumbnails actually outweigh entire videos on some occasions.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. This is my way of filming is trying to shrink everything a little bit and put a little bit more distance with it. That way you could kind of see the overview of what it is. Because I feel like, and here's my analogy, guys. Sometimes these things are so close that you wouldn't know the difference between our sky and them. It's like the typical analogy of putting your face in front of your hand in front of your face. You don't know what it is, but as you pull it back, you start to realize it's a hand, right? It's the same thing with these planets. It's why I like using wide angle. I used to use binoculars, backward binoculars, and I used to record that way when I first started.
Oh, that would work. Yeah.
That way I could put a little bit of distance and get a bigger overview of what's happening in the sky, because things are so close that they're really difficult sometimes. If you didn't know any better, it's really difficult to make sense of what's happening because it's just so big, you know, and we're just not, it's not natural to us to look. We only look at this much, you know, what's in our peripheral vision. We don't
Look at
see
that.
big, you know.
Lead asteroid is Saturn
Yeah.
yellow moon in front of his Saturn.
It's so perfect right now.
And I've been meaning to send you. I used to have an iPhone lens that kind of made it wide angle, and I've been meaning to send it to you, Chris, but I keep forgetting because I switched to an Android to a Samsung, so I can't use it anymore. I thought maybe you could use it, but it's
Christopher, if you hear me,
I don't know if you
stop
hear
right there, please. Stop right there if you would, without the trees.
yes, Nicole.
Right
now,
there,
now,
Chris.
if you could bear with me, Christopher, for just a second. Rebecca, would you put up this month's
Yeah.
site drawing on the right-hand side?
Okay. It doesn't let me do side by side. I don't think.
Okay, well, that's why you might have to
I'll
replace.
try. Let me look and see if it'll let me. Hang on.
I've noticed from your
Yeah.
captures, Nicole, that you've been
Try to,
using this method of kind of using a wider field of view. I feel always use your phone sideways
Okay,
instead
now
of
you can
up
go
and
back
down.
to Christopher.
I don't want to do that. I had these different options. I'm just checking to
Oh,
see.
okay. Well, whatever you want to do.
I'd like to do side by side. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Andrea, it took me 3 days with my Samsung to say never again will I go back to iPhone. I find it a ripoff.
Yeah,
It's a total ripoff. It's
that's different.
it's one of those things that people just buy because everybody else buys, you know, because Samsung is so much better. It's so much better.
Yeah, I love
I
mine.
don't know.
It is.
Oh,
It
the
is
Samsung, I couldn't use. Yeah, Samsung's
quality-
amazing.
the quality of the build is better. Like I've dropped mine, God, countless times just in the 6 months that I've had it. My iPhone, I dropped it once and it was done. Like just shattered.
Yeah, they're pretty durable.
So that and then the features, and it's so much smarter than an iPhone.
Yes.
I will never go back. We'll never go back.
And brought to you by Jesus.
A plug for Samsung. And we're going,
Yeah,
yes.
comparison by Jesus. Let's see if we can get.
They owe you royalties now, dude.
Right?
Yeah.
I swear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God! I just dropped my blanket on my dog's head. Hang on.
I'm back.
Oh, oh.
Yes.
Sorry,
You know, somebody. I had an argument with somebody, Andrea, and they were telling me you're using the wrong lens, and I'm like, look, if you're trying to capture planets with the regular camera, good luck. It's just you're not.
Yeah.
You need the widest field of view you could possibly get.
It's even
if
more
I had a-
vertical than I drew it in.
If I had more, if I was financially well off, I would invest in somebody building me a camera that would give me a wide view. Without
wow,
that would
wouldn't that
be
be
your
excellent?
Ace Pro 360. Or it's like Instacam Ace Pro.
Well, and what I like about
Nice.
my Android is that it does zoom out. It zooms out a little bit, and I love that feature. I use it so much.
With the Ace Pro, you have the opportunity to do in 4K or 8 or all these different settings. Colin Furs, anybody who watches that YouTube channel, he talks about it regularly. Even other YouTubers use it's like the Insta360 Ace Pro. You can look that up. Now that's a $500 camera.
Chris, your lady is walking to the store. I don't know if you're catching that, but
Cool. I'll probably meet up with her right now.
yeah.
You guys can't hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
You guys can't hear me?
Jackie's been posting some cool
I heard
stuff.
You're looking at the lead asteroid. You're looking at the long box cube. You're looking at Isatum's yellow moon and Isatum on the right-hand side of the sun and its space cloud.
Really, I was kind of thinking about the Google Pixel phone, but honestly, I don't trust Google. Like, I just don't trust Google. So I don't know if I could trust their phones or anything, but it looked like a quality phone to me, but apparently it's not. Bummer.
I have a Nikon Jesus. I think it's a.
Oh, jeez, that's the P900. The P900.
It's either a 900 or a 950. I forget.
The P900 is my dream camera. I've never been able to get it, but I will eventually.
I
the
think
zoom on that thing is
remember.
insane.
My Nikon. Was it a 900 or a 950?
Okay, now we are looking at a different light source here.
Well, that was my dream camera too, and my dream came true about
Really?
2 years ago.
I'm gonna find one, even if it's a used one. I got one off of Amazon that was used, the Sony DH300. It was a great camera. I loved it, and I only got it for it was like $250. It was used, but when I got it, I was like, this doesn't even look or feel used. It was just so.
Christopher, is this the left side of the sun?
And Andrea, yes,
well, you're looking at the Texas cube basically in front of Attu and Attu's moon, correct? Yep. There, we watched it last week. There's your Texas cube, ladies and beans.
You know, Andrea, it's really difficult to find a wide angle camera or wide angle view that doesn't fisheye. But I think you could find something that kind of minimizes that fisheye look. That's what I mean. Like, if I had money, I would pay somebody to build me a lens that was wide and wouldn't fisheye the view, because
see the stuttery square cloud pattern that it leaves behind it as it travels, as this planet rotates over the top of us. And if you look at the light source, the light is coming from behind us to the right. This is beyond Earth during the day, being facially illuminated. And that big round blue thing is Attu, and just above the Texas cube is Attu's moon. If you point slightly higher up, Christopher, you'll see Attu's moon.
Oh,
there you go. But right there at the end, just above Palm Tree or Cell Tower, whichever that actually is the Texas cube. And probably some Star Destroyers in the mix there, but there are some sea trails as well. Or no, the Attu's ring is not there; it would be rounded. So those are sea trails. Is that a cell tower or a palm tree?
Yeah.
Looks like a cell tower. All right. But directly above that is the Texas cube. To see that square thing going through the sky. The trail is coming from overhead, going away from us. Yeah, right there. Bingo. And you can't make this up. But there
Can
it
you
is.
guys not
There
hear
you
me?
go. Yes, now we can.
Oh, weird. Okay.
Please do give us your sighting. Yeah, you were
Yeah,
on
it's
mute.
wild out here. You know, I sat on the yellow moon and I sat and we're just in there. It's always incredible. I think that's my favorite. But yeah,
It's your
you can
totem.
once you
You
realize
don't
where
have
the cube
totem
is,
animals anymore. You have totem planets.
right? I'm gonna get killed out here in traffic.
Be careful.
Wait. Yeah, I know, right?
Car coming. Car
Don't you
coming.
people know what I'm doing? Get out of my way.
I'm a pedestrian in this. I'm internet press. Damn it!
Christopher, don't you have a fluorescent vest on?
Sam told me to get one. I need to. It's time.
No,
That's a
I
good
told him
idea.
to write on the back. You know, either a nice patch or at least
Yep.
magic marker, internet press,
Right?
and that way they'll stop calling the cops on him.
Right.
I
Press
know.
on
I
to
what
them
the
quick.
Oh,
hell?
guess what happened? Guess what happened a wee while ago? I went out the door
No.
and I've actually taken pictures of the moon and that. Well, I thought it was the moon, but now I'm not too sure because I've gone and filtered it and started looking at it really carefully. And I thought, wait a minute, there's stuff next to our little buddy here. You know how you think you're gonna? Why can't you see the stars?
Yeah.
And there's this big purple thing, and if you filter it, it's got all the telltale signs of
Boy, look how that.
the shapes that must be on the surface of our big purple monster friend. And
That
it
got
must
bigger.
be sat there
Christopher.
next to the moon, like on the right, lower down. Yeah, I can't believe these
Again,
things.
okay,
They're
that's
so
the right-hand
amazing.
side of the.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
Saturn's yellow moon, and it's Saturn.
Yep.
And look how
Look at that
huge it's
thing.
gotten just in
Look
the
at
last
that.
5 minutes.
Look at
Right?
that thing there, and then there's a
Right, yep.
second one, and then the third
Ah,
one, and all the
And
bits
then the
side.
long
underneath
box cube. Don't forget the long box cube.
Look at the
Oh
dark
my God.
areas.
Look at that thing. Oh, wowzer. Yummy. Oh, look at that thing on the right there. Like, I just noticed it. Like, oh.
Let me start. Well, that's as far as I can get to the sun, but
Do
Yeah,
you see the
where the
ion
lamp
drop
post
tail
is
at the
on
bottom
the-
of the planet?
yep.
New base cloud.
Yeah, let's see if I can
Hey,
get.
Aaliyah.
Yep.
Aaliyah's here.
Hi, Leah.
Good to see you. Okay, Christopher's
All
proposed.
right.
Yep.
Yeah, it went dark.
That
Okay.
was cool.
Hmm.
I just
I'm
want to
trying
tell
to figure out how to. There, fix
Sorry.
it.
Jesus it's a 950. It's a beast.
Oh,
I
I,
mean,
love that. Ah, I want
it's a
one.
beast.
I want
Oh,
one.
yummy. Look at that thing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Remember my moon shot from like 2 or 3 years ago?
I
The
Yeah.
real
believe
close up that I got?
That
Yes,
was from
yes,
that.
That
it.
was from this. Yeah,
Nice.
grab
You
the
took some
tripod.
great stuff with that. You took
Yeah.
some great stuff with that. I
Yep.
love with my my Sony, which was very similar to that, but a little lower end. But I want that camera. I've been wanting that
Right.
camera about 7 years now, but I'll get it eventually.
You will eventually.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, my
I've been
husband
thinking
had
about
a
even trying a new camera.
Manola,
I'm
and
not that brave.
we got the Hale-Bopp Comet with that. We
Really?
had it all set up
With the
auto,
zoom
and
on that, the zoom on that thing is insane.
it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
But you don't need
Well-
to see the planets, that's for sure.
No,
Yeah,
no,
I
but-
was-
but
I was
it is
asked
nice
today,
that,
like, what strength does my telescope need to be to see them? I'm like,
Walk out your front door, look up.
I put
Yeah.
my telescope away.
but it is.
God,
You know, if I would have had that camera, like when I had Attis moon passing really close to me, I would have taken some really, really nice shots of its craters right above me. But the camera I had at the time just would not pick up. It was right at dawn, so it was a little dark and it wasn't picking up as well as I would have liked it to. But a camera like that,
Rebecca, we should do literally a video, an entire show on Atu and Atu's moon alone.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
they were our
Early
first
days.
Oh,
friends,
we could
weren't
do
they?
that.
The
Yeah.
number of
Yeah.
pictures we have
I have a
in
lot.
Only
files.
submissions, yeah.
Chris will be back in about 10 minutes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Here's a few
the
comparisons
close-up
to
over
look
the
at.
years that we
Oh,
have. of that-
pictures.
I think we lost
Yeah.
Thomas.
yeah, I saw
Where's
that.
Thomas?
It's possible his
All right.
battery died on him.
Yeah, Jackie.
Yeah.
The later
Yeah,
the later
let's
it gets
see.
in Vegas, the weirder it gets.
And it was quite late.
There's
in Germany.
Katie's pictures.
Katie Joe's
Sorry.
pictures, amazing.
I'm
Look
trying to
at
get
that.
her-
Wow.
I was just seeing this.
There we go.
That's awesome.
Isn't that cool?
Now, remember last week I commented to Katie Joe that I had seen some of her pictures, and I was jumping into a new ponderance over them.
Mhm.
And I'm still working on that, by the way, Katie Joe. Thank you very much. It was your pictures from the East Coast that showed me a rather interesting anomaly that we have not seen recently. So I'm still working on it.
Oh,
Gotcha.
Okay.
I'd like everybody to look at what they're looking at. Remember to do the dark first, the light
That's from
second.
Tara.
Here's another example of that as well. If you look on the left-hand upper picture, look at that blue shaft lighting, the refraction angles. Notice that the light goes around things and beside things and is cut off by a thing. And it shows you the direction of its escape around these objects.
You can literally see the curve there.
Right. You could start from the dark and work your way to the light.
Right.
Yeah.
Samuel,
Yes.
Him is, it's obvious. Yeah.
you know how we're looking at this and everybody's assuming that's like a whole representation of the sun. But essentially it isn't really, is it? It's the
No, it's
light
not
of
off.
the sun curving around it.
There's
Right.
Isatum is
It's-
coming in front of and cutting off the edge of the light, so you're looking only at half of the sun,
Yeah.
and that's why that blue shaft lighting is going around the edge of Isatum's atmosphere.
A lot of times what we're seeing is just sunlight wrapping around a planet, like being cut off by a planet. A lot of times it's not even the sun that we're seeing. We're just seeing.
And then it expands and becomes that
Yeah.
great, big, huge
Yeah,
brilliance.
and we have absolute evidence of that going back all the way to 2012.
So
We have thousands of those pictures.
Sam, I really been dying to tell you this.
Go ahead.
Somebody recently told me. So again, the argument was that space is fake and all that usual
Okay.
mumble.
Yeah.
But he tells me, so how is it that the sun is out in space, there's sunlight here on Earth, but space isn't lit up? And I'm like, dude,
That was Mark.
Yeah.
You need to go back. Actually, it wasn't Mark this time.
Oh, it wasn't. He hit us up about that too.
But I'm like, dude, like you really need to go back and see how light works. Like it's a really easy experiment. Just get a flashlight, go outside, flash it up into the darkness, see if you see light. Then flash it down to the ground, and you'll see that
Do
if
you
there's
see
nothing for
Yeah.
light to bounce on,
Right.
you won't see it. Like light can
And you
literally
also have to
front of
take
you,
into
and it'll
account
just pass in front of you. You won't see it. You have to have the prism effect, or you have to have something for it.
right. And the human eye is limited in the spectrum, and only when it strikes an object or an atmospheric particulate or a gaseous form does it break down into a spectrum that the human eye can register and see. Whereas why the birds are chirping at 3 o'clock in the morning
Right.
and we are not aware of why.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They see what we don't see.
I try to explain this. But they weren't having it. They just weren't having it.
That's a tough
Yeah.
one.
You know,
Well,
this is unfortunately is that a lot of the people that come and down us, and a lot of the people that troll me, it seems like they don't really know the basics.
No, they've never
of
spent 5 minutes researching what we've been
And-
documenting for 15 years.
and I try to be so I try not to be reactive because I understand because there was one time where I didn't know a lot of this stuff, right? So I try to be patient and I'll try
Right.
to help them. The problem is that we're not very teachable anymore. We are so we're so stuck in our ways now where like I know everything and everybody like everybody has this attitude like nobody is teachable. Like you can't
Right.
teach somebody anything because everybody gets either offended or they feel like they know better. And I don't know, guys, if you're not if you don't if you're not teachable, if you're not
Welcome to my world.
Right.
maybe I don't know something. It's okay not to know something. It doesn't make you dumb.
It is. It's really hard. to see
What
that.
I don't believe in dumb. I don't believe that's a thing. I believe there's either learned or unlearned. Okay, just because you don't know something doesn't make you dumb. But be open to learn something because
Yeah.
we didn't fall off the turn up wagon yesterday, guys. We've been doing this for years. You know,
Right.
Sam's been on board since the '80s. Officially doing this for 15 years. Rebecca, Carol,
Photo with the skull, I love that.
you go as you say. You're from the dinosaur age. You're
Yep.
way back from day one.
Yep.
Christopher's been here a year, but I mean, he has, his learning has been so quick that
And he was very open.
and he was
We
very
came off last year's turnip
that,
truck.
that makes the complete. I love these
Right.
pictures with
Yeah.
I love these pictures. I really miss when Petty was gone.
Now, this
just
photograph
love
on the right, in the upper right, very much reminds me of the 2015 placement of Attu and Attu's Moon, all the way back when James was co-adminning
Yeah.
that he started getting, out of sorts over screen copies. People, these are freaking planets. They're right parked next to our asses. What do you want me to tell you? Oh God, and we've been yelled at forever by so many people over this.
Yeah, what I tell people, look, if you're here, it's for a reason, and at least give yourself the chance to either agree or disagree. Don't come in like you know everything already. If you come, just be humble yourself enough to at least listen to the information and see what you think of it. It's that simple. And like just be open. There's a lot of things that I don't agree with, but I'm like, okay, I'll listen. I'll give the crazy person,
Keep the door open.
the benefit of the doubt, and then I'll
Right.
kind of go from there. But I mean, you have to keep the door open to teach yourself something, guys. Don't be
Absolutely.
stubborn. Don't be stubborn, and though your ego will get in the way of you learning something so incredibly amazing that don't cheat yourself out of learning something this amazing because there's nothing out there in the world that even compares to what's happening right now. It's just the most fascinating thing you could I've ever been a part of.
We documented the arrival of these planets from when they were tiny. A
Yep.
blip on the left-hand side of the screen coming in from around the world, and there was always this reoccurring blip and this reoccurring
Right.
blip, and then it got bigger and bigger.
And then another one came in.
And then we started. We
Yeah.
actually started. I said this earlier to many people on Facebook. We watched the asteroids come in far earlier than we understood what we were even seeing, which was beside them, which was the planets, because they were blended into the sky in color and in lighting and sight, illumination, etc., etc. They were hard to see in the early years, but then when they came up in the Antarctica, Neumayer Station and stuff like this, we were getting captures of them. We still didn't see them until we looked back at the pictures a couple of days later, over and over again, and real time. And we watched it for years. And back then, there was like 5 other live Antarctica sites that you can't even find anymore. I can't find them anyway.
They were the good ones.
Yeah, and we used to have links directly to satellites.
Oh my
way
gosh,
back
yes.
then, where you could actually direct link to some live satellite.
Even ISS, we were all linked to
Right, yeah,
that, and
right.
until they closed that down on us.
Right, and then right about the time we watched the axis of the Earth change, and all of the maps, and then they started talking about having to recalibrate GPS and all of this, and this was 2011.
Yeah.
When the second star got here, and all the normal planets decided to have their axis tip, and everybody started to illuminate on their north and their south pole, and the rings of Saturn were
And right
literally
then,
vertical.
it should have been, what the heck is going on
Yeah,
here?
yeah,
And nobody questioned it.
and the sun comes up, right after that in the northeast sky,
Yep, I
and it
remember.
wasn't our sun,
Right.
and it outshined Sol. So we saw the big sun, and then we were wondering what that slight anomaly over to the right was. That was due east, which is exactly where it's supposed to be. And then it progressed into 2012, where the joining and then the binary discharge pattern that happens every 3,654 years in a binary cycle, like other stars, that binary discharge cycle. Look that up. They intermittently have these huge bursts of radiation, and they're cyclic, and it's part of their normal. And anyway, yeah, and this is currently what, Saru's on her way towards us, and Uri's going to move up and above us this 180-day cycle, and then Saturn is going to get extremely close, and the Saturn's yellow moon is yet to get even bigger.
That's gonna be. I'm looking forward to that, and at the same time, not looking forward to it because we don't know what effects this one could have on us.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's close now, but we've never seen a
Uncharted.
major close pass of the Saturn, and it's entirely possible. We don't know.
We are in uncharted territory here, guys.
Right.
Now
Yeah, 'cause-
people on the internet world will talk about the iron oxide in the sky. Well,
Yeah.
guess where that iron oxide comes from?
Yeah, it not only affects us, it affects Earth. And
Big red planet is Saturn, which I believe is probably iron, and that yellow moon it's very close proximity, which is why that weird winged electrical whatever pattern, and I think it does reach off to two side moons, one on either side, where it's somehow electrically creating this unusual winged pattern. But we watched that always. God, we were in 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, where we watched this Saturn's yellow moon quite small in the original onset of Nibiru and Saru and Uri and Attu. And then Saturn was small, but then she started going away from us and then went over the top of the sun on the left-hand side, and then directly over the top of the sun in 2018, and then way back off in the distance come 2019 onto the right-hand side. And then all of a sudden it started coming back towards us. And then that was one of my most exciting parts, is watching Saturn and her ion tail get bigger and bigger and bigger over short periods of time. And to the point where we are today, where Saturn and her yellow moon are so large and in our faces and close passing, just like they did with Attu and Attu's moon. And oh my God, look at that! And there it is every damn day. And it's an awe-inspiring, amazing story.
Power
that I'm still, just enjoying the living heck out of, and it's just amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
That's where we learned the dance of the planets.
Yeah, David Talbot.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that thing, the dance of the spears.
Yes.
Never knew I'd see it, but wow.
And there we are.
You have to realize that the movement of the planets is not stable, but it's dancing right in front of us.
Yeah.
And we rotate past each other like ships in the night. We push each other out of the way if we were too close. And everything that belongs there stays there, and everything that belongs here stays here.
Yeah.
Because it's a reoccurring cycle. It is not Nibiru the Destroyer, our nemesis. And all of that crap got shoved in with a reference and the cross reference of Wormwood, which is the asteroid group, which can also be called Apophis or many other names. So you guys got to and the one thing that's really cool about us is the 15 years that we have played into this, getting all of this research to centralize and compare and fit. Anyone talk?
Okay.
Remember, guys, that moons have a very emotional effect on us.
They do.
As the Saturn's yellow moon gets nearer and near us, it's gonna kick our ass
Right.
emotionally. So try to remember that. Remember that it's external and it'll pass.
Anxiety attacks, shortness of breath, heart palpitation, ears ringing, nausea, on and on and on.
Hopelessness is the one that gets me.
Yeah,
Oh,
hopelessness.
the sadness. Yeah.
Oh.
Like everything you're doing is wrong,
Mhm.
and you wonder why.
It's never enough.
Happened to me like
Yeah,
2
it's
days
never
ago.
enough. Yeah,
Yeah.
that one. It's never enough.
Well, Aaliyah, Saturn's moon made a really close pass recently, very close pass. That's probably what's been kicking your butt. You know?
And if you do have illnesses already,
It's magnified.
just duplicate. Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah, and and now in Revelations it's referred to as the birthing pains. And any other 18 different scientists that have talked about even remotely close to this time in this era, will remind you of that exactly. And we are going through metabolical changes in our bodies as well, water pressure, because water is effectively positively charged, as well as the synaptic responses within our brains electrically.
Right.
And
Yeah, like David Greggs just said that movie Melancholia. Everybody's so mournful in it.
how many of
It's
you
like
have?
Children told us that too.
I have to cut pizza. How many of you? Go ahead after I'm done here. How many of you have had the feeling that there's a spider crawling on your head?
Oh,
gosh. Constant. I get that every so often, Sam.
Just thinking about it made me shiver.
Yeah,
Mm.
it does.
yeah. And then go to a doctor and try to separate what you know is caused by the planets and what's going on in your body. Good luck.
I'm gonna play a couple more of Thomas's videos.
That'd be
Okay.
great.
And
Great.
then I'm going to play a video I have of Jesus's captures.
Okay.
So he captured a couple of really nice ones this week, and I added some other ones to it. So we got that to look forward to.
I finally had some action this week.
Yeah.
Or it was more that I've been working a day now. That's kind of what it's been. Is that I've had more opportunity to be
It was ideal.
out there. Yeah.
Right. Okay, let's go ahead and see what this guy's talking about.
Still, look at them through a microscope. You'll see the energy dancing in front of your eyes. We live in an ocean of motion. Make no mistake about it. Every level of vibration is referred to as a frequency, and the beautiful truth is we think on frequencies. We truly do become what we think about. See, the thoughts that we're thinking produce the results that we're getting.
Thoughts become things.
Yep.
I say that all the
Ego's
time.
main job is to protect you mentally and physically. It is the voice of our fears, insecurities, and self-doubts. The ego tends to be reactive and defensive, seeking to protect our sense of self-importance and control over our environment. It tries to keep you safe by shutting down anything new or different. The ego fears change.
Oh.
Intuition is everything your ego is not. It can come to you through a physical sensation like a gut feeling. With intuition, you just know something. It doesn't need to make sense. It is always gently nudging you towards living your best life and finding what brings you the most happiness and contentment. Speaks to you immediately after an event has occurred or a question is asked. The ego arrives a few moments later, second-guessing your decision, overanalyzing the circumstance.
Absolutely. That's a good one.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Mhm.
Mm.
I always listen to these and I can think of people that it applies to. This and that.
Absolutely. Oh, that's the first thing. Yeah.
I'm just like, oh yeah, makes sense.
This is Bashar.
Ashar, yeah.
The more you try to speed up, the slower and longer things take. Because you're not
Yeah,
living
that's
in
me
the
every
present, you're
day.
not matching the frequency of your now.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm.
I really appreciate
Let
With
go.
flow. Don't swim upstream. That's resistance.
Yeah, that's interesting too. That's
Oh, this is
all the
amazing.
brain
It's
cells
beautiful.
is
It's so
working.
alive. It's so incredible. The brain cells, just like the wee egg when it's making the baby. Wow.
Electric.
Death
Spark
is really
of
just
life.
like waking up from a dream.
That
Because
energy,
physical
that
reality
power.
is a dream.
Jillian,
You do
spark of
understand that
life.
you're in spirit right now, yes? None of you leave spirit. That's your natural state. You are just dreaming that you've left. That's what physical reality is. A portion of your greater being in non-physical reality is pretending that it's no longer in the spirit realm. But you are there
Always.
right now, the greater portion of you.
Ooh,
And this
goosebumps.
portion that is seemingly the whole of your identity as a physical being, to the version of you that is in spirit right now, is just about the same as the size of your fingernail.
Yeah.
That's your physical being, to the spirit that you are. You understand? So just like you wake up in the morning from a dream, yes? Is that painful?
No.
Well, then, same idea. You're just going to wake up and go, oh, that seemed so real. But now I know that was just a dream, and this is who I actually am.
The brain is a computer, the most powerful computer that humans have ever experienced.
Oh,
But
that's
it
very
has
good too.
parallels to computers. And number one is this. In the old days, when you would buy a computer before they put the programs in, you could bring it home, brand new computer, plug it in, push start, boots up, screen's on, and I said, do something. And people, well, no, I can't do anything. So you got a brand new computer. Now, first you have to put programs into a computer before you can use that computer. The brain of a human is
in a moment of pure presence, which is just this, you have no memories,
David
you have
Icke.
no expectations for future, because you have no thought, but you haven't fallen
Or
asleep,
Ike.
you're very awake. In that moment, you're not a person anymore. What are you? Just a field of consciousness, conscious presence. Something has emerged from within you and has taken place of the person. If the only thing you achieve in life is this, that you are able to be free of compulsive and addictive thinking. If you're able to choose not to think when there's nothing in particular to think about, that is the greatest thing you could achieve in this lifetime.
We tried to figure out how much charge the body takes in when you touch the earth. What
Very
happens
important,
is
grounding.
the body saturates with electrons
235.
practically instantaneously. It's so
Yes.
fast that you can't measure.
I don't have shoes.
And you don't actually have to touch the ground. You just have to think that you do.
Electrons from the earth enter the body.
Maybe I don't try it. I tell you, I don't have shoes.
The cells repeat
Source activation.
and then they can't clump, and the blood
Okay.
viscosity goes down. It's easier for the heart to pump the blood. The blood pressure goes down.
That's good for all the people who get the corona virus or the needles. So the blood is very clumped after this.
The divine energy, the spark that creates everything in this entire universe is inside of your body. As
Yep.
above, so below. And because the divine energy
Ah,
that's flowing through
my
everything and all
favorite
living
speech.
beings is inside of you,
As above,
you have
so
the
below.
power of commandment. You have
I
the
know
power
that
of
one.
creation. You have the power of healing. All that power exists in your body.
You
This is
gotta
what
watch
the
who you
ancients
say
were
that
trying
to,
to
though,
teach
Sam.
us from back
Yeah, that's
tens
true.
of thousands of years ago. We manifest this entire planet. This entire reality on this planet has been manifested by individuals like me and you, and we take it for granted because we don't realize what we're doing. We're creating.
It's also
Human
part of our
beings
dimension.
are creators. Why? As above, so below. We are a divine spark, just a branch of the oneness, the universal all, the one consciousness that truly does exist. We're
Billy
just a
is
branch
good, but
of
he's
it.
still growing.
God is consciousness.
Yeah, he hasn't realized we're connected to other
God
things.
is the source of
Yeah.
creation itself. It's not he or she. It is not
Give him time.
independent of you.
If you read
It
the
is the
Emerald
totality
Tablet,
of everything.
Yeah.
Oh, very good too,
When I
yes.
call myself God, I
you
am
take
not
you
talking
take into
about
account the
my personal
binary
self.
system.
I am talking
It
about the
describes to you
expression of
exactly what
God's
we're
self
seeing.
that rests inside of me. The verb, the energy, not the noun.
The
Once you think God
equation
is a
of the
noun,
Emerald
person,
Tablets
place,
was
or
it was
thing,
disconnected
you
without
separate
reference.
yourself from it.
If
and
you add the
immediately
binary
become a limited
addition,
being.
it has reference.
That's what separates the being. Believers' religious from the knowers' spiritual.
We talk about Abrahamic religions
words, it's a hard drive.
and
You're a
how
walking
the
hard
history
drive.
goes
Your
back
body.
and throughout that, and
1
whereas these
gram
disconnects
of
where
DNA. This
it
is
matches
peer-reviewed
Egyptian
science, by the
lore
way,
and
guys.
Sumerian lore with GY, because it's an older story. And that story involves the Anunnaki, the Sumerians,
Right.
pre-civilizations that lived here prior. And if you look at the stelae of kings, anyone who's ever looked into that, it's an unbelievable tale of the passing of kings throughout history, going back millennia.
Is
And
that the one with
it's-
the 8 kings who had reigned for 2,000 and no, it was more than that. It was
90,000 years, yeah.
something
the
thousands
Sumerian
of
king
years.
list.
Yeah,
Right,
the king list.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
the
interesting,
stelae of
and
the king.
it's. I think it's in the British Museum. I don't know in which
And
one,
the
but
Ashmolean, it's in the Ashmolean.
yeah. And look at the people and the texts, or what the people tell. The people. Oh no, 10,000 years before we can't even do this or this. So how can it be this Sumerian king list? So don't people tell the truth, the truth about all that? So that's very sad. And yeah.
Well, nor do they take into account the climate change that occurred between now and then, and why that whole area, Cappadocia and Turkey and all of that, was highly more developed and more lush and more green.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we're seeing examples of that right now. With the Sahara Desert turning green,
right,
and all of the Arab states that have had many, many floods now, in Saudi Arabia, etc. Never before recorded weather going on around the world, and we're seeing it right now again. And all of this is coming to pass, and people have forgotten that was a lush, beautiful area that created enough grain to feed nations. And the people from India and the move-in Aryan race and the Arabs and the Egyptians and the Tunisians, etc., and the Greeks and and the pre-Italians and all the Sicilian. One of the oldest races are the Sicilians. Anyway, but that whole region was affected by an entirely different climactic behavior than it is now, and which would add, I think, a greater credence to the reality of what happened last cycle in 1650 BC. And then there was another drought famine thing in like 1200 BC. So you also have to check your math on who you listen to on what scientist says what. Anyway, I digress. Go ahead, somebody. I'm going to have another bite of pizza.
Okay. Oh, okay.
What pizza have you
1
got?
gram of DNA, which is enough
Pepperoni.
to a little tiny drop on the tip of your
course.
finger.
You know,
And
Kim.
store 700
Sometimes as even leaning on a tree is good. Sorry, I interrupted. But
That's okay.
sometimes
No,
even
that's
leaning
fine.
on a tree,
Yeah,
it's good.
alive. Trees are
I
alive.
was
They
gonna
have
say,
positive charge. They're full of water.
like when I go out to the
Good
field
reminder.
and take pictures or go live, I take at least one shoe off, and just walk around on the ground.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Seems like the right time to do that. So
Yeah,
So
when
how
you have
about if we
shoes on, you
just
get
wear
0 volts.
socks? What does it have to be? Complete skin to earth contact?
No.
No, I'd imagine it's the rubber that I think kind of. I mean, rubber and electricity just.
Yeah, when you walk
Yeah,
around in
happy
shoes,
shoes.
you get 0 volts. When you walk barefoot, you get 235 volts in hum cycles from the earth.
Yeah, I'm a Sharon. I am a tree hugger myself, so
Mhm.
proud,
Me too.
proud.
You can talk to them too. You
proud
can talk
tree
to the
hugger.
trees.
Yeah,
Oh,
I've been making
Bands,
a
right?
habit since Sam brought it up. I asked permission before I even
Thank you.
because
That's important.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Give them gifts. Always keep little gemstone slices in your
Really?
pocket. Give them a gift. And if someone finds that gift, that's special.
Yeah, I very much like that little fad that happened where people were doing painted rocks and then leaving them for other people to find.
Well, we do that here, Sam.
I'm a part of that.
So there's I have the Nevada border here close to me. There's a town where they actually, you leave rocks and then you take one and then you leave it somewhere out in the world, and then if that person ends up, there's pictures and the whole Facebook page about that. So I do that every so often. I'll just pick a rock and I'll put it somewhere.
I always have rocks.
Write something. I'll write something on it.
Oh, rock babies.
Or something. You know. In fact, I have one that
They
I
do
found.
that in Tibetan high mountains, and they do it in Jewish gravestones in Eastern Europe.
You've got your baby.
Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, you turtle.
Because it's on my rock.
Okay, here and gone. Okay, let's take a minute, and I want to show you all the videos that Jesus captured.
Wonderful.
And then we'll
Yay.
that.
I saw some of those this week.
Yeah, it's awesome. It is. It's really good. Yeah.
Oh, did you manage to, Rebecca? Did you manage to get my reel with the music this time?
I'll look and see.
I tried really hard to make it public so you could see my
Okay, I'll
stuff.
check it out. Yeah, I'll check it. Okay. Here is Jesus's compilation. Okay. Some of them are older. It's the first video and the last video are from this past week. They're current. Okay. All right. Here we go.
What you got? That was a cool one. That was a cool one. Look at the accuracy, guys. Oh, that'll always that gets me. Yeah. Even those flame-like base cloud on the bottom.
It's perfect.
I love that drawing. It's one of my favorite drawings.
It fits.
I love.
And on the left side, yeah.
Look at the asteroids on the bottom, guys.
Well done. Well done.
Just like the drawing. All the asteroids on the bottom.
Yes.
Remember, their asteroids are always on the lower hemisphere, guys. I love the overlays.
It fits perfectly.
They're just so helpful. They're so helpful. I can't tell you how much I learned, just from those overlays.
You see the craters on that thing. Look at
That was so close. Incredibly close. Look at the curve there of the moon. Look at the moon there. You can see the round curve there of Saturn's moon.
Dark areas.
The fanning out of the ion tail on the face of the Saturn tail moon right there.
That is about up at 8,000 feet up, guys. Up on the Park City Mountains. Hard to get any closer from down here on Earth.
And this is what I keep saying is if you see it in the sky, the first thing that you see, number one. And there again is the ion tail coming off the Saturn yellow moon, reaching over to the right. The dark shadow of it being cutting off the sunlight. Remember to look at the dark areas first. And look at the normal sky. It's light blue, not dark blue. The blue shaft lighting.
normal sky.
That dark area first.
Oh, look at that. Look at how perfectly it overlays, guys. You can't make that shit up.
Smelting in the sun.
Well, I draws what I see.
You
I
sure
get as
do.
excited as I did from day one, man.
I think we'll keep you.
Okay. I'm a real boy.
There you are.
You real boy. Oh, look at the shadowy thing under there, like all the little dark bits.
The long box cube and side orb.
Yeah. Look at wee Spider-Man.
We have been getting sightings coming in every day for months and months and months and months. Every day we see where the side orb is and the long box cube and the Texas cube. And just like last week's show at 4 hours, 20 minutes at show 101, we see the Texas cube plain as day. And again, they're there. They haven't moved and they stay right there all the time. And if you sit outside and watch them, you too will see the long box cube. You too will see the Saturn Jello Moon. You too will see the lead asteroid and the green asteroid and all the other smaller asteroids.
You have to spend a little bit of time out there, you know. You can't just glance up and say like, okay, I see nothing. Give it a little bit of time till you can see their movements and kind of record it and then speed it up is what I do. Speed it up, and then because
wow, look at that.
Things move relatively slow. I mean, to our eyes, you know.
You're looking at the red surface of his Saturn, the red planet.
Yeah.
With the Saturn Jello Moon in front of it. See that dry reddish edge?
Yep.
Slight illumination, guys. Slight illumination.
Look at the craters and everything on it. The craters, look.
Sun is to the left. Sun is to the left, so you have a crescent illumination there. And we're seeing this because they're passing Earth, guys. They're passing us. So we're seeing these illuminations a lot more prevalent than we used to. So it's a great time to be watching them.
You know, Saturn and Saturn Jello Moon are highly dynamic planets compared to all the rest. You know, I mean, I'll always love it. Here's another example. This is Attu and Attu's moon. See the purple, and
this one was
in front of Uri. And yeah, and the purple. You know, I just absolutely dig the purple. And we've never seen this in our skies, ladies and gentlemen. Back in my lifetime in the 90s and 2000s and 2010s, this did not exist. No. And you're seeing the effects of Attu and Attu's moon and Uri. Uri is behind the mast here. It's on the left-hand side of the sun. And this is repetitively documented and brought to you by Campbell's. No, I'm only joking. Soup is good food.
So this time lapse, guys, is about around 20 minutes. You know, so in 20 minutes you'll see how they come at they move closer and income, and then they'll pass right over you, and then they'll be gone. You know,
the famous index finger.
Yeah, I made sure I made one of those this week, Sam, because
I love it when you do. I love it when you do. I look forward to it. I do.
I've been slacking with, you know.
Yeah, you're slacking.
That's
an old word, slacking. Yeah. That comes from the 40s and 50s. Yeah. You're slacking.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a slacker?
Wasn't that good?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
really good.
Are you working hard or hardly working?
You know, a few years from now, someday, when this information becomes standardly known, and then they go back on our videos and go, you know, these guys were right all along. Gee, I should have listened better back then. That's where I bring up my Beekman's World pictures, like, Nibiru's been here for a decade.
Yeah,
and
I'm gonna be like, you guys missed the most incredible show that was right in your faces. Yeah. And thank you, Michelle. I'm glad they resonate with you. That's great.
I was gonna say
it's okay.
No,
Rebecca, you're first.
I was just gonna say, Thomas sent me some slides, some pictures that I saved, and I thought we'd look at those next and give him a chance to, you know, discuss what the things he sent me. So
now these chakra patterns and colors are important to pay attention to. And the stage development of your chakra tower is also important to pay attention to. And I will point out that certain tones and certain harmonics can develop certain levels of your chakra tower as you grow. So don't just take the color spectrum for granted, because your aura and your body color and that which you really are and your inner self is a direct representative of that, of where you exist. And you should learn about the chakra tower, starting with the base studies and skills, and see as the development raises through to your astral chakra, which is not included in this diagram.
Right.
That's true.
It only goes up to
you learn about these stages, and then you can find out your chakra development level and the achievements you need to work on, and evidence to your personal horoscopes.
Right.
So be aware of that technology as well.
Yep. This chart shows the positive effects of a fully open chakra. There's also a negative side, and you are looking to create balance. And there's where all those things that Sam
Right. And there's
tells you
also a
about.
process of clearing the shelves where you have to go through discomfort to achieve higher levels.
Right.
And I only want to say you must first look in the inside before you look at the outside.
Correct.
That's important too, because we all just looking at the planet and all of this stuff. And I think it's important to say first look at the inside, and after you get in your inside and repair it, you look automatically to the outside and get the way. You must show it on your own. So
yeah, I think that if you don't stop to look on the inside, you don't achieve the state of now.
Of course, that's correct. Yes.
I constantly harp on all my friends, and yes, Mom. I'm always telling everybody to live the now, and you really have to live the now, because your gut feeling is the acquisition of all of your lives and all of the people who ever came before you on the inside. And if you start there and try to understand, then you can understand everything outside you as well.
This is what I mean, exactly.
Yes. Yep. And there's our frequencies.
At 963 hertz, your crown chakra just above your head. Right before I went to cut pizza, I talked about, has anybody recently been feeling like there's a spider crawling on their head under their hat, for instance? And you will notice that when your crown chakra is being connected to what's going on above us with these planets as well, it will actually give you the feeling of electrical tingling on your upper scalp and the top of our skulls right now.
Yes.
And there is a download and an upload going on right now that we're barely even aware of.
Well, sometimes, Sam, what happens to me is that something in my mind just becomes clear. Just like all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, something that I didn't quite understand yesterday.
The simplicity of understanding because you have turned on.
Yeah. It's just in my mind.
You're going through the stages of this new enlightenment where you're going, this used to be hard, but now it's quite simple.
Exactly. It's just somehow it just becomes clear in your mind. You're like, oh, and you don't know where it comes from. It's not like I was studying for a test the night before and all of a sudden I know the answer now. It's just
that's part of the harmonic transition from the ascension of 2010 that began in 2010 and the Mayan calendar of 2012, and our step into this the sixth stage and our transition from the opening of the sixth seal, and all of this that's happening right now, which is why everybody's joining together to learn together as a group, as for a very strong reason. Boy, I almost answered that one, didn't I? I left
Lauren's
it hanging.
here.
Hi, Lauren.
He's here.
Hey,
He's
Lauren.
in Venezuela.
333.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, isn't it?
777
Glad you're here.
888.
So why is it that like for a long, I don't so much now, but a few years ago, I was waking up at like 3:33 every morning.
That's what I'm getting up. Yeah, our time clocks are messed with.
Why would I just not just me, tons of people just consistently see 444 like for months at a time, and then it changes and it's 222 or 1111,
I think it's
Repetition
only
of
in your
numbers.
consciousness to look at this number. I don't.
Yes.
This is because you are aware, and then you recognize this number. Without awareness, you don't recognize this number.
Right.
Do you understand what I mean?
I have an
I
internal
know.
time clock, and I always wake up right before the alarm clock goes off.
Right? That's
But you know what I mean. Like when you just glance down, like you're just middle of doing something, and
Threes are the ones that get me, Rebecca.
you glance at your phone, like something tells you, look at see what
or a
time it
license
is.
plate or
You know, and then you
A
look at it
billboard
and it says
sign.
4:44.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Oh, do you
what?
also read license plates? That's so frustrating.
I'm just
You
saying.
go past the
there's
car and you
something
have to read the license plate. I hate that.
way deeper, way,
You're
way,
opening.
way
Oh, yeah.
deeper.
You're opening and
Way.
you're recognizing the patterns.
You've
And
all
there's
lost
always
your minds.
in-
I'm teasing.
No,
I know. I used to know a guy. He was in our group, and he was in Spain, and he's brilliant also on this topic. And he was telling me, you know, like it has to do with kind of like programming in a matrix type
The
situation.
Matrix.
You know what I mean? Like it's something. There's something deeper going on, and he said it's not all good. It's not all bad. You know, it's a little bit of both. But I was
You
like,
have to take into
interesting.
account genetic value of repetition, and then so there is a level of math to it, and part of the great plan and the great decree and the upgrade that happened several thousand years ago to mankind, which is all in place, and it's a short term to them, and it's many generations to us. That is transpiring right now in front of us. There is a great change, and Dolores was correct in saying that we have stepped into a new age. And problem is that there's both good and bad attributed to this, and we have stepped into the point of no return. And I warned about this 5, 6 years, 7, 8 years ago, where we have stepped past the stage that we're and back again to the Wizard of Oz, is we are not in Kansas anymore, and 12 laws of karma are the great law. Whatever we put into the universe will come back to us. Well,
I'm a firm believer of that one.
Yep.
You get what you put in. That's my favorite thing.
No. All are the favorite.
And that's why I feel it's important to communicate this information above and beyond the call of duty, rather than just hide up here in Montana cave and go, oh, let them worry about it. We can't let life happen by itself. We need to make it happen, and I'm trying to make this happen for everybody. Let's see how well this plays into a Sam's bragging session. I'm joking.
It's not
No,
bragging.
it's true. I mean, we
not
are
brag- It's not
consistent.
bragging if it's true, Sam.
Okay, well, I always feel a little bit humbled. Oh, well, look at this law of
You see,
humility.
own that. Own it. Own it, man. That's.
Yeah, I sent this exact picture to Rebecca this morning. I said, "Be the change that you seek."
I love that saying, Sam. I say that to a lot of my the people I give a ride to on a daily basis. It says, be the change you want. Don't react, especially now with there's so much division going on. Don't react. If you don't like being marginalized, don't marginalize people as well. Just whatever you want from people, be that. If you want more love, be more loving. If you want whatever, just be more of that. If you want if you want to be accepted, be more accepting of people. If you want people to be patient, be more patient. Be that change. Because this reactive ways that we have, and I've been seeing it all over social media right now. Instead of reacting in anger, it's an opportunity to say no. I will not be that. I will not react the way they want me to react in hate.
Or the law of growth, grow past the argument.
Yes.
And then on the flip side of the joke coin, it says you can't fix stupid.
Absolutely.
Like in this,
you have to pick your battles. You really do. There are some people you will never convince.
Yeah.
I was going to say also being selective on who you associate with.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So,
And then we also
Well-
have to ask, what are we trying to prove by telling people this story? Are we trying to help them? Or are we trying to be arrogant and egotistical, going, I know something you don't know? And I weigh that regularly, because I've even caught myself saying, if I told you everything I knew, oh my God, you wouldn't like it. And then I've dropped it right there.
I just want people to see this. It's freaking amazing. Like I keep
I
trying to
agree.
see, I just want you to see this with me. I want you to be in the front row seat and watch this show. What you do with it, I mean, that I think spiritually
amazing.
or whatever, I think eventually will be the right. But I just want to share this with the world. That's I'm a sharer. I want everybody to see this. It's just so
I'm
exciting.
amazed that people don't notice the light issue.
I do too. Drives me nuts, Sam. Drives me nuts. Every time I'm seeing, even this last video that I made, I sat there, I stopped, pulled over, and I just saw people just going about their lives while there's an enormous planet in the sky. And I can't tell you which one shocks me more, the planet or people not watching this. Why not?
Right.
What's happening?
Right.
Yep. You go outside, it's this.
Yes.
Or you know what I think about is like when I'm at the grocery store, I'm
Yes,
thinking like I'm the only person in this whole store that knows there's big old planets and aliens just outside the door.
That crosses my mind daily, Rebecca.
Nobody else
Daily,
knows but me. Yeah.
And how many times did you bite your tongue when somebody says something? But didn't you see? Nope, I better not go there.
Oh, that's why I very much like going to Walmart and standing in
I
the
didn't
parking
bite my
lot
tongue.
and staring straight up for easy 10
do
minutes
that
when I'm alone.
myself.
And I'll occasionally get somebody, and we're running out of gold cards, by the way, here at Montana Skywatcher, and I need to put more in my wallet. And I sit out there and I actually sort of kind of wait for somebody to ask me what the hell I'm looking at. And it's what you don't see that planet right there.
You know what people think now, Sam? When I see, I used to get questions sometimes like, "What are you recording?" But now people just assume I'm taking a selfie. If I have my phone,
Right? Yeah. Oh, you're filming yourself.
Yeah. And there's no question like that. Just assume because that's what everybody does. You know, nobody. There's the last thing on people's mind is that I'm recording the sky because that's what crazy people do.
And that's why I've been telling Christopher to get this yellow construction jacket or green.
Yeah,
green would stand out better. The rainbow green. And then right on the back, internet reporter, and people will stop calling the cops on him.
No,
and they might start saying,
"Hey, join
"What
the
are you
club.
recording?"
Join the club, Chris. We've all had that happen.
I
We've
know.
all had that happen.
Me too.
I mean, but come on, twice in 1 week now, that's enough.
Yeah.
How you guys doing? I just wave and say,
yeah.
How's your day going? Thanks for looking out.
Thomas, this is a good one.
Yes.
The law of focus.
Yes.
When you
I love it.
meditate, this is very important when you meditate.
Yes, meditation. You can do meditation the complete day. It don't mean you must sit and make the Om, for example. So I feel I'm meditating the complete day. I am in the focus and just relax and take it easy.
Yeah,
I
and
don't
you walk
know.
around with a smile on your face.
Yes, every day, every second.
When those
I'm never. Yes, I go to bed with a smile and I wake up with a smile, so I don't have stress, and it's a wonderful life.
Well,
Yeah.
it is.
It's
I love that. Yes, the sun is shining, Thomas. It is. I'm a happy person myself. It's
I know.
rare-
Yes, you
it's
look like
rare
that.
It's rare that I'm in a bad mood or sad or anything.
But you have also stress. That's
Yeah,
also true. Yeah.
Of Of course. But I can take
He
joy.
acknowledges that,
I
yeah.
can take joy in just seeing a snail cross the sidewalk. That will put a smile on my face and make my day. Those things, I love that I'm a person that can take joy in those things, you know, because not everybody does. You know?
Turn that up.
Jesus is the type that if a praying mantis was crossing the road, he would stop and help it along. And I've done it many times.
Absolutely.
When I was a kid, that was my favorite bug.
That's my favorite. Get out.
Until you put them on your hand, and then it's like, no,
Scary as
thank
heck
you.
when they go like this at you.
They do bite too.
Yeah, I know. I
I,
never
mean, I,
bitten them.
I like praying mantises. They're awesome. You know, they're not.
They're
I don't really
alien.
consider them like a bug, really. You know, we have scorpions here, so it's you know, those are the ones I worry about.
Gnarly scorpions.
I grew up with scorpions, and I know what it feels like to be stung by them.
Oh, really? You've been stung by one?
No
Ouch.
fun, man. It is no fun. It is no fun. Fever, the whole
really
thing. Yeah.
This one's also good, Thomas.
I like this one too.
This follows the aspects of Reiki also.
Okay.
Well, you know, I ask people a lot of times
Authentic person.
Absolutely.
where they're going to go with
when your heart and your thoughts line up, you know.
Yes, it must be. So you have 3 brains. You have your normal brain, you have your heart, and you have your gut, for example, and it must all match.
Yeah.
Hand on heart. As soon as he says that, it's like you can feel it.
Oh.
Very much so.
Yeah, the Om.
I love when he does
Yeah, I play this all the
that. This
time.
one also.
Absolutely.
Past is over.
Yeah, and you know, we have
Keep us
the gift that we do get to change. We are not the original people we started out as.
I thought I heard an airplane, but it's here.
Yeah, you're hearing Om chant. Om.
It's not me. It was the Om, yes.
Yeah, it's 5:28.
You know, to you guys that say you rescued a bee and who was it? Katie, you helped the tarantula. You know, the other day I saw an article say that they recently discovered. I'm going to say that in air quotes. That crabs and crustaceans actually do feel pain, and I'm like, are you freaking insane?
Of course they do.
We're alive. Everything that's alive feels pain, feels things like it, and they're like, well, they shouldn't boil them alive. I'm like, you think? We need a study to know that, like to have the decency of at least killing something.
Oh, guys, okay. Here's one for our ratings. Did you know that there was a paid government study?
Yes. I already know what you're talking about. Sorry.
That actually paid people on this commission for an entire decade. It was a decade-long study to test if by breathing other people's farts, it lowered your immune system.
No, that's not what I was thinking about.
They paid
For an entire decade
of people to breathe in other people's farts and actually study their immune biorhythms.
Okay, we are definitely wasting
The ratings.
taxpayer dollars. That's probably the only thing that I agree with. You know, in the last year, the last month or so, the one thing I do agree with all the craziness happening is that we are wasting taxpayer dollars. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, there are some, but
we're
not.
having decade-long things to have. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's what blew me away was that somebody funded that, B, that somebody participated in that study.
Right.
Which one is crazy?
C, the fact that somebody created the study in the first place.
Right. It's like, what? And who signed off on this? And how much did it cost? Upwards of how many millions?
How many people were in the study?
Right, for a decade. A decade.
There's probably a lot of boys.
Yeah, you know, they should arrest these people seriously.
I mean,
what kind of a fetish was that?
And what kind of, parts are we getting here?
Jackass, where the guy straps on a funnel onto a face mask and the big fat guy farts into the puddle, and then the guy from one of the jackass guys pukes in
We
the
have
face.
subject 4 here, 300 pounds, male, 53 years old, and he has eaten a bean burrito. You know,
I think
don't know.
that's one of the funniest parts of Jackass that I've seen out of all of their movies.
Oh God, that show.
Oh my God.
Those people.
Hey, let me interject here. I'm here in home, right?
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I went like this. I looked
It
at my
is.
husband.
I believe I sent that to Rebecca this morning.
Oh, I thought it was. I thought
Oh,
maybe
it's a
we had
different
her,
one, but
like,
it's similar.
Okay, yeah, okay.
It's a little. I was thinking it's a little late for the yard people to be doing the.
Right.
I was a air blower or a weed eater or something.
I like this. Turn up your volume.
I agree.
Can you send that
I
to me,
did.
Sam? Could you send that to me?
Yeah, I can do it right now if you'd like.
Because
Me
yes,
too.
please. So I've learned recently, Sam, that if if my mental health is not well, my body follows, and it's not pretty. It is
Correct.
not pretty. So I have
But
to.
it's normal.
I have to learn how to manage my stress a little better because I tend to get sick shortly after I go through something stressful. And
Oh, sure.
We all do.
And
all those hormones and stuff.
That's a normal reaction.
Yeah.
It's
And
acknowledging it, Jesus. You acknowledge it.
I need to start. Yes,
move forward.
Physical
really need to
pain.
start doing the home chanting because I know you're a big proponent of that, Sam. But I've never, honestly, I've never really explored it as much as I should. So
I am.
You got to
too,
go outside
Jesus.
with your feet on the ground.
Yep.
The secret to
Bare
it,
feet.
Put your face to the sun if it's out. It's like
the secret to
that
it
one I
is to
do. What
actually
I don't do is ground as
vibrate.
often.
Yeah.
All right, I will go to my page and I will look you up on my friend list. On
I'm almost
I
gonna say
agree, Nicole. I really wish that we did a different way of cooking. I don't really do seafood, but I do feel that it's have the decency of at least killing them before you put them through pain. If you're gonna eat it, I just,
But
that
you
should
must.
go without saying. When I worked at Red Lobster for a long time when I was younger, and we had requests sometimes that they would tell us, "Would you please kill the lobster before you put them in the steamer?" And I would do it either way, even if it was requested or not. I always did that because you could hear them. You could hear them. You could literally hear them in the steamer. You could hear them. It's the saddest thing ever.
Yeah, alcohol, bad stuff.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't if you will look at the Bible, in the Bible it says Jesus make wine from water. I think maybe it's a metaphor, but it's a bullshit thing because alcohol kills the body. So why would Jesus tell us people, "Oh, I give you something to kill"? So a lot of bullshit is in the Bible, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yep.
absolutely.
I mean, because they know what alcohol does, so they don't want to lift us up completely. They lift
Correct.
it up little ways, but then they gotta, control it still. So they include stuff like that, write that in there. With drinking wine is okay. When, I mean, I used to drink, but I haven't drank in years, like years.
I have.
and years.
When I got sober, which was I don't know about 5-6 years ago. Jesus Christ, it really, I think you don't know how sick you are until you feel better.
Right.
But once you get those kind of things out of your life, you realize what they do to you and how limiting they are as far as being in touch with yourself and being in touch with the world around you. It's numbing, and I think that's the point of it, and it's pushed so heavily in society, when it's so widely accepted, and I think it's as dangerous as any other drug, out there. So
even more so.
Oh, it's very dangerous.
Yes, it is.
Thank you again, Tara. I'm very proud of my sobriety. And the best thing I ever did for my health, I was a pack-a-day smoker, a drinker.
Oh.
Yeah, I smoked for 20 years.
Oh, yeah.
20 years. Now I can't stand the taste of alcohol. Whenever I get thank you, Carol. But when I get a smoker in my car, I could just my stomach.
I had to work with I worked with a surgeon that smoked, and the dude would come into the operating room, and it would just whoa, man! Every time he came in there.
Yeah,
it was weird.
And
I
often think like I used to walk around smelling like that, and I don't like that thought because it's so bad. It is so bad.
But you must. Yeah, sorry, but I only want to say, you must think about it. Your body is the temple, and you need to protect the temple in every situation. So it's about food, it's about thoughts, it's about other frequencies and other stuff. So you need to protect the temple to get at the highest top.
Right.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's not easy, I know, but that's the truth.
Yeah, but here's the thing. When I quit smoking, I realized that it's an acquired taste. Like, you literally have to force it on you, because there's not a single smoker out there that will tell you, I love smoking the first time I tried it. It is. But for some reason, you just force it on you. Before you know it, you're enjoying it. But after you quit just for 2 months, try smoking again. It is the most addictive.
Yeah, change of reward system.
You can taste you can taste the chemicals. You can taste everything.
Right.
And also, I gotta add that your smell, your sense of smell, and your sense of taste.
Oh yeah.
And people only smoke because dopamine. That's all.
Yeah. Well, and also what it does is like you have this layer of nicotine in your mouth, so you're not really tasting food the way you should.
Right. That also happens when you go camping and you go out of the city and you get away from car exhaust. And that hot dog you cooked on the open fire up in the mountains
tastes so
the best
good.
Damn hot dog you ever ate.
You better believe it.
Because you get that crap out of your mouth.
Yeah.
It's what I love about living in Salt Lake. I'm down here in the valley in the city, but I could just drive 20 minutes up and I go up in the mountains.
Yeah, well, you know about inversions because Salt Lake City does have an inversion pocket.
Absolutely, it is bad here. Our air quality is comparable to China at certain times.
Yeah, at certain points in time. Yeah, and then not only did you notice any of the earthquakes that you've had this last?
I've been feeling some. I've been feeling them.
Oh, by the way,
I could feel the tremors. I've been feeling them.
Remember that last series that was happening to Salt Lake City Central, just like even 2 years ago?
Yeah.
We're right back at that same harmonic, which was also what was going on with Turkey at the time 2 years ago. That same harmonic.
I've been feeling
on at Santorini, et cetera, right now. So we're in a. I mean, that's why I said don't wait for that other shoe to drop, because that African plate movement today, it's 6.0. So we've stepped to the 6s now. So watch. Let's keep an eye out there. I bet you there's more 6s and 7s coming.
Wasn't that one out towards you, Jesus, like a 7 something?
Well, that was in 2020.
No, there was just one today.
That was. I can run there really quick and look.
Really?
Yeah, something came across my phone.
Oh no, there was a big one in Texas.
That's right. It was.
There was a big one in Texas, and I'll get you that score right now. That was a 5.0 in Toya, Texas.
5.0. Okay, maybe I.
Wow.
And then there's
depending on
I looked into Texas today after that, and I saw that they've had like 130 earthquakes in the last couple of weeks.
Wow.
In Texas. So, but then if you look at the Northwest or even the entire West from the Rocky Mountains westward, there's thousands of them this week alone. And then Alaska's been experiencing a lot of earthquakes. And for some reason, my USGS map is stuck on one map alone, and I cannot, for some reason, change it.
Malibu just had a 3.7.
Oh,
yeah, there's a lot of new activity going on in Petrolia, California, which is Northern California. which is offshore, right at the crack where the Juan de Fuca and the North American plate and then the Pacific plate all meet. So that's active again. And then in Malibu, right? And then in Italy Wild.
Popocatépetl is also in Mexico, has been showing activity as well. So
the Caribbean is still active after last week's 7 point. And European models put it at 8 point, and the USGS announced it was 7.7, and then 7.3, and then 7.7, and back and forth.
It always gets downgraded from the initial report. Always gets downgraded.
And Puerto Rico is really active right now, but they have been for like 5 years. But they're minor quakes, but they're minor quakes. Of course, Hawaii and their volcano are very active. The Aleutian Islands and the Gulf of Alaska has been harmonically really interesting. I was looking at some geologic graphing going on in that area on their local monitors, and it's humming like a ice seal. It's really just crazy what's going on. And then Japan, in the Sea of Okhotsk, or up in the Kamchatka region toward the Bering Sea and all of that, has been very active. And there's volcanoes going off over there as well.
Wow.
We saw the snowstorm in northern Japan like crazy because they had two major.
Oh yeah, it was crazy. Mindful.
Rebecca, like 3.5 meters of snow in one weekend.
Hold it.
Yeah, hold it for a second.
Yes, sure.
They had like 9 and 10 feet of snow. I love the background music. Thank you.
Yeah, that's gorgeous.
And looking elsewhere, there, of course, there's the Himalayas in northeast of, northwest New Delhi in the Himalayas is moving, and of course, Turkey has got some stuff going on, and Greece is, of course, the Greece at a 4.9 recently. So there's a lot going on.
Michelle, I did that just like so just prior to the time that I quit smoking, I started buying tobacco and just rolling it myself because it was so much better quality, and at very least you don't have all those toxins and chemicals in it. So
and it takes longer to make.
It takes longer to make, yeah, of course. But it is the lesser evil, is the way I'll put it. It is lesser evil. I used to just go by to like the native tobacco stores, which is cheaper because they don't get taxed, but also the tobacco is a lot more natural. And I realized that I actually wouldn't smoke as much when I would use that kind of tobacco. So it is a better alternative. I'm a proponent for not smoking at all, but if you're going to, at least try to go with the lesser evil, and I think that is a much better option than traditional cigarettes. Because
there are some forms of tobacco that are actually medicinally.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And highly used in the spell casting of magic.
Oh yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. I wanted to hold this frame for a second. I wanted to hear if Thomas had any thoughts to add to that one.
For this picture, you mean?
Yes.
So I can only say I am on the right side.
That's what I'm thinking, to give everyone a chance to look
at those.
Yes, I think you must read it on your own. So I think you explain it yourself if you're reading. So it's it's really simple.
Yes, it is
but it's the truth, huh?
Yes, very much so. Thanks.
So it's not really beggar, but I can only say I'm 100% on the right side. Nothing. I left my ego, so I feel enlightenment.
There's a few I could work harder on.
On the left-hand side, worldly desires is a very prominent one.
It is.
You have to reevaluate what's important once. And I believe everybody here probably already has done that about 3 times. When we first started this journey, other things were more important. And then all of a sudden we found this bigger story and it has reformatted many behaviors for a lot of folks around the world. And I hear that regularly from a lot of really nice people out there. Thank you for sharing that with me.
But I think I can also say Jesus said once, "You must go the harder way," and in my opinion, you must go the way and get all in, and you don't know even if you get the target or if you go to finish it. So you go,
Yeah,
and
you don't have to
after
get there.
one time or a little bit, the higher, not only the higher races, but I call it the force said, okay, you get to the next step, and then you get to the next step, and one time you get maybe finished, but it's a journey, so you don't know when it's finished. It's all going in, and that's very, very difficult for people because they want to, because maybe they have families or they have a job, or so they're living in this world and don't have interest to leave it. So you must go all in, and that's very hard, I know.
Right.
But
Well,
yeah.
it's like walking the path. I mean, it's so easy to go left or right.
Well, let's go
Yes.
back to everybody
Focus
else's story. I mean, look where
Right.
all of you, when you guys first started this story, look where you are today compared.
Yeah, a big change.
You know, it's huge where this 15 years, how we've journeyed into a much larger realm, and backed up documentation and all of this in the stages where, we're doing the show now, trying to share with people this time proven information. So we've all, grown up and changed. And,
We have grown.
can you imagine not ever doing this in the first place if you'd have missed this and went with, the money, for example, the Money Boys?
The thought of that alone, I don't like it, Sam.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't mean to send you into hell and make you smell the
Thinking
toilet.
that if I had a chance to do it all over again, this would be at the first thing that I would include. It's
Yeah, but
just,
there again, you experience that bad, I'll just say bad part, so that you can appreciate what we have now.
yeah.
It's amazing how far we've come. Just even at like 2014 when we first realized that Atu was right there in front of Uri, and then oh my God, Atu has a moon, and I mean, me and my purple planet, and it was so absolutely undeniable that yes, this shit was really happening, and here we are 11 years later than that even. I mean, even for the first 3 years, we didn't even name the planets. We had the names, but we waited and we were careful.
We did, yeah.
And yeah, this is the big reason that right here. Thank you, Thomas. We have to learn to forgive what's happening in front of us right now, and we also have to change our ethnic points of view, because if we can't accept our own races, how are we going to accept the other ones that are here?
Right. And that's
There are more races here right now than just humans.
You know, Chris, that video that you posted earlier about alien life and what they're finding in the ocean.
Yeah.
For a moment there, I was horrified, and then I was like, "Calm down, Jesus.
Yeah.
If you can't accept these horrific,
Right? It's like at first I thought, it was like at first I thought they were fake. And then I realized this is like that guy David Attenborough talking, right? He's not going to be speaking about fake animals or.
But you can
whatnot.
tell it's
so
not. You can tell because there is one.
These things were really weird.
No, there's a few of them out there that are fake, but that one wasn't.
Right.
You can tell that one was real. It had no AI vibes at all. But I was for a moment, I was like, holy crap. But also, I want to add to that is that how can we think that we're alone? Life will find a way. Life wants to live. Life will find it's resilient.
Well, remember they thought that the coelacanth was extinct for 60 million years, and they're and they're fishing them out of the water off the coast of South America. So it shows we do not. The ocean is far less explored than any part of our planet, and there's stuff down there we don't even know about. Now, over the last couple of years, we've been seeing reports of leviathans of some unbelievable size, although I don't know if I believe them or not. But because we haven't seen worldwide reports, but I mean, yeah, there's so much going on that we don't know. And I'll be the first to admit that. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say, I have a video also we can play while we're talking. It's some of the stonework from ancient times. I think it's pretty interesting. I like looking at it.
Yeah, I sent you a copy of a clay pot today, too.
Oh, yeah, we can look at that.
Picture. Yeah, you can do it later.
Okay, we can do that.
Good night, Audrey.
Good night, Audrey.
Bye, Audrey.
Honey. See you later.
I know it's late. Golly.
It was good to hang out with you.
Yeah, see you next week. I don't know. I think it's cool stuff. So.
Well, let's see the cool stuff.
Oh yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
these things are huge.
I know this.
Look at the size of the people.
Yeah.
There's so many theories.
Come on
how
now.
they did that.
Little horse and wagons. No.
Right, and they're intricately placed.
Your tree
perfect.
Yeah.
Right.
Perfect.
There's
Yeah,
a
that's a
tree
tree
stump.
stump, right?
Oh. Jill,
That
we
head
know
or
that one,
what?
don't we?
See the skull shape?
Yeah.
Is that a skull? It's like the skull asteroid.
Is that a real picture? I never saw that one before.
I haven't seen that one yet either.
Wow.
That.
Sacsayhuaman. I want to visit Sacsayhuaman so badly.
I'll go
Oh
with
yeah.
you.
Let's all go together.
Yeah,
Let's go.
that's what I want. If I ever come into financial financial freedom, that's what I want.
Stargate Voyager.
All these places, Sacsayhuaman.
Oh, look.
Guys, there were civilizations before us that time is not recorded.
It's the one in Peru.
A lot of civilizations.
But they
A
were
lot of them, yes,
technically
true.
advanced. We portray
back
them as
farther.
being dumb.
I know, it's pathetic.
And this is the reason why it doesn't make sense to us, Carol, is because everybody thinks that we're the pinnacle of civilization, and we're not. Maybe we're the
And
pinnacle at this.
I see
cycle.
us going backwards.
Yeah, we're like we're living in
We are.
Whoa.
We
trouble.
absolutely are. We absolutely are.
We're
But these
detrimental to
people
our own
didn't
health.
do this.
Oh.
Look at the detail.
I copied that picture the other day. I saw that.
Look at the size
Wow.
of
Look
these.
at
The size of that
size
thing.
That's an obelisk, isn't it?
Jesus.
Most
Christ.
likely it's going to be.
Cyclopic stones.
It's infuriating. The official story of these things. The official explanation is infuriating and almost offending.
Look at that. Olmec head stuck in there.
Look at the detail. Look at that detail.
They built everything
They did
to
not
line
chisel
up with
that
the
thing up.
solstices and all that stuff. They built these cities, in South America. They lined up with the stars. It's incredible. Look at that. Wow.
Hey, man.
You almost said it at the same time, Chris.
That's
Almost.
laser tech. That is laser tech.
Right? That's how, how did they do that? Especially the temples in Cambodia.
Right.
And then how did they move
Look
it?
at the Texas cube. So imagine how they do that. So that's easy.
Right.
Right. It must be.
Right.
Well, also,
Wow.
I think they had a more
That's Petra.
a technology that was more
Unbelievable.
more at peace with Earth.
That's
Instead of the-
enormous.
instead of the destructive technology that we have now, I think whatever they were doing was a little bit more in line with Earth and not so destructive. It's one of the reasons why we don't understand a lot of what they used to do, because the technology must have been different.
I have to remind everybody at that stage, when we talk about the Ice Age period, not the entire planet was covered in ice. The middle, the
Like the water.
equatorial region of Earth was not buried in ice, and there were other civilizations. If you look at a lot of the Malaysian and Philippine temples, and Vietnam, and all of that, and all those tropical areas, those areas continued to flourish with populations that are yet to be recorded, or respected, and they're underestimated the age of some of those temples that have been worked on by people for thousands of years. And I would suggest you take a tour of those alone in those the great temples of Malaysia. Unbelievable. Now those points, if you've ever tried to move a large stone, those points are strap receptacles. That way you can wrap a strap around it and actually move it.
Wow.
And it doesn't slip out of what your crane.
Carol, I'd like to hear that myself as well.
Yeah, it's so simple.
I'm sure it is, but I would like to hear your because I agree with Michelle. There are energy vampires out there that you have to protect yourself from.
We are surrounded. You'll often see me going like that.
Well, you have to remember also, if they hand you a problem and you pick it up, it's yours.
Absolutely.
And if you don't take it and you automatically recognize it as this is someone handing you drama, then your DS meter will go off. And
the thing with me now is that I can't fake it anymore. When something or somebody's bothering me, I can't fake it. Like I just can't. I'll just either walk away, turn the conversation around, or something. But I cannot mask anymore. I think I did that during the 18 years that I was married. I think
level of honesty.
I learned to mask a lot of my emotions, which was horrible for my mental and physical health. Now I can't. I just can't do that anymore. And it's important not to do something that makes
you've been down that road already.
To thine own self be true.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have heard some in my 15 years of Montana Skywatcher admin. I have heard some stories in my time, and I've always tried to be as polite as possible. That when I couldn't take it anymore, that's where I came up with my Pink Fluffy Unicorns Dancing on Rainbows video, and I plugged it last show. I gotta mention it at least one more time.
And especially for those trying to stay sober, if you're new to sobriety, you have to watch who you surround yourself twice as much.
What's cool is the clarity.
Absolutely. Oh my God.
Sure.
You don't wake up tired. You don't wake up groggy. You get things done. You have more time on your hands and you know what to do.
And it's so liberating.
You don't pay money at the bar.
And it's so liberating because that ball and chain gets heavier and heavier every time.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Guys, excuse me, I have to go for a while.
Okay, Caroline.
I just want to thank Thomas so much for
No
being
problem. Thank Rebecca. She put it in the show. I only sent all the stuff.
Right.
I wish you all well, and I might hop on later on, but I gotta attend to supper and
sure.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Duty
I love
calls.
you.
Come back if you want to.
Yeah, if we don't see you again, Caroline, have a good night.
Love you all.
Bye.
Love you
Bye.
too. Bye.
Love you.
Love you too.
Love you too.
Andrea, it's just that they don't, it doesn't make them bad people. They just don't know any better. That's about it. I realized over the years that bad people don't exist. It's just they don't know any better. That's it. I'm kind of with Sam with the whole evil thing. I agree with Sam. I think evil is not a thing. I think just the way we behave. There's always a reason behind the way we behave. And when somebody's being mean or rude or something, it's more about what's going on with them than anything to do with you. And if you remind yourself of that and keep that in mind, it makes it a lot easier to deal with people.
All the amazing shapes.
It takes practice,
Wow.
Tara. It takes practice. Sometimes we don't know how drama becomes normalized in our life, you know. And once we learn a better way, you know, you start making better habits.
The better way is we talk about believing in yourself, and Thomas talks about living the now. And it does become a way of life where you free yourself of connected issues just by saying that you are living the now, and you're not going to step either into the past or into the future by this conversation, and you can separate yourself from that. But we are at a stage of learning where we are at a transition in time. And so experience it, enjoy it, realize that it's there. And then don't be afraid of it, for one. And for two, you know, like every new year, you have to learn how to forgive last year. And you have to just move forward.
Yes. Keep going.
Wow.
Just keep going. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
God,
Hell, I'd build a house right there. Look at that.
I wish I was like the Pleiadians, and where I could just step back in time and see Earth history. So much has happened on Earth that
Oh, hell, I'd just settle for their lifespan. Yeah.
we have lost. It must be fascinating to see the real story of Earth, you know, to just go back and kind of set aside and just watch it as a movie and see the, you know.
I wish we could go and be in that, what is it, that Halls of Amenti or wherever it is, and you go and you touch that thing and it explodes
Can
into
you
all that
imagine?
information.
Could you imagine? Oh, jeez.
Well, you can do that. All you have to do is actually believe that you can.
You can go
And
to
you
the
sit,
Akashic
you go out,
records.
you find a nice tree in a nice forest on a nice warm day, and you touch the ground with your butt and your fingertips, and you just say, I'd like to see. And there is no limit to how far you can see. You just have to believe that you can.
Nice. Nice words.
Yeah.
Nice words.
But it's true.
It is that simple.
Well, the
Yes,
power,
you are your creator, the creator of everything.
People meditate for years, and they try to have that one all luminescent moment that dumps everything they ever wanted to know on them, and that's not how it works.
No.
How it works
No.
is by touching the earth and feeling the earth and living in the now, and then when every body hair stands up, and then the wind
Of course.
picks up, and the animals come out of the forest at you, and the sky opens up above you, you have connected to everything.
Oh, wonderful. Yes, goosebumps. But you must to say, the blood type is also important for the other stage of maybe for this stage. So other people don't have maybe all the opportunity to get there, and others are directly
that
there.
has
So it's
Sorry,
theoretical.
That has to do with your blood frequency, because your ancestors, your whole line has built up your perfect blood frequency.
And we
Because
talked
you,
about
you're,
the
you're
decree, what took thousands of years to achieve was a short time to them, many generations to us. And of course, thank you again, Thomas, for pointing out the other side of the story, or the other side of the coin.
I get
and
always
not everyone-
goosebumps if I talk about this.
Well, not everyone is going to
Awesome.
experience this in the exact same way. You are correct, and which is partially probably why I was, recruited, was because I'm, you're Northern European bloodline, Dutch, blah blah blah. And, where the rocket
Look,
scientists come from, blah blah blah.
I can feel you very well, but sometimes I think on the other side for the other people, and now, the people aren't the same, for example, like me, so others don't have maybe the opportunity for this.
Well,
This is the way I'm thinking.
I was told that people would automatically recognize me, and we've had that conversation among everybody here, right, Christopher?
Yes.
Jesus, Jillian, Rebecca's out of the room, but anyway, people have felt an automatic pull to this information, and I was told that would happen, and I was like kind of chuckling about that, like, yeah, right, just me. little old Sam. But we are here many, 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 many years later, and it's proving true. There's something greater to
That's
this.
exactly how it works.
Yes.
The instant that I heard your voice, that I heard you talking, I was instantly just magnetically attracted.
Yes, same word I'm thinking, magnetic.
I was like, I want to hear more. I want to hear more of this guy because
It's electrical, man. Your frequency, everything.
But it was different. It was different. Like sometimes you come across somebody that you just kind of vibe with. I don't know. It was different with Sam. It was just like something really almost just pulled me towards that I need to hear more. And it still happens to now. Like I go through Sam's interviews. I can't tell you how many times I've gone through them. I hear them sometimes, and while I'm laying in bed, I'll just put them in. I love falling asleep to it. I love hearing. I love when you get when you explain the universe and how how it works. I just can't get enough of that. I love hearing you.
How does that work? Look at that thing right
But
up
I think
there.
that's easy. He get put in this position from the higher races. So it's the only reason. So because of the magnetic thing, you know what I mean? So he is in this position for one reason. And yes, so it is like it is.
Well, people talk about,
and I'll say this, Sam. I can't think of anybody, any better person to be in your position. I have a lot of respect for you, and I feel that you are doing this for the right reasons.
Yep.
I've always felt that. I've always felt that you're doing this for the right reasons, and honestly, that's in my book. I think when it comes to people, the only thing that really matters is what's in here, and I think the rest kind of just falls into place. But there's a lot of.
I think we are the self-disclosure.
Sorry, kind of.
I really do. I think we are the disclosure.
Well, we have to. I mean, who else, Sam? I mean, nobody else is doing this. It's why I felt the sense of responsibility of joining this podcast, because who else is doing this? Nobody else is doing it. Like, if nobody else, we have to. Like, we have to do this because nobody else is going to do it.
And I'm just chuckling over what Christopher captured last week alone, and
we saw it again tonight.
It's absolutely stunning. The brief microsecond that he captured it, that we got to, Jillian and I are both jumping out of our seats here, last week when we see this. There's a cube. Oh my God, look at cube, and we do that live. And I think that's one of our best moments yet. I really do. But every day is our best
watching together.
It just always gets better every freaking day.
Yeah,
it does. It really does. And I'm in
fact
awe.
that
I feel like I'm living in the Highlander or something.
Say that again,
movie,
Jillian.
The Highlander, with that quickening and everybody, you just feel.
Bingo. And that is also what's going on. Is a level of the quickening. Then Thomas talked about the blood group, and that is a quickening. We are being. And I don't want to, broad stroke this with a wide brush, but there are people who are awake to this for a reason, and they are being elevated for a reason. And how do you tell that to people?
You can't.
Bingo.
I can't tell you the amount of car. Kind of practicing how would I explain what I'm currently seeing to somebody. I sat there like, how would you tell somebody this? And
you can't.
I almost laughed at myself. I'm like, there's absolutely no way that I can explain this without
If
coming.
I was in Utah, and you are in Utah, I would start out by saying, hey, that number of people that the church in Utah talks about, the 144,000 Latter-day Saints. If you add a zero onto the end of that, you'd be correct.
Really?
There's 140 million bloodline group right now. And
Do you think so much?
Yes.
Okay, and why?
Percentage.
There has to be.
Percentage.
But really, honestly, if I talk to Sam sometimes with a PM and I said, sorry, but I don't meet other people like you who are on the same consciousness level. So in my area, I don't nobody in this topic I am in. So you know,
let me define that. There are people of the puzzle, but under my understanding of what I was told by the Pleiadian, you have to have like 6 different puzzle pieces to achieve the full spectrum. But the people with 4 and people with 3 and 5 of the puzzle pieces are more aware. And it's only a number. There is a council elite, yes. But in a general population, you add a 0 because there's at least 144 million blood-linked offspring.
Okay, you only mean blood linked, not that they get the full stage, for example. I understand it correctly? Okay. Yeah, okay, and this is that's okay. That's okay for me, but the other thing I don't believe it's so much because I don't want to be I don't want to say the wrong now what I do, but if I remember how I get to my point, what I must to give up, how I must to live, for example, walking barefoot, eating the right food, and so on and so on. I don't think normally a lot of people can do that because other people live, for example, in worse sectors or have other environment. So I think that's really, really hard stuff. So I only
have to pay rent and suffer a job and live in squalor
Yes,
conditions because
this is what I mean. So I think that's very hard to get there, and so I don't think that's over 1 million people. I can't believe it.
Well, I'm not saying that that every one of these indigos or special. You know, there are other people call them starseeds. I can't even say the word. It doesn't come out of my mouth well. There are connective people that are locked up in mental institutions or are so overwhelmingly intelligent that they're schizophrenic. Now, there is that spectrum. I mean, there are spectrum degrees of all of this, but, you know, all the way down to the Council of 12. And that is the original genetic reincarnations that are subject, just like in the Matrix, where the emboloid schizoid is Neo. If you follow me, I hope you understand that.
Yes.
There are 12 schizoid embolisms followed by, you know, tens of thousands of additive close members of the puzzle, which is, you know, and then you've got segments therein, less puzzle pieces, but closer to the truth. But if you have the puzzle pieces and of the bloodline, then you are, and there's gifts granted to all of these levels in different ways. The things,
yes, I can imagine that. Yes,
what Christopher sees and what Jesus sees are different, although they too are gifted enough to be here today.
Yes, all of your people, all of the people who watch the show have a special ability, so they get a step closer to the real thing.
Right.
So because they have it in themselves, you know what I mean.
The calling for
Yes.
them to be here at the gathering.
I think we all kind of complement each other. Like everybody has their own setup. Everybody
It's
has
like
their
Jillian
own-
said.
Yes, but it's true. Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Calling. It's a calling. It's an internal. It's
And
part of our
Christopher-
breeding.
Christopher
What
has
we
his
are.
own thing. I love Chris what you're doing. I think you're I think you're a little bit more tech savvy than the rest of us. I think you're a little better with that, and I think your videos are amazing.
By the way, Jesus, that gets
Thank you.
better Monday. Well,
What's that?
actually, or a day or two later, but Monday I'm mailing Christopher an upgrade, and I just got it back from the
It's
shop.
needed bad. Thank you so much, Sam. You know, today, like, I think my phone wasn't working because I just have no storage left on the phone again. So I deleted 10,000 pictures,
Ah, bummer.
and
Yeah,
I
I'm-
have them saved. on I haven't saved, but it still wouldn't work. It's still saying the storage is full. After
I'm
deleting all
mailing
these
him a
pictures, like,
laptop.
come on now.
I was hearing you mention something in the last show, Sam, about how you were gonna.
I've done that before too.
Yeah.
And then you were like, I don't necessarily care for how I acquired it, which I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about. But hey, it doesn't matter. It'll.
I took it to Best Buy and I had it factory wiped, and then they reinstalled on a clean slate, and I will be mailing it to Christopher on Monday.
Thank you so much.
And it's a very nice HP laptop.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome because
We can
I'll tell
upgrade
you,
them, and-
I did it for a while on my phone doing these podcasts, and it took a toll on my phone, Chris.
And I'm going to insure it so we make sure we know where it is and where it goes and everything. It
And
doesn't get
also,
stuck.
there's so much more you can do. I'm sure once you get the laptop, your video,
definitely.
You'll probably start putting it to work.
I know the
I use my
video editor, the CapCut editor is a whole different thing on the desktop than it is on the phone. So that'll be interesting to see what
it should be.
what all you can
I'll
use with
look
it and
forward
stuff.
to seeing what comes.
Yeah,
of it.
we'll have our own George Lucas in the house.
Yeah, but I look better, right?
Yeah, of course, especially with
It's
them
good to be
goggles
looking.
on.
This one you can't walk down the street with.
To go with that thing.
Right.
Yeah, I tell you, I am so I want a camera, but I don't dare buy another one. I'm 5 down already, and I fry the damn things. You think you're filming, you get home and there's nothing there.
Oh, gosh, that's not fun.
Then they end up in my drawer. Oh, there goes another couple of $100.
Right.
That's for the money.
I still have like Kodak disposable cameras from like 20 years ago that I haven't developed. I
Yeah, I have
don't
a
even know if
couple
you
of
can
those.
develop them at this point, but they're still in the garage in the junk drawer somewhere.
Yeah. Oh God, Oh God. I finally had
Can you
to deal
imagine
with
what's on
no
those
junk drawer when
pictures?
I use one of
man.
these, Sarah, for my SD card on my phone.
Cool.
Because you're right. They don't have SD cards, and the camera I use uses an SD card. And
cool. Yeah, those things are great.
It's like freaking $4 on Amazon, but it's really useful.
Ooh. Carol Ann, I think we just had a bomb there, Jesus. But no, I'm not.
I was hoping
I'm a
you didn't catch that.
I'm a tattletale.
Oh yeah.
Have you got anything else for us moving right
I
along?
sure do. Actually, I do. I have let's watch Christopher's videos
Cool.
Okay.
that he made this week. Okay.
Works for
Yeah,
me.
and then
We
I
have
had
to look
another-
at Philippe's pictures too.
Yeah, we could do that. I got them
Let's
loaded.
look at those.
Okay.
These are incredible.
Hang on.
I think he posted them last night or the day before, but oh my god,
Yeah, he
this is
gets
unbelievable.
consistently amazing pictures. I need to make a
This
slideshow
is
just
Alex.
with his Philippe. He's
I'm probably messing his last name up. Machado, Felipe Machado. He's in the
Yeah.
Azores.
Yeah,
Okay.
but yeah, I love his pictures.
I would like to very much thank everyone who's listening still to our show at 5 hours and 47 minutes and 32 seconds. Oh my God, look at the edge of that. That
Look
is
at
the
this
site of
photo.
Yuri.
This is.
Oh my God, that's
I saw
beautiful.
last night. I just couldn't
See
believe
that?
That's
I need to make a
beautiful.
comparison. Yeah, I need to put that together. Oh, Chris, Jesus.
Holy shizzle!
Sorry.
Look
Thank
at that
you.
light cut off.
Carol's not here, so I guess I'm gonna cover
You
it.
gotta pay for yourself.
Oh man, might as well say it again.
Yeah. Might as well say the whole thing.
Go ahead.
right?
Put a quarter in the curse jar.
That's funny.
Oh, man.
gosh.
Welcome to
Let's see, let's
2025.
Find something.
Oh God, look at that.
I know.
That's insane.
Yeah.
If you like, if
Look at that.
argue with, you cannot argue with that picture. You
No.
just can't.
Oh,
That's
thanks,
like watching a
Jesus.
battleship come into the harbor.
Yeah.
I love that one.
Nikki.
That is so cool. I love it.
Oh,
I
God.
love the thank you notes. That's such a great touch. I love that.
Yeah, little something. I see what they're doing.
I'm gonna
All right.
go to the little scientist room, guys.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow,
so
you know,
yeah,
by
I mean,
the way,
that's
if you flip back to that picture, the
perfect.
skull asteroid is in that picture.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
In
here,
the
there's
upper
more.
left cloudy thing.
So- oh, upper left.
Yeah,
cloudy
that one
thing.
right there. In the upper left center, there's a circle with 2 eyes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now go
Yeah.
back to the drawing. Now go back to the picture. And there it is.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna get a comparison made.
Oh yeah.
If you're
Okay, I
ready.
see it.
Oh yeah, I see him.
Hi.
Nice.
I mean, the sun isn't even in this picture. It looks like it's completely blocked. It's just sunlight coming through.
Now remember, there's smaller asteroids that are coming in front of the lower jaw of the skull
Yeah.
asteroid pretty regularly this month.
Okay.
And it also matches what we saw in like 2018 and 2019. It's just that out view angle. But in the upper corner, in the upper left corner, is where the skull asteroid and the other asteroids surrounding it are coming from. And that we also refer to that as the salamander asteroid group on the side of Uri. And that's Uri cutting into the light down at the horizon level. See that white straight line is the edge of planet Uri cutting across to the sun. Now we talked about this last show and the week before, that Uri is actually moving to the right. And it is now in this shot right here, cutting off the out view of the daylight.
Oh, that's Yuri, isn't it? Look at that.
Yeah, it's Uri. Look at that.
Hi guys. Wow.
See that cut in? See that tiny sliver of light that's available? Look at the mountain. The one on the right hand side at the horizon. There's no light. The sun's being cut off, and that's what that blue shaft lighting's all about.
Yeah, look at it. It's curved and everything.
This is a total Uri moving to the right light pinch,
It's great.
which
And that's
also
why-
affects our weather, by the way.
I'll bet.
Yeah, that was a good one.
And this is another one.
Now, how do you explain to people that it's like you just see like a big lump there, like a silver lump just there, and the rest is sort of pulling to the left, like there's stuff pulling. It's hard.
Remember, both sides are folding into each other, which
Yeah.
is weird.
Oh,
Even the
looking
Bible
at-
and Revelations discusses that. The
Yeah, that the
scroll-
sky would fold.
the sky would scroll. The scrolling of the skies. Yeah.
I had a dream where it was folding like curtains or something.
There's another example
Oh,
of Uri.
come on, get up my curtains, guys. Animals.
And the skull asteroid is in this one as well. Over in the middle left again, back at the same place, with other asteroids around it.
That was the last one, but those were great, man.
Wild.
And the light blue dot is
Love it.
Matim, and the Matim's, we think, moon.
Pretty pretty.
That's crazy. All right.
I'm
Well,
starting
gonna
to fade. I'm starting to get, so I need to go and
I
sleep,
have
but it's 6 o'clock
pictures
in the
you-
morning. It's like, well,
Oh, I have the
6:07.
pictures you sent me. If you want to see, they're
Okay.
only a couple of minutes long, but I can't find your. I've been looking. One of your accounts looks open, and one still looks private. But I'm not sure which one has the.
the
video.
open one. The open one, I put it in there.
I'll look again. And see if I see it. Hang on a second.
You're being censored. It's a conspiracy.
No way. They wouldn't do that.
No, not them. They.
Hey. Ooh. Where are we? That's weird, all pulled up to the side.
And that's his Saturn cutting in from the right. And that little ghost-like figure over by the light pole is the side orb ion drop tail next to the long box cube, which is dark blue, just above the light pole. Asteroid under Uri on the left. Upside down water. No, I'm sky upside down, right?
Yeah, it's the same thing upside down. I amused myself looking for mountains and sky.
That left upper edge flaring on the side of the sun is Matim.
Hey, Jillian, maybe you could send me a link
And
your-
either a lens flare or the blue asteroid. But in this month's
real-
light drawing, that's where the blue asteroid is drawn in.
because it's not there for me. I can't see it if it is.
Okay.
I've looked and looked on that.
Oh.
There's nothing there
Someone's
for real.
backyard.
Oh wait, is it in videos? I do see something from Wednesday. Is that it?
On the 14th.
Maybe, but it doesn't have the option to share it.
Here.
I came upstairs to get my sweater. And
That was it. It doesn't have. It doesn't. I don't know why. I would think your account is open, but
I sent you it now.
yeah. Okay, hang on. Bear with me a second. Let me close that.
Please
out.
pause for technical difficulties.
Uh-huh.
Do not adjust your television set.
Show business for you. Yeah. Okay. There. Okay. Okay.
They say never work with pets or young children, and no hamsters were injured in the making of this video.
Yeah, it's still not doing it. Okay, here, Jillian, I'm gonna send this back. Look at the bottom right corner, and what it does not have is the arrow. Like, you know, that little curved arrow we see. I have to have that curved arrow to click on
Oh,
to
that's crazy. Why is
to
that not
take
there?
it to the app that I use that downloads it.
Yeah, I know what you
So-
mean, but why is that?
I don't know. You got to figure out your settings. Play around with your settings until you see that arrow show up. You didn't share that in your group, did you? Is it from your group? No.
It's in my group, yeah.
You mean your Scotland group? Because that's
Mm-hmm.
private. That's why.
No, this
It's-
isn't from.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say if you share it in your Scotland group, it's for sure not shareable.
And again, a shout out to Jillian's Butcher. Glad you're here if you're still here. 5 hours,
But
57 minutes, and 22 seconds later.
it's frustrating.
I'm
Or
amazed
like
I'm still stuck in this chair.
on Dropbox or something. If you could sign up for Dropbox, but never
Mhm.
mind. You could just send me things without. I don't know, but you gotta be
Oh.
able to save it first.
Oh, enlightenment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
I sent
Right,
it to you. Like,
that's how I get all my
from
things from
somewhere
my
else.
phone to my
I
computer.
sent it
is
from.
Dropbox.
Okay.
I'm so glad I don't have these problems.
I know.
Here
I
it
know,
is,
you
the
said
little arrow. Hang on. I've got it one with the little arrow. Come here, you little bugger.
Okay.
I nearly
Yes.
said the other word. Sorry, Christopher.
Oh. No. I know you're a sailor, Jillian.
There, did you get it now?
Yeah, there's no arrow.
I got it with the arrow. There's the arrow. Look.
I'll show you.
See here, I'll show you the arrow too.
I'll show you too.
Oh.
All You're temporarily being censored by the UK versus America.
Look, there's no arrow. I don't know.
That's unbelievable. You know, that is so sneaky of them. It's probably something that they put in the settings, and it's so tiny and then they said, tap here to agree. And of course you're going to tap there to agree because you want to get back onto your mission, man.
Yeah.
And
darn it.
Fuck. Shit.
Isn't that rude?
You mean me or them?
Right? So what about your butcher?
Well played. Well played.
Man, I'll never forget when I was in high school, right? And we were doing an anatomy class or something, and I went to the butcher and asked him for like a cow heart, right? Because I wanted to bring a heart in. My God, it was like 80 pounds or something like that. This thing was like, he wheeled it out on like a table. And he's like, so you want the cow heart? I'm like, no. Can you cut a piece off of it or something?
Can you imagine lugging that bloody damn ass thing on?
No, I just felt like maybe I should ask for a chicken heart or something. Or
we had a visiting guest that one time cooked that for us, and I'm as magnanimous as I was possibly about eating it, I couldn't.
Oh,
thank you. I will pass.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've eaten some nasty things in my time, but not that.
Rebecca, can you get? I put another thing onto TikTok.
You put it on
TikTok? No, I put one on TikTok. Can you get one that's on TikTok?
Let me try. While I'm doing that,
I never say die. You know, that's what they give us.
Right.
That genetic trait of persistence. Yeah, that's us.
Look at that while I'm getting this video. That's from Thomas. He just sent that to me.
Cool.
Oh, this was for Jesus. He once said this because, no, not because he once said this with the protection and the other people. And I only want to show a picture. It's in the Bible too. They told about it, so you get complete protection if you get the stage Jesus told.
Balance.
Yeah, not only balance, you get the whole thing.
Yeah.
Well, salvation. Oh boy, that is something that the church has sold that they don't have to sell.
Sure.
Spirit, yes, that is what we thrive on. Righteousness is something that you give to yourself as that gift of knowledge.
Yes.
Faith is something you acquire overseeing yourself follow the truth.
Correct.
And
wait, I must check for my German version because I don't know all the words in English.
Okay,
you're doing great.
But keep going, keep going. I must check it. My English is not the best.
You're doing great with your English.
Righteousness. We often talk about being exceptional, and we talk about the source and how it gives you abilities to think clearly. And our prior Jesus even mentioned it, where all of a sudden things come to you easier, where you go, hey, that used to bother me, but I can do this now. And the people that do parkour and they leap and they get athletic and they're in their chi and they're in their zone and they do these amazing body leaps that would scare the living crap out of you or me. And those people are in their self.
Becca,
oh,
I
sorry,
sent you one on TikTok. Look.
Sorry, my finger hit that bar and it slid all the way over. I'm like,
righteousness is power, is self-power, and faith is what
you
acquire after watching the righteousness.
Sure.
Because of the truths that you have provided yourself by the
of
inner
course,
journey,
yes,
and you inner journey to those truths. And the truth is that we can grow and we can change. And most people don't grant that to themselves. And that is something that people have to grant themselves, the righteousness and the spirit and the truth, so that they can have the faith, so that they are prepared. But this is at the bottom, it's listed preparation of the God, preparation of the gospel. Your armor becomes your knowing. Your armor becomes
Correct.
who you are.
Yes, it's a complete feeling. So it's like a metaphor.
When you have that presence of mind in your eyes and your wisdom in your face, and you're confronted by an extraterrestrial, they will automatically recognize that because
I think they will recognize that before with telepathy or something like that. But of course, I know what you mean. They know the person who get to the stage, I think, before.
Right, and the prime directive states that if you behave like an animal, you will be treated as such. But if you are a sentient being, then you will be treated with the same equal respect. And this is why I always tell people that meeting extraterrestrials is one thing, and meeting them poorly is an entirely different thing.
Sure. Yeah, let's see. I don't have the experience like you. Maybe one time.
Well, a lot of people have been visited and don't know it.
Yeah.
Okay. You tell the stories before. I remember, of course. That can also be, but I think if you have the right consciousness, you can get it without any trouble, because universe works on the same level. So it's love, the consciousness, and if you get to the higher state, then you can communicate or can manage the higher races easily. But normal people, I understand what you mean, they don't have the stage, and they have a lot of problems if they meet a higher race because they don't get to the goal. You know what I mean?
We talk about harmonic elevation in these races. And now if we go back to Christianity and all the paintings that, Da Vinci and everybody else, Michelangelo, all did with these halos. Now, imagine for a moment that extraterrestrials have a different eye than the human, and they would actually recognize our aura and our color spectrum, our visible aura of light that we really truly are. We are light beings. And
yes, I can imagine. Think about that easily. That makes a lot of sense. They have other eyes, for example, so they can see through you, and you explain it very good. So they can see your aura, your light, and they know everything. And I think they can connect to your brain, so they recognize every word what you think about them or something like that.
Right. Yeah, and I had an interaction when I was in I'll just say it, in Langley in a DUMB. Really fast, and hope we don't get monitored. When I went through my psych eval with a little 4'5", 4'6" tall gray guy in a lab coat, and you guys have all heard this story before. And when they don't use words, they think to you, you think to them, and there was a transfer of information between the two of us, and it was a great learning tool for me even to this day. But and this is why I always warn everybody that they can read you like a bumper sticker faster than
Sure.
No
of point course. In mind.
I know that.
Like, okay, or a campaign slogan is scary. So, and I always try to warn people that you don't necessarily want to meet extraterrestrials, unless if you do, then it's a big thing about that you be respectful and reverent. If they shoot at you, you get to shoot back. But not the other way around. And then, of course, we could even start talking about cryptids or Bigfoot, but we won't. So, lately, camping in the forest is not such a good idea. We've talked about this in previous shows. Because of these shamanic resonance harmonics in the earth right now, I truly believe that the sightings of cryptid and Bigfoot are like skyrocket in comparison. And don't forget the giant doors that have been opening and closing all over the place. Yeah, there's a lot going on. And well, if they've been hiding in our planet for years and years and years, and they know that mom and dad just got home, Imagine how they're behaving. And, we don't know their lore or their legend or their history or their belief.
Yes, but they can feel it too. Very good. So
we
they
all
have the
do.
connection.
Right. You're exactly right. We all feel it. The question is, are you paying attention? Or are you freaking out and running to the bar and having 8 more shots of vodka? Ick.
No alcohol, man. No alcohol.
Well, we have to include Russia once in a while. I was being polite. Boo, bad joke too soon? What?
No.
Hi out there, world and citizens science folks now listening. We're here doing another podcast for your benefit. And take it away, Rebecca.
Yeah. Well, I did get a TikTok from Jillian.
Cool.
And I don't know if it's the one she wanted us to see, but it's a TikTok, so we can
let's see
that. And then I still have pictures that Nicole sent me for us to look at. She selected pictures, so we'll take a look at those, and then we have Christopher's videos. Okay. So that's your.
Well, Andrea Adams, shame on you. You're silly.
Yeah.
I really wish to meet a predator. Really. Yeah, right. So that you can be.
I'm like freezing. I'm sitting there shivering right now, and it's snowing outside.
Yikes!
It's snowing. I didn't know it was going to snow
I
at
told you
all.
it was coming, but you might be early. Yeah.
Oh, maybe you got the snow they told us we were getting because we haven't got any.
I'm just
not that I want any, but I'm off tomorrow anyway, so that's good. Yeah.
Rebecca, are you stealing Jillian's snow again?
Okay, here we go.
Stealing my snow, man. My snow girls.
Oh.
Here.
Oh wow. Oh yeah. Look at that.
Yeah, I remember that one. That's cool.
Yeah.
All our brothers, the asteroids up there. Check it out.
That's exactly what those
I
are.
like how you got the captions on there, Jillian. That's cool.
Yeah, I took a leaf out of your book and got a bit of CapCut there.
Yeah? You using it?
Yeah.
Good. See, I told you it wasn't that hard.
Moon, Uri, asteroids underneath, crossing in front. See the spiral asteroid in front of the sun?
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, red and spiral.
Cool.
Very fast. Sorry, it was my very first one.
That works fine. People will watch it better.
Yeah.
I'll send you some tricks, Jillian.
Oh, thanks. It says that I'm using the standard CapCut.
Yeah,
and
you gotta
to get
pay for
all
the
the
Pro.
cool things, then you have to buy Pro, which is
Yeah,
£10.99 a month.
Yeah, I paid for a whole year, and then they banned TikTok, and so when I lost the CapCut app on my phone, I thought, well, there goes that, but I got it back, so.
It's crazy.
Yeah, somehow
but,
I picked the entire year plan. I don't know. It's supposed to be you pay it every month, but somehow I paid for a year. That was like I don't know. Yeah.
I would have
And I'm looking at my bank account. I'm like, wait, that doesn't look right.
It's going to put it onto my phone account, and
Yeah,
that's the only way I can buy it now.
Yeah, you have to pay for it because they only give you so many things to work with. You can make a video, but it's just going to be as generic as possible.
Yeah, as simple as that one was.
Yeah.
I'll
send you some tricks.
Innocence.
I'm back.
Here she comes.
Oh my gosh. I was taking a video of Mittens.
What? You're doing something in the snow. It's either Mittens or clouds, man.
Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, my baby.
I know. Now we're learning how to do, use the AI on our cat pictures and.
Yeah.
I will let all you guys know if you want your videos to get better mention. Remember that the first 30 seconds is what your videos are graded on the thumbnail versus smart TV. So if you have in the first 30 seconds, you put your face, your catchphrase in a fast, quick slogan to gather people, and you go, hey, we got this great information. Why don't you watch this show? You'll get a higher click rate, and YouTube will serve you better.
Cool.
And in each of your videos, do self-promotion to get your fan base to recognize you. Oh, hey, this is Christopher's video. Oh, hey, this is Rebecca's. Oh, hey, this is Jesus, or this is Jillian's video. But do a 30-second intro that is standardized, and then add your other intro or your transitory changing video.
I see. Yeah.
Because that first
I usually
30
just
seconds
use
is
music,
also what
yeah.
YouTube is going to grade you on.
I know.
I
we
like
need-
the videos you made, Rebecca, where you had you had your TV in there and you were talking.
Yeah, I
and
love those.
Those were cool. Those were
I
great.
started to record another one last week, and I lost my remote.
Well, see, that way you're doing the chalkboard. You're actually,
And I
you're actually
can't get
standing
my
there
TV.
with your finger and you're pointing out on the chalkboard to people what you're
Yes.
looking at. And
My
those
TV.
those are what I wish I could do. And you could do more of those.
I will.
Create
I
your
was-
own video, play your video, and then point it out to people on a secondary video film.
Oh,
I gotta
okay.
get my son to help me because the TV needs to be connected to the internet,
Mhm.
and it lost its connection, and I lost my remote, and I can't get it to
Oh my
connect
God.
back to the internet.
Time for a new TV.
Because that's
or
how I took the
actually-
picture from my computer to the
Okay.
TV. It's wireless.
Watch, in 3 days, the remote will be right where you put it.
I know. I've
Or
looked
look
at
inside your
some.
desk.
Which is somewhere.
That's how I do it. Or
Anyway,
the car keys.
I
like-
want to make more of those too because those did
And
very, very
Christopher,
good.
you need to self-promote your channel,
Yeah,
where
I know.
people see your face and your name. Hi, this is Christopher from, Nibiru System Skywatcher, and have a standardized nice piece of music scroll with it that you keep for about 6 months, and then maybe change the background music or whatever as you grow. But use a standardized less than 30-second intro with your face on it and you talking.
Okay.
And you'll increase your viewership.
So not have any words going on.
Yeah,
just
I tried doing that this weekend.
Oh,
Just giving a
yeah.
synopsis about
I sat to
everything, and then people started walking by, and then I got embarrassed and I shut it down.
Yeah. I also had the police car going past me now.
Oh no!
I was like, I opened the door literally to take pictures of the moon. Now
That's
I should probably
suspicious
send that
character.
to Rebecca, and I got some of the weirdest shots.
Cool.
Weirdest
You just
shots.
tell the police to call us.
Yeah, even Jesus had to drive his car away because he was filming and doing a podcast, and he's got to move because the cops are looking at him funny.
Security was they literally told me that you got to go, buddy. You got to go. Even though there was like nobody in what would look like a 500 space parking lot, But yeah.
Yep. Well, and this is where we add those little bumper stickers, those magnetic side plate on the side of our car that says "Internet Reporter."
Yeah.
Or Nibiru, Nibiru Followers Anonymous. There you go. News. Hi, reporting Nibiru Followers Anonymous news. Breaking news. Hi, and welcome to another podcast.
Here, I'm
You should
gonna
just
send you a
apply to be
picture.
in the White House press room.
This is Walter Cronkite.
Here, I'll send you
to the news.
the weird pictures I just took.
Okay.
Yeah, Rebecca did a short on the news the other day, and I thought it was good. So anyway, I'm at 6 hours and 17 minutes dinghy. Don't
Yeah, I
mind
can
me.
play it real quick. Let me see if I can find it. I just shared it last week, didn't I? Let's see.
I think we suffer from podcast-itis.
Maybe.
I swear we did this 2 days ago.
I know.
Where is it? Yeah. I swear I didn't sleep last night either. Like I went to bed,
me
I don't
either.
know, very late. I got up very early. I think like 2 hours later or something.
Yeah, I got up at 3 a.m.
No good.
Yeah. And, started, doing my second version of the drawing. Want to make sure I got up and told everybody the news, and then spent all day watching the worldwide weather and earthquakes.
I was surprised you had it up before the
That's it.
podcast. I thought you'd just reveal it on the show.
Well,
Sleep is
that was a cool
important,
surprise.
guys.
I know you're right. I know you're right. It's like I
I
gotta
was,
make myself go to bed
like
earlier.
Bob Cratchit. I had to be earlier the next morning. Last week I was late by about 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 hours, so I put it up early this month. Yeah, people. We got planets, and we got aliens. And we're trying to tell people, and we're working our butts off here, and yet we don't get people to
And people are
like,
waiting.
subscribe, and share, and
If people get spiritual, if people get the awareness, they will see it automatically. Or maybe if the UFO things will discuss on TV, maybe they look after in the sky after this news. But let's see how it works.
Oh yeah, we already we know that this log, this memory log, or this cloud memory of our shows actually gets studied in the future, because we were looked up, or rather I was looked up, and they knew information that was beyond measure. So and I kept wondering how that was humanly possible, pardon the expression human, how that was possible that another race could look me up. And with each passing show, I'm more inclined to believe that we kind of sort of do it ourselves.
Wow.
We lay down.
They see the future and the past and the present all simultaneously at the same time.
It's a circle. It loops back on itself.
Wow.
And it can't go forward. It can't expand until it gets forward with
how does somebody go through that, Sam, and not lose it? Like, how are you so normal?
Didn't you know that I'm faking it now, and I lost it long time ago?
Yeah. Well, I know you're a little nuts. I mean, we have to be to fathom what's happening. We have to be a little nutty. So,
yeah, no offense taken.
That goes without saying. But how do you stay sane?
He has no choice.
I have no choice. B, I look at it.
You often say, Sam, that meeting an alien is not everything people think of, and when honestly, I've never, up until the time that you said that, I never looked at it that way. But it's got to be a mind screw of epic proportions.
The one that bothers me the most, even still today, is when I got face planted onto my keyboard about 5 years ago now. And being grabbed by this completely unseen force, where I watched the skin on
unseen.
Yeah, and depressed. And
So
I
didn't
watched
communicate with you like the last one.
No, but I could smell it and I could feel it. I could feel it electrically behind me, sort of like if a spider drops down on your shoulder, neck, and your hair, you got that little electrical tingle that goes off. And I kept feeling it, and I kept feeling it. And I was talking to a friend in Hawaii about removing my own locator tag from behind my ear, which I had found and over time removed with an X-Acto knife and tweezers.
What?
Well, when you find something like that that's foreign to you, and it's definitely separate of you, and I can explain to you how they work and why. I found one, removed it, took 2 or 3 events digging with a knife, because the first time it hurts too much. You don't want to do that. I didn't play an Arnold Schwarzenegger or Jean-Claude Van Damme cut it out thing, or Arnold Schwarzenegger ripping the module out of my nose. I didn't do that. It just
Rambo style.
I scraped at it, investigated, used mirrors, thought, what the hell is that, and then over about the third event, I finally removed it, pulled it out, and it was a silver and copper colored twisted piece of wires. It was about 3.5 centimeters long together, and it had laser etching, like microscopic microchips on each of these wires. And I looked at it in tweezers with a magnifying glass. And I stared at it for about 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes. and it vaporized and turned to gas
What?
in the tweezers. I didn't drop it. I watched it turn to gas. Now, how those work, they're the alien locator device. What they do is when you're on the operating table or the examination table inside the alien craft after and during abduction, on your left leg, they take this inoculation device / sample device and they jam it into your leg, and they take out a chunk of your leg skin, and that envelops the location wire device.
Wow.
So your
Inside
body doesn't
human
reject
tissue,
it as-
your tissue, and then they insert it in numerous places throughout your body, and that way you don't personally reject it.
Right.
Interesting.
And I had found one of those and removed it. And anyway, I was discussing that with a person, and I literally got grabbed from behind, and I saw my arm muscles depress. And I actually took the microsecond to flex my hand to see if that was me moving my muscles. And I went, no, that's not me. And the next thing I know, I'm staring at FGHJFM up close on my keyboard, and I'm getting a black eye. I mean, I have been slammed face first into my keyboard, and something has a hold of me. And at that time, I had this tiny little purple computer chair on wheels. And so I used my leg muscles to scoot free from underneath of the grasp that was holding me in place. And I broke free, spun around, and ran out of the room. I ran across the house. And by the time I got to the kitchen, which is probably 25 feet, I'm bleeding off the side of my arm because I grabbed the back of my head where I was uncomfortable. It itched, and I touched up, and I pulled my hand open in the kitchen, and my entire hand is red, blood, covered in blood. And I am dripping blood on the kitchen floor all the way to the other end of the house. So I knew this was an event, and and when I went and got my gun, loaded it, went back, and I grabbed a big wad of toilet paper and tried to stop the blood, filled that one up. I mean, when you're bleeding in your scalp, you bleed bad.
That's bad.
And I went through like 3 wads of toilet paper, threw it down, threw another one behind and then I went back to the other part of the house, and you could smell it. And to me, in my opinion, it was a gray, because grays have this huge body odor smell. Very, very oily, very greasy, very BO. And so anyway, that's a long story short. That was the most frightening out of the several other visits I've had with extraterrestrials.
Well, that seemed a little more hostile than
yeah, and it was, it was not fun.
But I think you know in this moment they won't kill you or something, like maybe they hurt you, but I think they don't want to kill you because you have a purpose.
Oh, I learned a huge new level of respect for the scenario. And it occasionally crosses my mind like I should be more careful. I do not presume to be alone even in my car anymore. So,
gosh.
Honestly, Sam, it's one of the reasons why I have never personally called you on the phone, because
yeah, you don't want to be
I always assume somebody's listening. I would always
and we've seen evidence of that in numerous media. Even here,
and even though me myself, I don't have anything. I don't have anything that can be used against me. I hope you guys
that's all. You state our
can read
disclaimer.
between the lines, but I do have family that.
Right, and we all have to, we all have to reiterate that we have no ill will toward any faction, government.
But absolutely. But what I mean is that, again, I'm not going to be specific,
I don't post things in your office.
I do have family could be affected by, so I kind of I always assume that. I always assume that. So it's
I said pictures, Rebecca, but I just took them a wee while ago, like the Mooney kind of pictures, but it's just weird.
Yeah. Well, okay, give me a minute because my computer
No,
is
it's
full
okay.
again.
I'm just sending them to you. You can look at them.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I don't
I'm
know.
having to go through and delete some things so I can add more stuff.
Yeah.
It's full.
Yeah.
My computer's full. Yeah.
Tara, I
Yeah.
agree. I agree. I do feel time is weird now. And
Well, we're at a new stage.
Yeah, yeah. And Ionize worldview, I also agree. I feel everybody that I've come across in these circles, you know, at least the ones that are real about this, you know, the keepers, as I like to call. I feel that we all share something that's very familiar because we all connected automatically. It wasn't something that we had to try or had to do anything. It was like an immediate connection with each other. So I agree. I think we will share something, some similarities, whether it's our difficult childhood or whatever it is, but there's definitely something familiar about all of us here.
Well, you know, tempered steel doesn't start that way. It usually starts out as iron, and it's got to, you know, go through some workings to get there. So that's where we're at. We are all transitioned into the state of being that we're existing, and now we are here for a reason. That is why I keep doing what I keep doing, because it is so damn important. And you know, we've already seen the evidence of the accuracy, so I have to keep doing it.
Yeah.
I've been pushed into the corner numerous times over the years and never really, I've thought about quitting, but never ever believed I ever could, because I am absolutely obsessed with this unbelievable show going on right before our very eyes.
Unbelievable.
How can you not be? How could somebody, you know, when somebody shows me like lack of interest in this topic, I'm like, you're nuts. You're you know what? I'm done. I don't need this. How are you not
That's
interested?
a prime sky watcher right there. Look at that.
Yep.
Yes, there she is.
Mittens.
Look at her.
She doesn't give a sherbet about a skull asteroid. She just wants food.
Right.
rotten,
Just want some treats.
spoiled rotten. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
I know.
Watching
there
me
she
eat
is.
now. Watching me eat now. Yes, I am.
Oh boy.
Spoiled
She's
rotten.
so smart too. She's a smart cat. Like she knows what I'm saying and stuff. She really does.
Well, you know, they realize that you rescued them, and they are, you know, they are wise animals.
Good. Yeah.
Boy, if you make them mad, they will pee on your pillow
Oh no.
Oh no. Yeah.
or in your shoe, or you know.
She's
I-
really
I think Rebecca knows to keep a
You're on
roast
that.
chicken handy because
I'll point you to Fat Freddy's Cat, you know, a cartoon from the 70s from the Fabulous Furry Freak Brothers.
Yeah.
A cult comic book. If you haven't read it by now, you should. Talk about the 70s, man. We go back to my era. I was just a teenager when it started. I did, however, miss, you know, the 1969 Haight-Ashbury because I was 8. But I was aware, I actually knew Woodstock was happening, and I wanted to go, but I was not brave enough to run away. I knew it was happening. It was only a few states away. And the Woodstock era, I told some people at Walmart the other day, oh yeah, I'm a career hippie. So, you know, an old fart with long hair, that's weird. Me and my Led Zeppelin t-shirt. We're walking down the street one day. Yeah, okay. There's a song in there somewhere.
Jackie just showed me a picture of this Freak Brothers, Sam.
Okay. And
I mean, you can't really see him, right? But wait, I can't. I've never done this before. Wait, here we go.
the opposite.
Dude, look at this
now.
guy's chin. What is that?
That's the Fabulous Furry Freak Brothers.
Look at his chin.
And that was the Freak Brothers Freak
You gotta
Press
save that picture.
back in the 70s in California, and it all has to do with those guys being hippies and smoking dope.
Okay.
And it's an entire cultural icon that I direly expect everyone to read, because you haven't read a comic strip until you see Fat Freddy's Cat.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
And of course, Fat Freddy is the guy that's blonde with the big belly.
Yeah. That's funny.
All right. I'm going to pull up the pictures that, here they are, that Nicole sent in. Okay. These are things that she
This
had,
one's weird.
looked around and found between our groups. So, yeah. What's that?
Yeah.
I'm at a loss a little bit.
And You there, Sam? Did we lose Sam?
Did he mute himself? Did you mute yourself, Sam? Are you muted?
Oh no.
That's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, he just kind of dropped out.
Yeah, I just.
Oh.
It
No.
shows he's still here. I mean, we see him. Huh. That's.
He'll come back.
Yeah. He dropped out. Okay, he'll come back. Yeah, I mean, location says red asteroid, right?
Yeah.
That's the location for the red asteroid. I just never seen it look like that before.
Yeah.
But in the middle of the triangle, you see a triangle, right? But if you look in the middle, there's a round place. Like in the middle of it, it's round. That's what I see. So it could be the red asteroid. I don't know why it's looking like a triangle.
I've seen something very. God,
Let's
this
look
is
at
a
the
night.
drawing.
This is a night shot, right? Night shot, right? I've been seeing
It
a
says
lot of this.
8:26 p.m.
Could be anything to do with the cube or no?
I've been seeing a lot of this.
Let's get the drawing out. Let's look at that. Left of the sun. We want left. Okay. Now look. See, there's the red asteroid.
Yeah.
Look. It's that.
Perfect.
I think it is. Let's look at a different one. There it is again. See, it's at that lower left spot. Isn't that weird? Okay,
Yep.
so let's go back. That'd be my
It's like it's coming.
educated guess.
It's like Nicole. You took the, like you aimed the camera at an angle. It's almost like it's coming. Like, it's coming right at her almost. It seems instead of going horizontally, it's coming directly towards.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a closer look too. I'm gonna see if
That's
I can
wild.
see a round place in the middle like I can on here. But anyway, so okay, cool. That's weird. Moving on. Look at that.
Ooh,
Russell Neal.
This stuff,
Okay,
I saw this recently. Russell's post, and wow,
that's great.
Yeah, just wow. I think I actually saved like one or two of those that they're
Now
just
that curve.
they've got that
is-
ion stuff dripping off them. Look at that.
Yeah. That
Basically
curve and
outlining
shadow.
the planet. It's
Nice Adam's
insane.
moon. Here, is that Sam? I heard a beep. Hey, Sam. Hey. Hey.
Well, now
There you go.
I just got thrown out. I was talking about the fabulous furry freak brothers, and I guess they didn't like that.
Not
Yeah,
allowed
you
to
can't.
talk then.
On TikTok,
Bad.
you cannot talk about like anything. You can't really say anything. Those trigger
They
words.
kicked him out again.
Yeah, you can't talk about it or anything like that, or you can't say it
Alright.
because you'll get booted.
Oh.
I was just about to talk about that a few minutes ago on another topic where
Yeah.
we are now having to be a little more careful about what we say publicly, even on a political level. And I'll use a reference. I'll use a metaphor. At the beginning of the Vietnam War, there was a certain part of the Vietnam faction that put to death teachers, intellects, poets, philosophers, scientists, etc. And perhaps we ought to maybe not forget about history.
Absolutely.
Did that get through? Was
Yes.
I muddled?
Nope.
Okay, we are pilgrims in a foreign land, and look at the bottom of that planet and the planet behind it. On the on the left hand side is the sun. You're looking at the bottom of Nepesity, and you are also looking at Isetum, Jelamun, and Isetum.
Cool. Yeah, I see that.
Which matches the monthly site drawing.
That's great.
All right. Cool. Next one.
January 28th. Okay, okay, look where the light is coming from. It's coming from behind us. And we are looking at Atu and Atu's moon because it is beyond Earth. And now my antivirus protection just kicked up in case I started modeling there. And I got to get off of Facebook so that it doesn't eat up my feed. And this, for you new folks out there, is why you don't see my moving picture. Because by the way, I paid $175 for my internet this month.
Yikes.
And it will not handle my brand new top of the line camera and my brand new top of the line microphone at the same time. And so we put up a stock photo of me that goes wiggle, wiggle when I talk. and that way we can get my microphone to keep working rather than booting me out of StreamYard. And which, by the way, knock on wood, I'm amazed I'm still on. Because everything else boots me out. Everybody else boots me out, man. Nobody likes me. I must be the smelly kid in the corner, you know. My mom doesn't wash my socks or underwear. I'm sorry.
Oh, man.
That's pitiful.
I had to go there. Hey, we are at 6 hours, 40 minutes. I can be a little... Go ahead, please.
Oh, yeah. No, I had tightened that triangle picture up a little. I just thought maybe, you know, it makes any more sense.
Ooh. Yeah, downward facing away from us. The conning tower is on view.
You think that's
overhead?
You think that's a Star Destroyer?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, wow.
Wow, okay.
That's the bottom of some shit.
You got to think 3D. It's like a Dorito chip pointed down.
Okay.
True.
Oh my!
We know there's really wide ones,
and then there's
slender ones, and then there's long ones and super long ones. I mean, there's super Star Destroyers, and then there's Star Destroyers.
Okay.
We've got
Nicole. As
do you know
Nicole's
how many?
captured.
Do you know how many
That's
triangular ships we've captured in the last 10 years?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Any?
The file is huge. There's no way for us to share all of this information with people.
But people will say to us, how can you say a cloud is a ship?
Because we've seen enough of them up close, and only
how do ships make clouds?
Only after we've had documentation for many years have we come to this summation. Prior to this, we would never make these claims.
Imagine if the space shuttle was, 3 football fields long, what it would do as it, hits the atmosphere.
And then they'll say, oh, but it doesn't look like the ones in Star Trek where you can see like a full proper ship.
Nor do the planets look like they show us in Hollywood.
Right?
No.
Well, and also I'd imagine that, they're not, I hate using the word cloaked because...
I know.
We just don't
we
like
don't quite understand that. We don't understand that statement, even if we say it ourselves.
Yeah, but I do imagine that. I mean, there's got to be some kind of,
Guys,
obfuscation,
all right, you've been taught not to think of space clouds.
When
you're in a shadow and you're in the darkness, it is minus 440 degrees.
That's another one.
You creep around the backside of a planet and you pop into the sun. You then elevate to minus 200 degrees.
Yeah. Wow.
So you're going to have an absolute transference of temperature exchange, and that is what creates the wispy little clouds that venture off of these.
And I think we don't talk about that enough, because I think people would really, I think we all struggle, and even us that we were a little bit more seasoned in this topic.
Space clouds.
We have to remind ourselves.
Clouds in space. What do you think nebula are?
Sure.
They're space clouds, and gases and different combinations, and if you really look at it and you wonder where Earth was formed billions of years ago, and we were this rock type planet. We're not a water planet. So where did the water come from?
From the planets.
From the passing of the other planets. It's an interaction.
Yes.
It's an interaction in chemistry.
I'm sorry,
between the
guys.
bodies.
I will have to go to bed. I'm nearly falling out my chair now.
Yeah, I know.
Don't do that, Jillian.
It's super late.
Then
Yeah.
put a pillow in front. That way you don't
Come
bruise
back to
your
that in a
forehead.
second.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll end up
well,
looking like Sam. When
Move that bowl of soup.
I'm not far behind you. I'm just like,
Ugly like me.
yeah.
Yeah, you'll be knackered with the baby and everything as well. What's that baby doing? Is it sleeping in your lap?
He's asleep. He's been sleeping in the kitchen last.
Oh wow, you're
few
getting left
hours.
alone. You must be relieved. Shit.
Yeah. He has been
Zombie
doing his
day.
own thing.
Zombie day, Sam. Zombie.
No, I was doing Latin Donna Eis Requiem. You know that kind of thing.
Oh, you're serenading us there, like we're.
I
gonna
know,
go
just
sleep.
a canton in Latin. Don't worry.
I know.
Go to
I'm not
sleep,
worried about.
Jillian.
I'm not worried
Night,
about
night.
anything. I'm already half asleep anyway. But I'm just
Tomorrow's
quite
your day off.
out after seeing all the pretty pictures.
Tomorrow's your day off.
Huh? Well, today's my day off. Yeah,
Right.
this is true.
Right. It's today. Today
It's
is
today. It's here.
right.
Today
It's our
is the
tomorrow.
first day of the rest of your life. Okay.
Yes.
Good night, Jillian.
You almost sound like you're singing in Mary Poppins or something.
Hey, that was after all my cultural, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang and Mary Poppins. I'm early Walt Disney, not and don't forget,
Oh, yeah, we
the Sorcerer's Apprentice and Mickey Mouse and all of that. Yeah, I'm old school.
Merlin.
I'm the old guy here, stay off my lawn and don't bitch it when I talk to you. And
I'll
Yeah.
bat you with my club, man, my stick.
your clothes are funny. Did your
Walking
mother
stick.
dress you? Oh, yeah.
Right?
Pull your pants up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't care about your Gucci underwear.
Oh, right.
Nasty. Oh well.
Oh,
Give
yeah,
me a
yeah,
good
yeah.
day.
I saw a plumber van the other day, and their logo was, "If you see crack, we'll give you your money back." The driver just looked at me like, "The hell's wrong with you?" I just looked at him and just started laughing. I'm like,
But what kind of truck was it?
it was a plumber. It was a plumber.
A plumber.
Hey, that's great.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
People are poets and they don't know it.
That's right.
Good night,
I
Well,
love
they
Jillian.
a good sense of
Good night,
you know when
Jillian.
you can laugh at yourself like that. When you don't take
We
yourself-
let you. You'll talk another 45 minutes.
I know if you let
Uh-huh.
me, I will. I'll be
Yeah.
like nose in the tablet, man.
Yeah, well, we do
This
this
is
every
The
week.
top of my little toury thing. Boing.
We do is I catch myself talking far too long anyway as well. I just way too long. Like what's our record, Rebecca? Is 11 hours what?
11 hours.
11
Good
hours,
show.
11 hours the other day, Jesus.
Yeah, I went
I'm
to
not
work
shitting
and then I
you.
came
These
back and
guys
like-
were still on
Yeah,
when
that's
I
what
got
I
up
was
to
like.
go
I was
to
like,
work.
there's no
These
way
guys
this-
were still on.
I was like, there's
These
no way
loonies
this
were
is on.
still on. And they talked all the way through when I was getting dressed for work. And I just sat there going, I cannot believe this. I'm like, they are talking about farts and stuff. And
No,
they're
we're
going,
talking
like,
about
I'm like,
picking
oh,
our
come
noses.
on. I mean, I thought I
And the
was going to tell
consistency
my
of
friends
boogers.
about, you should really listen to these people. They're so educated. It's super amazing. And we're like, oh, we're really clever, aren't we?
That's great.
Well, the funny thing is,
like I said, it's the Waltons. It degenerates into the Waltons. I'm sorry.
after years of doing this,
forgive it.
Rebecca even commented earlier in the show tonight where she didn't feel like she slept very well. And I swear to God to you guys that I am talking to you guys 24 hours a day, and I'm clicking on my
Yeah.
pillow, and I'm carrying on conversations, and I'm posting examples of Atu and Atu's moon and
Into the pillow. Gdoo, gdoo, gdoo.
yeah, and I'm clicking away on the side of my pillow with my index finger on my right hand, going, "Here you go, Jesus. Here's that video we talked about earlier." And I don't even know if I sleep anymore. Like I said, I got up at 3 a.m. to give you guys today's site drawing just
Yeah,
to make
I saw
sure.
it was ready bright and early. Sam.
Yeah, you must have burned your brains out. Shame, you poor
Well,
man.
I did a
Sounds
drawing the
like
night before, and I wasn't comfortable with it, and so I got up the next morning
What
and
do you do with all the ones with all those that you don't end up using? Do you just
the one I made last night I tore up into little pieces. Do you know, Jesus, how many people have received one of the original Samuel Hoffman side drawings?
we want one. We want one for Christmas. Yeah, like we want one for Christmas.
I know I'm one of the lucky ones. So
Yeah, and now Darren Gross, there's a photograph of him.
that's exactly the one that came to mind. And honestly, he's the
He got a
reason
copy.
why I asked you for one. I was like, well, he got one. I want one too.
But you got an original hand drawing, and he got a copy.
Really?
Yeah, you are
But
the
Darren
only
was
one.
really cool. What's Darren doing these days?
I have not heard from him in forever.
You know, he pops in every now and again, but I think because he had a new baby or something.
Right, and you get lost in
right around the time that he kind of stopped posting and all that stuff. But he had a great eye for this stuff too. I kind of miss.
Oh, he was good. He was the reason. Him and that other guy, Christopher or something.
A lot of people have left Facebook. A
Yeah.
lot of people. And
There's a lot of people on TikTok. I try to get to come to Facebook because it's
well,
important.
even my
I
daughter's
show everything,
Dad,
and they don't do
Facebook is
it.
for old people.
But
Facebook is for old people,
It's
Dad.
because of who's
Oh, is that what
behind
they say?
Facebook. They have a strong dislike for Zuckerberg. Really.
Oh, I can see that.
Anything that's associated with him,
I
they
can
don't
see
want
that.
to support it or be a
Well,
part of it.
I have to thank Facebook for still allowing me to be on. It's the only site that's a lot. I mean, my Skype died, my YouTube died. I mean, my even my encrypted. I can never think of the name of that damn thing. It was the Gamers platform. I even got booted off of them. They wouldn't allow me to upgrade.
Gosh, you got booted off the app. We don't know.
It's encrypted. I can't think of the stupid name.
I can't either.
It's a major gamer app that was encrypted.
Okay.
And it'll probably take me a half hour from now. But anyway.
Oh, Rebecca, show Sam this drawing quickly. The one that's got the king head thing in. I sent it to you now.
Tara,
okay.
Tara, you know I'm right there with you.
Hang on.
My brother says I'm a Mexican hippie, and I would
I
have
don't
to.
know which one though.
It's the last one. I just sent it now. Sorry.
And for all you Mexican hippies out there, I encourage you to play the 1970s YouTube tune called Chevy Van.
Okay.
It's an old nostalgic favorite of mine. I just had to go there.
Oh, by the
Meanwhile,
way,
I thought you were going to bed, Jillian.
One more photograph. I'm just saying, Rebecca, one more photograph. One more photograph.
One more.
It's got a king head in it. It's got a king head. It looks like a king's head. One of them Sumerian king. It looks like that. You know those kings, those ghost kings in Lord of the Rings when Aragorn sends them after the baddies?
Remember you remember the cloud pattern off the top of the Skull asteroid?
Yeah.
It looks like a king's crown.
Yeah, well, here's I can't believe where this thing is. It looks like him on that side of the on the right side.
Oh, on the right. Ooh, interesting. Dun 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 dun.
Also, I've loved your last few posts. You've been posting some really cool stuff. Just want to put that out there, and hope you're doing well, my friend.
Which friend's that?
Russell.
Yeah, where's Russell? Russell needs to come back.
He was popping. He popped in a little while ago. I don't know if he's just popping in and out, but yeah, he's been popping in and out.
Thank you, Tara.
Is this the photograph?
Yeah, it looks like a king head.
Yeah, I see the pareidolia face. Okay, well, that is that's the side of his Saturn and his Saturn's yellow moon and the lead asteroid and the long box cube is not per se in this shot. It might be farther to the upper right. But if you do look at the monthly site drawing, there are several smaller asteroids that are appearing, following behind and in the proximity of the lead asteroid. And I believe those are the black dots.
Oops. Hey, Carla.
There's a light cutoff. This is not a full round circle of the sun. It is being cut off on the right by the Saturn. And you're seeing the base clouds of a Saturn's yellow moon.
Anyway,
is what you're seeing.
Cool.
That,
So
that looks like a face.
that thing that looks like almost like a face is
That's the ion tail leading around the other side of his atom. It's the one we don't see very often.
Wow.
Now, remember, there's also a moon. We believe that his atom has another moon, however, it should be further away.
that's for you, Tara.
Thank you,
I mean,
Tara.
yeah.
Thank you, Tara. Yeah, well, that was just like this set of pictures. I
sorry.
just
I'm losing it.
yeah, we're all like losing our
I
last
know.
marble
Like, what
here
am I
tonight.
doing? My brain won't work.
Yeah, it was just so
And-
pretty. I couldn't decide if it looked like a
And there's
bird
that one,
landing
too.
or
Ah,
that king's head or whatever.
Yeah.
But when it looks like the sky's busy like that, you know something's there.
You cannot argue with that.
Yeah, look at that. Wowzer. Look at the side of that.
Yeah,
Unbelievable. Stunning.
And this is that repetitive thing that we show over and over for 15 years now, that these planets are real. They're here. They're getting bigger. We draw the monthly site drawings. They match time after time after time. This is why we're encouraging people to listen to this information, because it's real and it's happening. And I don't know any other way to put that.
Okay, now it's nearly 7 hours, and I really do have to go to bed. But night, night,
Yeah.
everybody. And
night,
Jillian.
Good night, everybody. Be
night.
good, boys and girls. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you
We'll
promise?
try.
It's nice to meet you, Thomas. Really nice to meet you.
I think
you
Thomas
too. Good
might
night,
be ready
Julia.
for bed as well.
I
hear you.
find a little,
Thomas.
trying to
Please
find
repeat
the
it.
off
I
button.
don't understand it well, Jesus. What do you say?
I said, are you still with us? It seems like you're kind of
I
dozing
know.
I slept before, so I have power to
It's like
stay, no
5
problem.
Right.
It's like 5 a.m. for Thomas. I just thought I'd
Yes,
throw that out there.
correct.
5
No
a.m.
problem. No
4
problem. I
a.m.
told
for
you.
me.
I
Night
sleep.
night.
Night,
Yeah,
Jillian.
Julian.
Bye.
Bye.
See you later.
Night.
Bye.
I tell before I slept and now I'm rest. It's okay.
You guys are tough.
No, not really.
I mean, it's 10 p.m. It's 10 p.m. for me. That's kind of late too.
Yeah, but you slept only 4 to 5
Yeah.
hours. So and I know they get 8 in a month.
I know.
So
I'll make
it's
up for
different.
it tonight. I'll make up for it.
You know, and we
there are
all
two things that I will fight somebody for, and that's my coffee and my sleep.
you know, we're all
I
gathered
love my
together
sleep.
to make
Like,
sure that
if I don't sleep well, I'm not very friendly.
yeah, I don't like being disturbed, but yeah, you know, you guys were all together. We, you know, and we get in this little weekly gathering, and we all keep talking and talking and talking, because we love being with like-minded people that we can't really share this information with, and so this is why we run 6 hours, 57 minutes, and 20 seconds. And
it's for therapy, Sam. You
yeah,
know, I
it
mean,
is.
Where
It
else
truly is.
could we let loose and talk about this without, ending up in a straitjacket?
And this is that same premise that, you know, why I started Montana Skywatcher in the first place, because everything I was finding was, 2 weeks old, 3 weeks old, and there was no way to cross-reference the date or the accuracy without talking to everybody else together. And we have formed this group, this coalition, this clearinghouse
It's a
around
support
the
group.
world, from
It's like a
people all
support
over, including Germany and Las Vegas and Utah and Oklahoma and here in Montana, etc., and Scotland, for Jillian. And we love getting together and sharing this information because it is time proven, and we all know it to be fact because all of us have watched this for years, and it's time everybody else gets on board with this information because it is real. and we took the time to prove it. And I can't say that enough. We took the time to gather all of this information, and everybody's done an unbelievable job, from Christopher and Jesus and Rebecca especially, and she's been our team leader and our executive director. And you work. I mean, here you and I are taught. You know, we were talking at like 7 o'clock in the morning before the show for everybody.
I know.
You know, we're
Yeah,
talking.
it's
You know, we work
early.
on this
Yeah.
behind the scenes that you guys have no idea, and there's a lot of work that goes involved in this, and not only that, you know, like, you know, I posted a retraction, and we do make mistakes, and when we do, we correct ourselves. But this level of information is above everybody out there.
Thank
And
you,
I would
Nicole.
frankly love to see other people on board with this. And we do encourage sister sites. So if you're out there and you're on TikTok or YouTube or Facebook or whatever, and you want a sister site up, or even, you know, come on, you know, on the show as a guest and debate it with us, we'd love to have you. And again, we, you know, like we'll bring up Chauncey. If we can ever find Chauncey again, I'd love to have him to see where he is in his world and whether or not he still believes in us or not, or if he wrote us off and thought we were nut jobs from hell or whatever. And
I wonder if we could find him. I wonder. You know?
Chauncey Hayworth,
Oh, okay. You know his name. All right. Last name.
and he's out there somewhere. And the last project I saw him working on, I felt bad for him because I thought he deserved way more.
Huh. I
But you
wonder
know, we all
what
have to start,
happened.
you know, somewhere in our little production rooms creating our videos. I don't know where it's gone recently, so I can't attest
Yeah.
to success or not. Czech Republic, yeah, look at that.
Welcome, Nicole. That's
That
cute.
is the red asteroid going semi away from us, and as Yuri is actually moving over the top of us on the 13th, a couple weeks, like 2 days ago. Geez, Earth to brain. We're looking underneath Yuri again, and this is that cutoff of the light that is occurring with Yuri moving to the right. And we talked about that about 2 weeks ago. It's all transitory. It's always changing.
That's crazy.
And that's why why we're drawing the new drawings. And of course, we are coming to the 180 days. So Yuri's going to go over the top of us, and we're going to see the Skull asteroid and all the other asteroids up close and personal. Lightning discharges, glowing at night, doing all kinds of crazy, really cool things. So keep your eyes up, keep looking up, like, subscribe. Yeah. Oh, look at this.
But Sam, I have a question. I think for the 180-day cycle, I think it's normal that we in Europe get every summer or from spring to autumn a lot of rain. In the winter, it's not like so bad because Nepicity is moving on the other side, correct?
Right. She's in the south. I was stumbling on that last week where we were talking to Sharon in Australia, and they were having a close pass of Nepicity. But the reality was that it was Nepicity is in the south. So to them, it would be overhead because it's facially in front of her as well as below us up here in the northern hemisphere. And that just blew me away. And it's just like it puts your spatial relations in a 3D mode that just argues with your brain. An example is what we're staring at right now. We're in France here, February 10th, 2025. Okay, the light, let's see where the sun is coming from. From the far left by the reflection on whatever's on the right-hand horizon near those chairs or something. I don't know. But the light appears, okay, on the clouds. Look at the clouds. Okay, the light appears to come from the far left. All right, doesn't give us a time marker. So we will assume this is sunset, so we will assume that we're looking north. So this would be Isatum's yellow moon and Isatum. And that's how we break it down.
Yeah.
You got to go through the steps. Now, you know, realize the yellow, light blue sky at the horizon is the normal sky color, and everything else is planet. This is easy. This is Saru over the top of the sun.
Yeah. It's been right above the sun every evening that I go out.
Yeah,
Straight across the
I can't
sky,
wait till
flat level.
spring summer transition when Saru is going to be in our faces, and we're going to see that big supercell doming yellow, bright orange open core. And it should be very, very interesting. Very interesting.
You know, Saru's the only planet that I've had dreams about, Sam.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, yeah. I dreamed that it was a beautiful planet. Green, blue water. You know, I think I even met a few Saruians. How would you say Sarubians? Saruans. Yeah.
Saruans. Okay.
Well, you know, we are told there's 2 to 3 races on the larger half of our solar system. This is Atuatu's moon.
Yeah.
South Africa.
Wow.
Yeah,
love that
it
one.
basically looked like a postcard in my dreams. Like it was just such a beautiful planet.
And they have smaller peninsulas and less, more island-like or archipelagos and all of that.
That's kind of what I dreamed was more like islands, than entire continents. Yeah.
Islands, yeah, and their oceans are greenish blue because they're less deep than Nibiru, although it's very large water type planet just like Nibiru but smaller.
And beautiful beings, different and maybe even a little strange in my dreams. I dreamt when I was in New Mexico, and then I never. It was like a reoccurring dream, and then it kind of just stopped.
I don't know a lot about them, but I always assumed, with the difference of like when they talk about the Anunnaki, they talk about Enki and Enlil, meaning 2 different races but yet related. So keep that in mind.
I know that we don't do the whole evil thing, and I'm right there with you. But is there anything that are they pro-human? Against
okay,
human?
well, let's examine that. You know what factory planet Earth is?
Yeah.
How would say for instance we're living in the 1700s and we sell slaves.
Okay, yeah.
How would the slave owner feel about owning people?
Yeah, I get the visual.
Okay, but now remember that we have very short lives, and we are not as learned or technologically advanced as they are. So how would they then view us?
Jesus Christ! I mean, well.
Okay, now notice also that you are interdependent on the economy that we provide.
I have to say, Sam, like there's a lot of times where I never take that into consideration when I think about these things. But I probably should start doing that. It's just the idea that we're the fact that we are placed here for the reasons that we are. It's something that honestly I try not to think about as much, because I don't know that I'm ready to accept without being bitter about it.
Well, here's a direct metaphor.
I agree with you. Like, no matter what reason we were put here for, the fact is that we're here and we should be grateful for it.
In Star Wars,
that we are basically slaves, that we are basically, purpose. I mean,
where do you define slave? Because we were granted life in the existence that we have, and that in itself is a gift.
It is absolutely. But it also makes me feel like I mean, it's hard not to be at least a little bitter and say like, we want to raise up out of this, and we
that
want
is enlightenment through forgiveness. Because
see us elevate,
if you hold blame, you don't see the higher purpose.
Yeah.
The idea is to live longer, to grow genetic inner chakra tower and development of our genome to the higher cells, and like 12-strand DNA rather than 2. And the only way that we can do that as a race, because our genome strand is clipped on the 24th chromosome. So therefore we have to mystery incorporate a connection to a higher power to evolve.
Yes, but Sam, don't forget the coronavirus. So it's changed the DNA, and a lot of people get damaged with this. So they can't grow, even like you say. Don't forget that.
You're right. Let's talk about what they call CRISPR technology. Do you know what I'm referring to, Thomas?
Yes, of course. I know CRISPR. So
okay.
it's
Well, yeah,
playing with the DNA.
I just figured, yes, there has been an incorporation due to the C virus in the human population that is detrimental, and we have to bypass that topic, otherwise we'll get really banned.
Yeah, I want to say something. I don't know, maybe you don't believe me what I'm saying, but if I look, let's see. If I look at people who get the vaccine, I can see it because the body change. You know what I mean?
Did you look into the specs from the UK vaccine?
Repeat it again, please.
Did you look into the specifications?
No, I don't, because I only want to tell you something else. I look at the people and I can see the change in the body. You know what I mean? So if someone gets the vaccine, the body changes, because I will say it's simple. Normally the left and the right side are in alignment, but after the vaccine, people get more to the right. Can you follow me what I mean?
Yes, because I even know why.
Yeah, because DNA changed, because they put something in and they changed the DNA.
Let me correct you. It's in the RNA structure.
Okay, but the result is the same.
Correct. And I have tippy-toed around this for several years. I actually spent some time looking into that vaccine that was, oh God, here I go. Oh God, do I dare say this on radio?
You can abbreviate.
Okay, all right. CRISPR technology is banned in worldwide. Too fast.
But Chinese or other countries working on this?
No, worldwide CRISPR technology. It's genetic splicing. It's an introduction of segments of DNA or RNA into the genome to create a suggested effect. Because of the ability to do so now, cloning and CRISPR technology was banned worldwide. There was Chinese scientists that broke the ban. You're correct, Thomas. You are aware.
And they do it today, cloning, for example. So that's nothing new.
There is a variation between the United States vaccine and the UK, European, Asian spread vaccine. And you are correct, and I cannot publicly go into too much detail.
No, it doesn't matter. I think that the result is the important thing, not the way to the result.
I won't tell you what they did, but you are correct. They did that. They did it.
Of course. So this is what I say. People can't reach this consciousness because they change the people.
Right. Which is what happened. Which is what happened the last cycle, and the cycle before, and the cycle before. And humans have an off switch, and there's a level of control, and we only get 80 years old because we don't self-generate because of the clip in our 24th chromosome, which would allow us to self-heal and live thousands of years.
Yes, of course. But this is because Jesus come here. He's manipulated with the other DNA and
And he had a
to
12
the other people.
he had a 12
Yeah.
strand DNA helix, and he was a upgrade, not a religious figure.
Yes.
And he was whisked away to the south of France, and then Rome created a story about him that is completely not true.
Of course, because of religion, they believe in a person.
And
The
why
person,
we have
but
Friday
this
the
is
13th and the destruction of the Templars and the Templar money and the story and the tale of, for example, the Da Vinci Code syndrome and angels and demons. And there's so much. And we talked about this earlier in the show where even the Spanish Inquisition and all of the Holy Roman Empire is still existing in a money
Yep.
scheme that still runs our world today,
of course,
including
like the
Trump
church, the Catholic Church.
and Spain and in some ways Russia, but they're on the other orthodoxy. But all of that is controlled, and we
Of
don't
course,
even
I
see
know.
we're being mass led by it,
And the jelly's in the fridge.
including the vaccine.
Yes, I know, but I think people don't know. Not much people. Some don't know, but I think that's important because they damage really the people. And look at the people now; they get sick, and the immune system is damaged, and so they can't get to another higher stage, and that's very, very bad
Well,
in
it's
my
very
opinion.
sad. It is truly sad, but we are at the stage we talk about this all the time, where
Yes.
things are going to be direly. You have to go back to 1650 BCE, and you will see what the population scenario was, and climate migration, et cetera, et cetera. We are at a transitory state where people are having to leave their home because their climate has changed. So, not everyone is going to be happy. And
No.
I'm warning about that now to prepare, to
Yes.
prepare people. And I have to
Yeah,
do
but-
my due diligence, although I'm not going to throw my hands in the air and say, okay, whatever, but I have to say something.
Yeah, and I always tell people, because if I tell this and they don't like this because maybe they do the vaccine, for example, and I tell them, okay, let's see, maybe you get a chance next time because you reincarnated. Let's see how the circle next time goes. You know what I mean?
Oh, well, absolutely. We you and I were talking about Buddha the other day and reincarnation. Great debate. Thank you.
Yeah. I have fun. I told you.
Oh, I enjoyed it too because of the pondering of the other, sidebar possibilities is always awesome. I love to spectrum think and see all different patterns. Definitely, the harmonic possibilities.
Yeah.
Yes, we are in a transition right now, and I am going to change the world. Period. And Jesus, you look like you're almost asleep or are asleep.
No, I'm answering some. I was answering
You're
some
reading.
comments on the phone.
Oh, good.
I was just going to interject and say this.
Please do.
I'm a firm believer that if you're meant to see this, you're going to see it regardless, and I don't feel anything human developed is going to stop you from doing so. I truly believe that. I'm not a proponent of these. I don't want to say names because jabs or whatever, but I'm not a proponent of anything that isn't completely necessary. I agree, but I do feel that if you're meant to see what's happening, if you're meant to level up, I think you're going to do so regardless of human interjection. I truly believe that.
You know in your heart that things are wrong. The sky's not right. That the sunlight isn't right. We know that where the sun is going, the high noon doesn't even exist anymore.
Yeah.
And 10 years ago, that was a different story. And all of this information piles up into one big pile, that, taken 15 years to prove and correlate. And the big undertaking of all of this is people have to, they've got to share this information. They've got to like this information. They've got to affect our algorithm. We've got to get out. This has to get out because it's the truth. It's the fact. It's the cruelest. I can't talk. 7 hours, 18 minutes. It's the coolest damn thing that ever was. And by God, I think it's time for a Ricola.
Poison again.
Hey, Zeus, talk for a minute, man. Somebody talk. Everybody's gone. Christopher's gone.
I'm here. I'm listening.
I'm here.
Okay, the other guys can talk. My English is
I'm
not the
back.
best, so go
I had
on.
to go feed my
Hey,
cat.
Lost my shoes.
Thomas, your English has been perfect. I understood.
Yeah, man, you're doing great.
No,
Yeah.
look. If I can speak German, I have so much to say in my own words because I know all words. And in English, I must to try get at the corner, get back, and look for another word. And so I don't.
Okay.
I
You know
How
what
many
I
other
mean?
languages do you speak?
Hey, I have a compliment for you. I walked in the other room, and it sounded like Arnold Schwarzenegger was
Hey,
talking in
okay.
the other room, and I loved it. What are you saying? Don't do that. Yeah, I loved it. I loved every second of it, dude. I heard everything you said, and I understood everything you said. So
I
now
love
it's
I
my
love the
turn.
Look, we can break it down. It's only frequency what I'm putting out, so
Yes, sir.
you can
Oh,
you can
you're
get
right.
it.
You're right. I do read Taiwanese, and I do hear other languages. And also,
So
remember, my parents were Dutch, so I know the accent.
Right.
yeah, of course.
Yeah, I can
don't
I can
forget what
tell
you said.
what I'm reading, but I can't understand what I'm reading. Like I can tell which language it is, or I can hear which language you're speaking, but I couldn't tell you what you're saying.
I think body language is also important.
Sure.
So sometimes I don't need to understand what they're saying. For me, body language also fits. So
absolutely.
Right.
Sometimes that's all you need to hear. That's all you need to. That's sometimes that's more than enough.
yeah, of course. Look, for the language here, I understand in percent maybe 50-60% because I don't know all the words, but I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, you know what I mean. So
Well,
that's
you
okay.
could try to speak German to me, and there ain't no way. Even with body language, I might.
Also
I
ganz
can
ehrlich,
guess,
wenn ich
but I hear German's very, very hard to learn.
pass auf, Deutsch ist eine sehr, sehr schwere Sprache. Aber wenn ich jetzt nur Deutsch zu dir reden würde, dann würdest du nichts verstehen.
Oh,
I
okay.
said, I said German is a
God.
really, really difficult language. But if I say all the things, you don't understand anything. That is what I say in German.
Part of the problem with learning Dutch and German is they put the noun at the end of the sentence, where we Americans put the noun at the beginning of the sentence. And all you ever have to do is like try studying Latin.
Sure.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And then when the 2010 Ascension started, all of a sudden I could read Italian and I could read other languages that were, the en français I could translate and in ways, and Jesus talked about how things become easier.
Sure.
And then I started recognizing Russian, and it was weird. And so, yeah, and I spent a great deal of time trying to read German and Dutch as a child. And my parents, and I begged them to teach me Dutch.
Yep.
And they said, no, well, this way we can talk behind your back at the dinner
That's
table.
what my problem was. Both of my parents spoke Spanish. Well, my stepmother taught my dad how to speak Spanish, and yeah, that's how it was for me. So body language was key.
Chris, my mother for years pretended not to understand English.
Right.
So she would always hear what we were up to. And then right around when I was turned 17, I caught her.
Oh no.
I caught her what was it? I caught her on a phone call. I don't know what it was. I'm like, holy crap. No wonder she's always one step ahead of us. She's always one step ahead of us. And then after that, it's like her little game kind of came tumbling down. But Yeah. She used that with us for the longest time as well.
But imagine if you speak to a higher race only on telepathy, you don't have a language. You know what I mean? So I think it's the thinking. I thinking likely in German, but he can understand what I complete mean. I think that's interesting point.
Yeah. You know, I'm a huge fan of a German band called Rammstein. I believe they're German.
Yes, I know.
I
In
love
German,
them.
it's called
And I don't
Rammstein.
mean just the song Du Hast. They have a bunch of other. I love listening, but I have no clue. I've been listening to
Right?
them for years. I have no clue what they're saying. And it's rare to find any lyrics with the videos. So I have no idea what they're saying, but it sounds great when they're singing it, man. I love their music. But
But the texts are very simple, so that's nothing special. But I have the same problem with the English songs. So I hear only the songs and I got the feeling and I say, okay, it's okay. Sometimes I understand, but mostly I don't understand and only say, oh yeah, so the feeling is good.
Yeah,
And
you
that's
know, here
all.
I'm bombing poor Thomas with music all the time, and he's going, "Thank you, Sam, so much," but I don't get it. But you know, I'm trying to, mass metaphor him to death, and you know, with me, music, I speak in extra words beyond. With
Yeah, I
music.
know. This is
yeah, I listen, and that's not the only band that I listen to that I have no clue what they're saying. There's a few other bands that I listen to because their music is just.
Have
they
either
just
of you
I
guys
have no
ever heard
clue
of
what the lyrics are
Triumvirate?
saying or anything.
Thomas, are you aware of Triumvirate?
No, maybe if I hear it, but I don't know this band.
Hocus Pocus by Focus, that kind of techno 70s European music.
Okay, but I must listen it. I can't remember. Maybe I heard it.
Spartacus Triumvirate. You can type it into YouTube.
Yeah, let's check. Sparkus, you say?
Spartacus Triumvirate.
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 Triumvirate. Okay.
Yeah.
Write it in the comments. I don't get it.
Triumvirate is a
yeah,
German
Nicole,
band.
Actually,
from
their
the
shows are some of the most expensive displays. It takes like 3 days of putting up their pyrotechnics at their concerts because it's such a big spectacle.
Yeah, we hope that the viewers are safe in all of this, and no hamsters were injured in the making of this film.
Mhm.
Right.
7 hours.
They were all willing participants.
Yeah. Have you by any chance watched Beard Meets Food lately?
Not lately.
You haven't seen the epics of Beard? Oh boy, man, come on!
I
thought
have
you were the
not-
Beard Army guys. Come on.
I watched it, but it's not so funny.
He comes up on my TikTok channel. He's on TikTok too.
Yes.
So-
Now.
Yep.
I was, trying to, sidebar while Thomas was looking this up. Triumvirate.
Yeah.
Spartacus.
Yes, I tried to find it, but I think I write it wrong.
Spartacus, Triumvirate, or
So
just
SPER
AR. Spar.
AR.
Spartacus. God, what was that? Actors that played Spartacus. Great movie.
I could.
I love Spartacus. I'm Spartacus. No, I'm Spartacus.
Yeah,
No, I'm Spartacus.
SPARTACUS. Spartacus. Yeah.
Spartacus. Okay, yes.
Great album. It talks about freeing oneself of its bonds of enslavement. Great theory that we're all doing right now as we're freeing ourselves from the bonds of bad science and empirical, pardon the expression, UK, but English stuffy guys that wore powdered wigs that have tea in their private clubs and rule us with their science rather than the reality of what's really going on. Jesus, was that barely stated or was I incorrect?
No, that was stated just great, Sam.
We are being driven by, old mummies in old museums. And we can't do that anymore because there's real science out there.
I mean, the fact that we're still running off of Einstein's, which wasn't even fully proven. Even Einstein knew he wasn't satisfied with his results. The fact that we're still piggybacking off of 80, almost 100-year-old information.
Yeah, 1880 through 1940.
It's alarming and it's upsetting, and we should do better.
The
Heisenberg, so stubborn when it comes to science and religion. We're so
the
stubborn.
Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Go look it up, and that is basically and that's 1880, and we're running off of that, which is Tesla and Charles Edison, and this is part of what I got yelled at by the Langley scientists when I got my free vacation. How dare you think that you're smarter than? Yeah, well, I try to put that
in Einstein. My goodness.
Somebody told me recently that somebody close to me, I'm not going to mention names, but tell me that it offends them when I say that Einstein was wrong. And I'm like, well, that's the problem right there, is that you refuse anything alternative to what you believe to be a fact. And the thing with science is that it's constantly evolving. So for you to be offended by it, that's where the problem starts. Right? Like you have to
an
be
example for planetary repulsion that we, over the last decade, we cannot argue with these sightings around the world of these major storms and the electrical discharging and the planetary repulsion that has been repetitive base cloud patterns for over a decade. And we earned our doctorate on these base clouds. All of us know that.
The contribution that we have done to this topic, Sam, may not be understood as quickly as we want, but
not today.
But it will be. It will be eventually.
Absolutely.
Eventually,
we are
people will look back at this and look back at our videos and look back and be like, they were right.
We're doing a weekly log of what's transpiring every week and what we're seeing, what we're citing, and this is absolutely irreplaceable documentation that we get to use in our future.
Yes.
We change science.
You already did it.
Yes, thank you, sir. We're a coalition. We're not one guy in a garage trying to make it, a helicopter. We're a worldwide faction that is grouped together in like-minded scientific research with serious-minded gathering of serious science. And yes, we gossip a lot and enjoy our company of others because we don't get to tell this to the people at the truck stop or the guy at the grocery store that checks us out.
We can try.
Well, I want to.
We're brave enough sometimes.
That part of all this has been so difficult for me to accept. It's made. Well, it's taught me patience. I'll say that. It's taught me patience.
Right.
It's taught me how to be understanding of other people, and it's also taught me that we have been. Our wings have been cut off. From day one, like they really don't want us.
Sure.
They really keep us as dumb as they possibly can, while still being just smart enough to follow orders and keep this machine going. But
I think that's why they swooped in at age 17 when I wrote a paper about the binary solar system and in a private school chemistry class. That my professor turned this information into the like a newspaper, and they got wind of it and they swapped in there like a vulture on meat, a dead rabbit in the desert, whatever. And and I'll remind everybody over and over again, they do not come and grab a 17-year-old kid from Montana for being wrong. You know, and even Christopher on the last video, you know, he got me at the end of that sound bite where I go, damn it, I'm not wrong. And my track record alone, and this is why we talked about at the beginning of the show, that arrogance thing. Damn it, it's not arrogance, it's knowledge. I'm producing this information. I'm warning you people. This is really serious. This is my whole damn role. This is my one thing. This is why I'm here. I wrote the freaking paper, God, 44 years ago plus. I mean, maybe I need to revamp the math, but we know it's 44 years ago, and this is why we're here. And damn it, I told Rebecca this today. I said, people like me do not grow on trees. Are you listening yet?
You know, speaking of bragging, Sam, I don't typically do that, but recently, somebody close to me was arguing, you know, because they seem to really want to prove me wrong.
They know better.
Problem is that they just don't do the research. They just go by what they think they already know. But I got kind of irritated. I'm like, you know what? You're lucky you know me. You're lucky you know somebody who's actually has a clue to what's really happening in the world.
Right.
And
you earned your place here, sir.
They paused for a little bit, and they're like, "You are one cocky son of a bitch." You know, I'm like, you know what? I said what you said. God damn it, I'm right. I know I'm right. Like I don't think I'm right. I know I'm right. I've seen things that would blow your puny little brain apart. You know, I'm not usually belligerent like that.
Go. You tell him.
Got a little.
Damn it, tell him.
But
I'm the one screaming, you know, from the telephone booth in the Mexico rain. Now it's your turn. Jesus.
Yeah.
Tell
I want you to actually look at my videos, look at my time lapses, and I
Oh
want
my
you to.
God, I love your
And I don't want you to tell me what it's not. I want you to tell me. I want you to explain it. Since you say they're not planets, I want you to tell me what it is. If it's not planets, what is it then? Yeah, we had to stop the conversation because it wasn't going anywhere. So sometimes you just have to we agreed to disagree.
I hate that term.
Yeah, but
damn it, I'm right.
As Carol Ann was saying earlier, you have to pick your battles, and then you have to know when to kind of stop.
Yep.
You know,
You can't fix people, and you know this is what Thomas was talking about.
You can't.
You know, his videos we're sharing as well. But we also have to have, and you know, I'll let another tidbit of meat at the barbecue here. I was chosen many lifetimes ago. I actually remember it. I have other lifetimes in the background I don't go into detail over. Reaching all the way back to the Ajante Caves, and you can look that up. But the most important thing is learning and growing to this stage. When you get your self-comfort, that inner thing where you know that you're comfortable, that's what's important, and that's a shield of armor. And Thomas was talking about the armor that we wear, and that armor. That armor. Go ahead, please.
Okay, sorry. And I want to say it's important. I said it before. The outside is one thing, the inside is the other thing. So important is really to get the healing. So you must go first inside you and know about your true knowledge and power and what you can do. The other things are necessary, in my opinion. So because they happen and you can't do anything, and the show in the sky will go on, but you can heal yourself and have a easier life here. And
once once you attain that level, you'll feel what we in the market, the psychic market, would call the tap on the shoulder. When you get the tap on the shoulder, you know it. It taps you, and it's like a foreign entity, and yet you get it's elation, and it's also revelation. and you'll start. And Jesus, I believe you're on that journey path. I know that Rebecca is still arguing with hers. Christopher is moving quickly through his, and I can feel and read all of that. And Thomas, you read me, I read you. We are
Yes.
my light recognizes your light, and I envy your comfort zone, sir. And I am so glad that you are here. Excuse me, Rebecca.
Sorry,
Oh no, please.
You were mentioning Jesus being, but you said I'm still arguing with mine. What is it?
Well, you
aren't
don't
at the
realize-
point. You must get
Rebecca,
there.
You don't realize your power already. Whereas
Yes.
Jesus is now experiencing his.
You struggle a little bit.
Okay.
Well, Rebecca has a very high religious doctrine.
Yes.
Yeah, well.
And she's still, you're also wading through the grief of the relationship that just passed.
Oh, well, yeah, that's been.
And the negative connotations that brought through religion that was causing that. So she has a couple of more chess pieces to wiggle past.
I'm not hanging on to
Jesus,
religion, though, just to clarify.
Jesus broke free of his marriage, and he is actually embarking on a brand new spiritual occupation. Although he's skeptical, he is starting to see the belief, whereas Thomas is totally relaxed and enjoying his.
Of course, but you're right. I see it with Jesus. You're struggling. You don't know your really power, which is inside.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Here's the thing: is that, and I think it's cultural, but I also think the world,
right?
It's also world is that we're kind of taught to think really small, not just.
Oh, you were raised deep,
world, but
Catholic
also
church.
of ourselves. Like we also we're always taught to think of ourselves as insignificant, and we it's hard. It takes work to get out of that and to say.
Of course.
Maybe okay,
without
so
drama, you can't get there.
This is what I struggle with. Like, why I'm not? There's nothing special about me. Why is it that I see something so
would you
clearly
explain to me
that
something?
a lot of people are missing?
Let me
And
ask you a question.
I ask myself, like, there's nothing special about me. There's nothing great about me. There's nothing. Accepting
You're wrong.
that maybe there is something.
Yes, but
about me
you
that
don't see it.
That is, man.
Hey.
You know, I have a hard time accepting that. Like I have.
Will you answer a question for me?
Keep going, Sam.
Hey, Zeus, how did you get here?
Sam,
It's an easy one.
Well, you said it. The tap on your shoulder, just something one day just didn't seem right.
You want it.
And I just followed it, and I believed. I just never doubted it. You know, this is why I know that you're right. This is why I know that you're
I'll
right.
point you to show number one.
I didn't when I follow my intuition, things turn out great for me. Right? It's when I ignore my intuition where I end up suffering, where I end up tripping over something, where I end up when I go against my essence or whatever you want to call that.
Your inner voice, your inner calling. You have followed your gut, and look where you are today. How did you get here?
I am beginning to accept that, Sam. I am, but you're right. I am in that stage where I'm still.
You're in skeptical mode, but remember, you fought your way through this. You did your ego duel. Remember our interaction in your early days. You did have to learn the ego battle.
I did.
And when you stepped aside of it, knowingly, smartly, wisely, easily, because you are a mature adult, and you got here because you earned every step of this pathway.
Maybe you need tripping. You say it one time.
We all do. I think if you don't trip, you're not going to learn how to walk. You know, it's
Well, we didn't have a huge ego duel, but you asked me a lot of questions, and you were highly skeptical in the first, and you didn't have to go through what I put Rebecca through to get here. We actually threw Rebecca out, and I didn't throw you out of the group, and I worked with you on the side, and during that time, I still had a lot of time to talk to people, and then we communicated, and we took the time, and then you grew your way here, and now you're one of the experts.
That's crazy too. I mean, that just by itself is kind of crazy to go from.
Well, I do
level
remember that time where
to
Rebecca
this.
was gone. I didn't know that she was gone because she had gotten kicked out till way later. But I do remember. I was like,
Rebecca was posting a lot of.
There was some stuff that you would post that was really.
I was
cool.
trying to save lives. I was like saying it's the end of the world and Jesus is going to save you. I was like on that level.
Rebecca was posting a lot of religious material, and she got warned in Montana Skywatcher that we didn't do that, and she kept doing it anyway. And I think one of my other co-admins or moderators booted her out. I don't think I did it personally, but and then I had a bunch of people on the side contact me that, oh, poor Rebecca, she's really sad that this happened, and she would really very much like to come back. And at that time, I hadn't booted that many people, but I hadn't let anyone back. And I made an exception for poor old Rebecca, and the rest is history.
And
now she's running the show.
Now, back when I got back in, I mean, I just typed in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and the date and hit enter. I didn't say a word otherwise. I just posted my pictures and.
But
I was very
quiet.
quiet.
That was kind of similar to. I mean, mine was different, but
they're back.
My heading got me in trouble one time with Sam as well. It wasn't religious, but it was a little panicky and a little dramatic. Hey, Carol, welcome back. And a little dramatic, and Sam didn't appreciate that. And
you weren't
when he got on me about it, I kind of reeled myself back in, and I was like, okay, maybe don't label stuff from now on. Maybe just write the date and those kind of things, and then I just kind of stopped.
Right. We were arguing with people who supplemented summations that were inaccurate.
Yeah. And here's another one. The thing, I want to thank my dad personally, because my dad was always my dad believed in discipline. And he was not afraid to say you're wrong or stop it or no. And I don't think that's something that a lot of people these days deal with very well, being told no or being told you're wrong. But thankfully, discipline was a part of my upbringing. So when I was told no, it did sting a little. I'm not going to say it didn't, but I saw the bigger picture, and I understood that discipline is a good thing, and it's I'm a big proponent of doing things the right way, and rules. I'm all for. I'm a rule person. I can't imagine life without rules or laws.
And speaking of rules,
I'm a big proponent of that. So
Carol Ann is back. Look out! Hall monitor. She's got a ruler out.
She's here to collect.
Are you kidding me? I always have.
Oh man, you're rich tonight.
What's going on, guys?
We're still here.
I've got my ruler all the time. I am a stickler for rules too, Jesus.
Oh yeah,
Jesus.
We need them. We need them. We need them.
Okay, now answer how I knew she had a ruler.
Yeah, you have abilities, Sam.
Yes,
no doubt about that.
What else do I have in my drawer, Sam?
Oh God! And don't forget
candy.
She's got one of those big pink erasers too. Look out!
I do. No, it's yellow. It's yellow.
Is it okay?
Yeah, it's yellow.
I'm
but
wrong.
It's big. It's really big.
It's one of those.
Hey.
See?
Yeah,
It's
one of them big. Yeah, that's the old-fashioned one.
No, there's no candy.
Right? They don't make those anymore.
I don't
No
think
candy.
they make them anymore.
Candy
I'm sure they do, but
I have those with my pencil all the time.
There have been no cameos from the hubby tonight, Carol Ann.
No, he's in on his chair.
No hand?
I made
Sure to say
dinner.
hi. You know, how you doing?
Ah, is he picking on people tonight? I was
Who?
going to pick on Jesus.
Oh, I
Because
pick on everybody
When
once
I
in a
was
while.
waiting, I heard Jesus say, and he made me cry. He said about, I'm not special. Are you serious, buddy?
Well, you know, he did. Okay, you know, Jesus, he showed himself. He became a special. We noticed him. Now, I mean, we have, 80,000 members. So, you know.
Right.
I felt
Wow.
his energy. First time I met him on here, I felt his energy. He is the kindest, dearest,
Very
sweetest soul
sincere.
in the whole world. I fell in love with him immediately.
Well, thank you. That's really
Yeah.
nice of you to say.
You made me cry. It's like, when I see you, it's gonna be the biggest
Yeah,
damn
like I
hug,
said, you earned
darn
your
hug you
birthright.
ever had in your life.
Where you're
I'm not
one of
gonna
the
let
experts.
go. I'm not gonna let go.
Yeah.
You
Well,
are
again, it's a cultural thing, but also a worldly thing, of thinking of ourselves as very limited and not as intelligent and not. We think in a very small window.
Well, society does that to
Yeah,
us.
yeah, it does. It does.
I mean,
so whenever
anywhere
somebody,
you go.
whenever you're just in a situation where, those, I guess exactly, Andrea. Yes, everybody has special gifts, and everybody has
That's
something to
absolutely
offer.
right.
Yes.
It's
might
like
not
when
be the
it's
same
like
as
when the
ours.
Pleiadian, when you were arguing with the Pleiadian, Sam, how you said me, like I'm gonna change the world, like little
Right.
me, like
Yeah.
it's like that, and to shake that off and to actually embrace that,
It's hard.
it's a challenge. It's a challenge,
Well, I can't do it alone.
and you won't.
We won't
You're
let
stuck.
you.
Like this is something that I'm gonna die. If I die taking pictures of the sky, I'll die a happy person.
Right?
Yeah, we've been watching this
You are
for
not
so many
die.
years now, and it's like a daily elation after daily elation after daily elation, and you can't replace that. This is so insanely beautiful, and oh my, even when we see the asteroids and the rainbow patterns, and we've never seen skies like this in our entire lives. And yet everybody on TikTok and everything is blowing it up. Oh, look look what I saw in the sky today. And yet they don't realize exactly the magnitude of what they're staring at.
Nope. And then when they do see something, they go, look, a poodle.
Yeah. I love that one.
I can't tell you how that drives
So
me.
true.
There's
Right, or you'll get-
this Skywatcher guy that I always come across on TikTok, and I've commented a few times. Well, I didn't comment on his lives. He's always lives. He's always online. I sent him a message and he never answered me. But it's always faces. It's always that kind of stuff. And I'm like, dude, like
And we can't
pan
get to
out.
the next
I
step.
told him try to pan out and look at, instead of looking at this little thing, right? Think of it as in a bigger, broader spectrum. But I didn't receive any, and it drives me nuts because I feel a lot of potential from this person. He really loves what he's doing, and he clearly is really into it and even knowledgeable to a certain extent. It's just getting him on board.
Exactly.
It is a challenge.
Right, you think if you are watching the sky every day and taking photos, I mean, I'm not, if that's how you want to present this, then, but don't you want to find out other information and bring that into your synopsis and make the decision based on all of that instead of just one topic?
Well, the fact that this is a reoccurring cycle with these planets and these life forms that live on these planets that are how many millennium ahead technology based and all of that, and how we're all a driven force of short-lived self-replicating biotools. I would assume that people would like to know that information.
You would think. Yeah, you would think.
Yeah.
You know, and it has new resolve to that big thing, like why am I here, and what is this life, and are we really doing this, and you know what's wrong? I know something's missing, you know, and this is why I post the Wait There manifesto all the time. You know in your hearts that this is not normal. You know that you're something more. You know there's more to this.
Something doesn't feel right.
Well, those answers.
You know, Sam, I right now we're in a period where depression is at an all-time high.
Yep.
And people say, well, I'm sure there's many factors that go with this, but I think a big part of it is that people feel something that they can't explain, that they don't understand.
They don't have the words.
And I think that would depress anybody, because I went almost 2 years until I found you, Sam. I didn't find you right away. I went 2 years taking pictures and photographs, and I was on the verge of driving myself mad. I really was.
Well, I'm there too right now all the time, regularly. A couple of nights ago, I had that hopelessness set in. You know, I had an anxiety attack. All of a sudden, I couldn't breathe. I was worried about things that had no meaning in reality, or what was going to come next week or anything, financial, and yet the political system overwhelmed me. And I sat there and I actually had to go talk to my kids because I couldn't deal with the vibration.
Sam. You have all our addresses. You have our phone number.
You know, I already ran enough to do.
Well, the negativity right now, Sam, and the hatefulness and the hate.
The hatefulness
vision is really difficult. Like I'm having a hard time avoiding it. Like it's everywhere.
Right.
It's everywhere. And you could feel it on the street. You could feel it everywhere you go.
Well, we know
it's been difficult for me because I'm very emphatic, and I feel like I absorb a lot of that.
We know that
the energy, and it's been difficult. Like it's been difficult. This month has been
Taylor. I was just gonna say Taylor's mentioned that at his new job.
Yeah.
He said everybody he works with is miserable, and I'm like, well, I said, think about it. They probably are miserable because I mean we're living in a world now where you can't. There's not enough money. You just work and work and work and work, and you have nothing. You know, it's like after so many years of that, that's where we're at.
Old, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does not belong to you. And Taylor needs to remember what he tells me. It doesn't belong to you.
Right.
So you go in a building, it's like,
right.
My energy stays with me. Theirs can stay with them. And when you leave the building, brush it off.
It's kind of like Mad Max.
But it
going
is a
into the desert.
constant. You have to constantly remind yourself of that, though.
Yeah.
I deal with it on a daily because I'm always around other people. Random people.
Right.
Sometimes I'll feel that energy that something is off,
Remember,
and sometimes
it does not
people
belong to you.
will bring. Sometimes people will either add or take away, and you have to kind of. It takes practice to kind of put yourself in a position where you're not completely affected by people's energy.
And that's like that in remote viewing also. Or if you look too deep in someone, it can take days to get them out of you.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
But you can.
I'm struggling lately with what's happening in my personal life. Carol, I've told you about it. It's been a challenge, but I feel like I'm doing. Had this happened 5 years ago, I'd probably be a mess. But I've gotten better at kind of protecting myself.
You're stronger.
Energies. And
you
also,
are stronger.
You know, I feel like I have a great support system with all.
That's the other thing. You have people you can talk to.
You know, not doing things by yourself and knowing that you have some kind of support system is so helpful and so appreciated. You know, I couldn't possibly think of doing this without you guys. But it has gone better. How did this?
What a ride!
Situation happened 5 years ago. I think I wouldn't be handling it as well as I am. But
we are on the crazy train. You know, and we're all smart enough to know that these occurrences are happening around the world that we're all sharing together. And so that adds to the hype and the discomfort and the stress and our involvement and willingness to stay factual as possible without adding, the henny penny, the sky is falling on top of it, and joining the ranks.
Somebody told me recently, Sam, that it feels like it's the end of the world. And I'm like, geez,
see why they think that.
It's got to be difficult. Even us knowing all these things that are happening,
And the base premise of the new generation behind us believes exactly that. They don't believe in a future. They believe that we are at the end times, and that there's a huge percentage of the Christians that also believe, and we talked about this a few shows ago, at the opening of the sixth seal and that lunar eclipse that we just went through last year, and the mathematics. I took a very serious dive and study on that, and the mathematics actually does make sense. So and not only that, look what just happened to our world. It falls right into all of that. And I don't want to be right here. I don't want to be right.
No, when he said that, when he told me that, I'm like, well, in a way, you're not wrong. I didn't tell him this because I think that the person was struggling enough already.
Right,
so
you don't want to add to it. No.
Different kind of advice, and but in my mind, I was like, well, you're not completely wrong. You're not completely wrong. Things are happening right now that are going to change the world, and even though the world will be here tomorrow, even way long after we're gone.
I truly believe if we would have been able to announce the binary solar system all the way back in 1980. I think we would be the Jetsons by now. I think we would have been more open to the reality of knowing that there was another race that was on the way. And it's like
that time, and also the realization that we're so disconnected now from everything. We're so disconnected from the world around us. And I think that's purposely done. But I think if we knew something of that magnitude, we would remain more grounded in how significant our place in the universe is. My way of looking at the world since I learned about this is completely different than what I used to prior to it. I'm more appreciative of living things because I know what it took for us to get here. I'm more and how easily it could be taken away, and I'm aware of that, and that has changed my way of my behavior and my appreciation for Earth and our place in the universe. Is the magnitude of all that has changed my life completely. The way I behave, the way I think, everything, and I think this thing that we know would change the world for a better.
We're at the parapet of reality. We're watching our weather drastically change right before our very eyes, and this is also with the mega viruses and the plagues and this all it's all representative of the climate change. At the bare minimum, planets or no planets, we are in a world of chaos in our governments, in trade. We've seen with the C virus a disruption in the trade around the world, and that is affected us in the past, and it's continuing to affect us. Sorry, I'm going to sneeze here. Someone else talk for a moment.
That's you.
And think about the 15-minute cities they are planning and all the things. So the government will kick the people in the ass really, really bad. So with the food, with all of that, so that it will get to a point where are so many rules, like financial, like it's all going electronic, and it's maybe, I think it will get to the point like in China, where you are completely
We're definitely headed in that
control.
direction.
I agree with you. I was just going to mention China. Go ahead. Continue, please.
This is what I want to say. So I think the government will keep us in a real prison. Actually, we are in half prison. But after this period, I think it will be the complete prison, and only some people want to get out because it's they. Yeah, I don't know how I can explain it, but I think people don't have the not the possibility, but the thinking of the mind to get really out because our I told before, the DNA, because of the people are changed, and so they are only slaves and don't want to think so.
They fear change, and they believe that the government is there to save them rather than the opposite.
Good night, Experimental. Thank you
Yep.
for being
And they'll do. Some of them will go to like the ends of the earth to keep those, barriers up and those.
And they'll fight you over it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cognizant dissonance, where they believe
Yeah,
so
that's
strongly
real.
in the system that they will fight you over the possibility of change.
Yeah.
But we've already stepped across change. We're already across that threshold.
Right.
And then the example of that is in our television commercials, in our television, in the way we do things. If you don't have a cell phone right now, you don't function in society.
No, you can't.
And if you and look at the homeless people that are living on the streets,
Oh, yeah.
they are separate of society. So we are seeing an internal, created, dissident, terroristic scenario. Rather than expecting attack from outside, we are now creating our own monster.
You really don't put that together, with the homelessness and the fact that everybody, you literally need to be connected to function in society. It's just, I don't think a lot of people see it that way, and that's scary.
Well, we completely sidestepped the existence of the poor.
Yeah.
When you watch television and they're showing you a commercial for an Airwick or Febreze commercial where it's going to dispense this beautiful smell into your living room, they're showing you $1 million plus $4 million house. They're not showing you the medium average income of the guy that lives in a trailer.
Right. It's
Nobody wants to
that is really disheartening all the time. I've noticed that, and it's like, seriously, who lives like this? I mean, I know some people have money, but I mean, come on, this is not the norm at all.
This is 2025. I see lotion and mascara and perfume commercials,
drugs,
car commercials.
Prescription drugs dominate like 70% of commercials.
Yeah.
A pill for every
and then I
ailment.
think the other 30% are lawyer commercials saying suing these
Sue somebody.
drugs
Yep.
for
Sue this pharmacy company for these side effects.
Or if you lived at Camp Lejeune,
you can collect.
I swear, not a day goes by where I'm not like, we are ridiculous. Our society is ridiculous sometimes.
It's no wonder the kids are screwed up.
Right?
The people
All
are
they
dumb.
are you guys aware of the unattended, empty oil well cap heads all over the United States that have not been checked on?
I was seeing how much carbon or crap they're producing. So now they're
natural gas.
There's people going around.
Oh, the natural gas is the problem.
Oil and chemicals in the water stream, above in the air and in below ground. And there are millions of unattended oil rig capped wells in the United States alone.
Millions.
No regulation.
Especially now, regulations are out.
Bingo. Oh, by the way, There was mass layoffs at the National Nuclear Regulatory
yeah.
Commission.
Yeah, that's smart.
And about 18 other ones. And I've talked to some people in.
Let's
in
hope they
government.
hired some new people.
I'm going to say one thing political.
But I want to say something or something to think about it.
Go ahead.
If we had the old civilizations a lot before, and we could compromise it with our civilization, other civilizations don't do all the poison in the environment like us, for example.
Right, for profit.
Well, you cannot fix a government with a sledgehammer.
Nope. Nope.
Well, and then everybody thinks that voting left or right is going to change things, and that's where the problem is. It's we're not going to vote our way out of this mess.
Well, we've been waiting for the good old boys to go away for a very long time.
Yeah.
But we have also civilizations here on Earth. Don't forget that too, huh?
Yeah.
So, and not all are really friendly to human to get the vibration high. Some want to keep us down.
Yeah.
And we have to have somebody of intellect to slowly change things with bright ideas rather than muscle or brute force or bullying.
Well, Rodney, I don't completely disagree. I think there's a lot
We are educated, we are elevated, we are just stopped by the last draggings and the last finding of the greed. This is the end of the greed of mankind that we have to grow past. And that is original sin.
That's right.
Is greed. We know in our hearts.
Greed is greed is at the center of everything bad that's happening right now. It's greed. You know, very soon we're gonna go from billionaires to trillionaires. Like it's not gonna be not even 5 or 10 years before we have the first trillion. You know, and that
Are we going to let that happen? The question is, if you have that money, that much money, how did you get there?
well exactly.
Yeah.
Look. For every action, there has to be a reaction. So for one person
Right.
to have it all, somebody on the other side has to have nothing. And I don't care
Yep.
what
And
you say, like that's just reality, right? In order for somebody to have everything, somebody on the other side has to suffer. Okay, so somebody told me, or one of my writers told me recently, well, it sounds like you have a bad relationship with money. I'm like, yeah, I hate it. I don't like what it does to people. I think, you know, and she tried to argue from the capitalistic side, so I kind of lost interest, and I was like, okay, yeah, I just kind of agreed because you just can't argue.
Well, if you're a millionaire, how did you get there?
Right.
Other people lose money.
Well, how did you walk upon other people to get those dollars? Because, you know, I'm sorry, I've never been able to keep that much money. Not that I've ever had that much money, but when I am better off, I share with those people around me.
Yeah.
So I don't see how you acquire that kind of money.
Unless they're the biggest.
I mean, that's
screws in
essentially how the stock market works. You have, you know, somebody has to lose out for you to gain, and that's just how it works.
Yeah.
And that in itself is a not.
You know,
I don't
the
know.
day of-
It's crazy.
Day of being able to save and save and save
Right.
is not. It's not. It's
So
gone.
be sure to send your donations to P.O. Box. Yeah, okay.
We
Yeah.
try. We try.
Yeah, well, we are here. God, look, guys, we made it to 8 hours. Wake
amazing.
up, Susie. Wake up, Susie. Here we are.
Woohoo! Yay!
Thank you for lasting 8 hours and 12 minutes, 47 seconds. Yeah, here we are. You know, wake up. Oh, yeah. Good our 50s rock. Wake up, little Susie.
All right, we'll do a promotional video this year, 24-hour podcast.
Yeah, the live 24-hour podcast.
24 hours.
Somebody
oh
will
my
be here to help you with your fears about the passing planets in the binary twin solar system
Right.
and Nibiru. Dial 1-800.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Call now so you don't forget mail before midnight tonight. That's
Crazy world.
And
I
everybody.
mean, Rebecca did it almost. I mean, she went live for 30 days in a row. That was fun.
Yeah, I know.
It was.
Oh boy, it was. Yeah,
I can see
know.
doing
I
that again this summer.
it crossed my mind, Carol Ann. I was thinking.
And then Chick-fil-A ruined the story.
Yeah. Well, there's two sides of the field, so I still have part of it. You know, so as long as they don't.
Chick-fil-A.
Yeah,
the parking
stay
lot
over on your
360.
side. I know they got the side I used to be on, but fine, whatever. I'm right across the street from Chick-fil-A now.
Now,
In an
please
empty
wave to
field
Sam
still.
when you will walk by again, okay?
But
Yeah, cameo. Gotta wave,
You
gotta wave.
missed your cameo earlier. Are you still hungry?
Hey, I'll take mine with pastrami and cheese.
We made pizza.
I'm a bologna guy myself.
He loves bologna.
Gotta love
I
salami.
love bologna.
hey there.
Yeah.
Summer sausage.
Right.
Hello.
There we go.
Hi.
Thank you, then. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I made pizza a different way tonight. Because
We always invite family cameo.
Sounds
And right now, Christopher, what are you doing outside at night?
yeah,
You
how
know,
far did you walk?
I have to go back to the store.
Oh boy.
Oh my
You know, of course, the one store by my house is closed, so I have to walk to the one down the street. You know, you go to the store for one thing, then you leave, and you didn't get what you went for in the first place.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
Yes.
Like, oh, great.
Viva Las Vegas.
So you got to make it there before they close. Right? Yeah, it's really Viva Las Vegas where I'm at.
It feels like you've been walking forever.
Yes.
Yeah, I
bought the battery pack to keep the phone charged, and of course I left that at the house.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
You know, so I had to walk back. Phone died again.
Definitely got your steps in today.
Yeah, you're in some kind of a area
Pardon
where
me.
you're picking up static.
He's Superman. Did you guys know he's turning into Electro?
Yeah.
Electro Man, huh?
Yeah, our Las
what's going
Vegas superhero. He's morphing in front of us as we speak.
Weird.
There's it's like sparks.
Every time I talk, the microphone gets shut off.
Yeah,
Oh,
Michelle, the bread.
I turned it off because you got real
Oh,
bad
okay.
static.
Was it real bad?
It's real bad again.
I'll go and come back, see what happens.
It might be like something by your nearby.
Yeah, there you go.
Just do the thumbs up.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna come back in. Okay.
Yeah, he'll come back in.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's that's the Earth is going kooky, and we're seeing really freak waves, and so it might be a cell towers bouncing off each other, and seeing an intermittent recurbing
Be an
secondary
alien.
sound. I mean, it literally sounds like a heartbeat, but beep beep beep
Oh,
beep
gosh.
beep beep. Electro Man. And we
Yeah.
all have that, that's why and how our heart beats all the way up to the galaxies. We're an opening and closing thread of electrical force that breathes, and that's why the galaxy breathes, and that's why our heart beats, and that's why we're alive, is because we flow at that same electrical harmonic rate that the Earth does, the solar system does, the galaxy does. All of this flows in this spinning thread, and you got to look up thread theory and God, there's so much to physics. And from the astro to the subatomic, and it's a cosmic connection in dimension, and we're all joined to everything. And it's really big. There's so much out there, and so many people, and so many beings, and so many other worlds, and the Federation's here, and the Anunnaki are here, and I said, we're teenagers and down in the living room, on the TV room, and our parents are just pulling into the driveway.
Babies, no teenagers. We are babies.
Mom and Dad are home. What are we going to do? Quick, clean up the spilt popcorn, and oh my God, Billy spilled his pop or his Kool-Aid on the carpet. What are we going to do? And that's where we are right now.
But above mom and dad are other mom and dads.
Yeah, and Grandma and Grandpa are here too, right?
Yeah,
and
so the higher races,
right,
so
Federation, and the ones above them even.
Yes, this is what I mean.
They're all. There's a huge factional process going on here, and it's so much bigger than we are. And yet, I'm frightened by it, but also, I'm deeply proud to be part of it, and I know I'm connected to it because I know it's there. And awareness is most of the connection, and it is driving me insane. I promise you.
And I wonder if they think about us the way we think about them all the time.
Well, I was just going to say earlier that they probably watch our show. High up there on the cube or the long box.
Why not?
Maybe they're into our weekly, drama.
I bet they do, because nobody else is talking about them like we do.
We talked about before. So some of us has a higher frequency, and they connect to the higher frequencies already. So they not only watch the show, but they show the enlightened people here on Earth too. That's my opinion.
And they probably look at us and say, well, there's hope yet.
For some of them.
Yeah, just some. But we use mental telepathy a lot. Well,
yeah. We use it in more ways than we even realize. Nostalgia.
It's just like far seeing and all that. The mental
connective
telepathy.
Nostalgia is really huge in our cognitive abilities, including sense of smell. That we don't even realize. And there's so many things that go off in our world that so many people don't pay attention to. They just, walk past it and go, oh, okay, it happened. But yet they don't identify that it's a stronger signal than their immediate reality.
Yep.
Well, then when you decide to not ignore those subtle things that happen in your daily life, it's like you tune in to that frequency that's speaking to you, and then everything just kind of happens. Ever since I came to Salt Lake, I felt like I started practicing them more, and things. God, I swear, when you really tune into that, whatever it is, that thing,
it's an energy,
that frequency, whatever you want to call it. It's just things become, I don't know, things just fall where they're supposed to fall.
They open up, and you take notice to it, you acknowledge it,
and be grateful for it. I think gratitude is something that we don't practice very often, as much as we should. And I think it's a very important part of daily life to practice gratitude.
That's a form of elation that you can actually, do reward yourself with as well. We have to reward ourselves in this ever tiring quest of trying to, point, look at this, look at this, look at this. And yet people aren't really, trying to listen. And yet, we're held back, but we have to give ourselves that personal elation of gratitude for how far we've come. We have to congratulate ourselves. Because we are there. We are aware. We see what others do not see. And I'm not trying to be a separatist by saying that, we're better or anything or worse. But your journey here was
You see that right there, Sam? That thought right there that you had right now. That's what I always have when I think of myself. Of you're not special. You're not this. You're not. That right
That's
there.
the wrong
what you
way.
just said is exactly what keeps me from accepting that. Like I don't know. There's always that thing like, no, I'm not special. No, this.
Will you hear these words, Jesus? When you think that the next time, you are very special.
Yeah,
to many people.
Well, let's talk about your 100 shows that you've been here, as a expert. And I am sure there is a considerable group of people that you have reached where I may not have, and find you special that they've not even taken the time to tell you.
And you become what you think. That's very important to think about it.
I agree.
If you think you are very unspecial, okay, next time you are very unspecial. So it's up to you.
And here's
what happens. Here's a routine for me. There's days where I feel very plain and basic, right? And then
look at that
I
shy
get that
smile.
perfect video, right, of the planets, and I'll be working on it, and it's like, and then once I get the final product, I'm like, I have this moment of I have this moment where I'm like, dude, you are the shit. Like, who else is making
personal
like these are so one of a kind, and I'm like, who else is making these videos?
Yeah, and you have your level of science too. Your videos have their place
in motion, and I get so excited about it, and then a few days later, it's like you're back down, and then it's this routine, and you build yourself up, and then before you know it, it's like you finally accept that there is something special about what it is that you do. Not better, but special.
You are categorizing a legacy.
Yeah, I like.
It's not just the sky either. It's in your personal life, the people you meet in your work. There's always something special going on, Jesus.
Yeah, we're
I'm your pep team back here.
We're a coalition.
You really are. You really are, Carol. I think I think one of the most special functions of you is that you're so uplifting to all of us, and
that's why she got her job.
Yeah.
Very special people here.
Yeah,
we've all of us have chosen our own little jobs, and you have your videos, and Rebecca has hers, and Carol Ann likes to be she likes to look things up. She's a researcher, so she's also a good fact checker, and she kind of keeps the little ducks in a row when it comes to swimming in the pond.
Yep.
And she always reaches out right at the right time.
That's the thing. Everybody tells me, Jesus.
Yeah, you always reach out to me when I most need it.
Right when you need it.
And that's how that works.
And I can't tell you the number of times that you reached out to me just at the right time, and I'm like,
just because.
I love that woman. She's just always.
I do that to Rebecca too.
Always has this way.
It's happened even in the middle of the night. It's like
3 o'clock
in the
morning.
night. Yeah, it's the middle of the night, and there she is.
And Sam, it's quiet all day, and Sam will post a music video, and I immediately go to the words, and I look at that, and it's like, yeah, he got it. So we all do this, and Christopher too. He's in on this.
Yeah, the bombing run of the music business. Yeah,
I love the music.
I do follow a source-driven message that I'm actually kind of led by. It's weird how it plays out, and I kind of chuckle about it, and I go, God, I'm sorry I bombed everybody with music all day, but I'm sort of driven to do it.
Really,
I don't think anybody minds either.
No.
I certainly don't. You sent me some pretty cool visuals of I think it was a Pink Floyd video you sent me recently, Sam?
Yeah, Pink Floyd.
Yeah,
the visuals and the everything was really really comforting,
Yeah. I love to look at the words.
Well, I'm just following the path of what I'm being told to do, and I hate to say it.
Sam,
We can
Sam
get back.
can be a softie at times.
We've had all these people, the trolls, going, "Oh, this guy's, he's being led by demons, or he's Jim Jones going to pass out the Kool-Aid and all of that crazy crap." And I sit and chuckle about that and go, "If you only knew that, I'm not necessarily directing this. This is just part of what I'm supposed to do, and I have to share this information because I was told I couldn't, so I have to."
And I'm always amazed because of the things that you send, and then I go, but I do that, or I have that, or I was just thinking of that, or
It's always at the right time.
Yeah,
That's
timing
what's
is
so
perfect.
weird about it.
Timing is
And that also leads me down the pathway to believe that it's exterior as well. It's sort of an outside source influence that could not be right this many times in a row, and yet it always is. And that took me a decade to learn.
I love how it works.
Yeah, it's just freaking cool. I mean, it's just outrageous, and there it is again. And this whole thing is like a snowball being let go on top of the mountain, and it just gets bigger and bigger, and down it goes. And it's running on its own, I hope. And let's hope this movement becomes populous and viral.
Fingers crossed.
I would hate to see the bottom of Christopher Choose right now.
I know. He's playing squeaky back there.
How many miles have you walked, Christopher?
Too many.
Dude, what, Jesus?
I said, how many miles have you walked by now?
Oh, not that far. Miles? God, I'd be dead.
I don't know.
Everything's pretty close to my house. I'm pretty lucky.
Are you still on your way?
Hopefully we'll have a car soon too. So
Yeah. Wow.
On your way
no,
home now? Or
no, I just went inside while I was off.
Yeah.
Yeah, going home. Hopefully we'll have some street lights next month.
Yeah, that's kind of scary.
You know.
They're
And I'll
stealing.
tell you from personal experience.
It's not too bad.
The later it gets in Vegas, the weirder it gets. Sometimes, especially the closer you are to the.
Yeah, I'm on the edge of town, so yeah, I'm way far away from all that. I'm at the edge of the city.
Nice.
It's pretty quiet where I live. I mean, it's an older area, but
Good, because I honestly,
I mean,
the time that I was there, I grew to hate the strip. Like I just hated going over there.
yeah,
So the
Especially when
area
it's gone.
you are now is safer than
oh yeah, 100 times safer.
That's cool.
Yeah,
If safe is what you want to call it. I mean,
Knock on wood.
I'd be having my
it's pretty much like,
an AR-15 in my pocketbook.
yeah, I mean, it's gotten, the crime in Vegas is like spread out all over. It's everywhere here. So even the more upper class neighborhoods have a problem too. So, it's just the way it is here.
I think that's the way it is everywhere right now. I mean, we are at a population interruption. Yeah, we're actually declining in population worldwide, but we are overpopulated in cities. We are underhoused. We are underserved as of literally the last 25 years. People haven't been doing what they should have been doing. It's been about greed and capitalism and corporations, and we've lost the point ever since the Reagan era. It was an interruption in our reality in many ways, and we've been stumbling ever since.
Yeah.
I think the whole way, but we are destined to follow pathways that are perhaps more designed than they should be. I don't want to dive into that rabbit hole, but I do think a great deal of some of our hardships and concerns are by design.
I agree.
They couldn't do it better, so it has to be somewhat part by design because it's happening so rapidly. back to we're not in Kansas anymore. Toto, oh God, I wonder everybody carries their dog in a little basket or purse or pocket.
I just saw that 2 minutes ago. Chihuahua in the purse or whatever it was. Some yappy dog in this grocery store. It's pretty funny.
We're still here, S. Ricolette, little Sam.
8 hours.
You know us. We stick around.
We're still babbling. So
We're not lightweights.
We're getting in a rhythm here. Listening to Chris walk.
Yeah. Come for a walk with me endlessly through the night.
I hate that if
To
you
the
have
biggest
because
ghetto.
I feel you're safer that you have the video one talking to someone.
Right? Well, I don't know. I think everybody's got to worry about me. It's the other way around.
I don't know.
I know. I'm so dangerous, right?
Well, I'm happy to say I can't remember the last time I walked to the store, except I can. It was Shiloh and I in a blizzard, and we both tried to carry the food back in a blizzard, and
I remember that.
yeah, and she said she could make it. Then halfway there, she went, "I'm never doing this again."
I'm never doing it again. Yeah, we're pretty lucky. Our main store is just across the street, and then the one I just went to is just a few blocks.
Oh, well, they have a natural fear, being that they're little girls and they're teenagers.
Right.
They don't want to walk by themselves.
No.
And
I don't want my wife walking alone. So.
Right.
During the day.
Right. So anyway, they're aware of their world, and they're internet savvy with their friends, and so they get an education that I can't even necessarily regulate. However, my oldest daughter does turn 18 this year. Oh, joy.
Oh, that's scary. How did
Yeah.
that
happen?
Yeah, I think she's tolerably wise in many ways, so we'll see where we go from here. And she came to me about the bedtime routine, and now, of course, kids don't expect to move out of the house until they're 35.
What happens?
Well, nobody can afford to buy a house or even rent right now. It's $2,200 just for an apartment.
That's terrible.
Oh my gosh, I don't know how people are doing it.
Yeah, and this is why we have thousands.
My mom just told us she's selling her house out of the blue. Where's she gonna go?
Well, we're in a new, but guys, we are officially moving into recession, and because we did go, our economy did go up another point, and it was quick. And so, we're not that far away from depression, especially with tariff adding. If you add too many tariffs. So anyway, we're in a new world.
I mean, the 2008 recession was fun. We were living in the #1 foreclosed zip code in the country.
Yeah, and I went through the 70s.
So I pride myself on that.
Carol Ann, I'm sure, remembers the 70s recession.
Yep.
And the gas prices with Jimmy Carter.
Oh, I bet.
And the hostage crisis. Yeah. Here we go again.
I mean, I've seen pictures of, the gas lines and all that.
Yeah, you couldn't get gas because they weren't making it because,
Yeah.
We didn't want to buy it from Saudi Arabia. It was like $110 a 50-gallon drum for raw crude. I can't remember the price. It was huge. And then we went through the government changes with the K car. Oh, that was joy when Reagan came into office and made the deal with Chrysler to buy all these K cars that barely ran, and they got these great gas mileage and all. God, it was a nightmare back at that era in the early 80s. And here we go again. Let's just pray we don't go to the Dust Bowl era 40s depression, which was also fun, economically and climatologically speaking.
But as far as food storage and things like that, we're already doing that. People are canning, cooking, growing their own food. Well, a lot of people, not tons, but enough.
As long as we don't have climatological migration, because like the Dust Bowl era, the Dust Bowl came in and they moved, masses of people from the central United States away from the sand dunes, because they couldn't live there, they couldn't survive there. It filled their houses, it filled their lungs, it ate the paint off their walls, you name it.
Can't imagine that happening now. What people would do.
That too was a derecho era period. And now we're seeing mega derechos all over the United States. Before then, it was just in the Southwest. And it shows you, we're seeing a climatological magnitude that is farther above that of the 40s Dust Bowl era. Because this is worldwide, not just in one region. We're seeing high level winds, 100 plus mile an hour, 150 mile an hour, 180 kilometers per hour, whatever, around the world. Super storms, super rain, super dry, super floods, super volcanoes, super tectonic plate movement, all of the above. And so we are witnessing a greater magnitude of even the Dust Bowl era 1940s right now as we speak. And of course the reversal of the Sahara Desert, which is now turning green. And I encourage anyone to go get current Google space pictures of the Sahara Desert. You will be shocked. And we've been watching camels swimming for 3 years now. Everybody's off doing something. Jesus is gone. Carol Ann's bent under the counter.
I dropped a round thumbtack, and I have cats, so I have to find it.
Thomas is chill, and Christopher's in the dark.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah. I think the sun's coming up for Thomas.
Yes, maybe.
I know.
Yeah.
I must look.
Man, you hung out with us the whole time, dude.
All night. Yeah.
It's dark. It's about.
Okay.
It's 7 o'clock in 15 minutes.
That is.
And we will start gaining in the next few weeks. We'll start gaining about 90 minutes of extra sunlight in the northern hemisphere.
I cannot
It's gonna, get darker or lighter earlier, and we are headed toward the longer days, the waxing and the waning of the winter and summer orbits. So the worst is past, and winter's darkest night is but a memory. And
Well,
here we
not
go.
until after next week. First, we gotta endure that.
In America,
Maybe.
here it's warm in Europe. 15
Really?
degrees.
Yeah.
Not
Next
bad.
week, yes. So this winter was very good for me. So it's not like last year. Last year was very cold, but this year it's okay.
North Dakota next week is going to be 30 below.
Oh.
No.
Yeah,
Have fun.
That's insane.
Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, Nebraska, maybe Kansas. Yeah, they're all going into a very, very cold period. There's a new Arctic blast coming down.
Yeah, we're told we're supposed to get more snow. It seems like winter finally started here. So I'm not complaining because I depend on the snow a lot. But we're supposed to get some more snow, I hear.
Yeah.
Have you gotten any, Sam? Did you get any this week?
Wow.
Yeah, we like I said, we had a blizzard that we kind of sort of didn't notice. Yeah, we got about 2.5 to 3 feet of snow all everywhere.
Yeah.
It was nice, and then the house got warmer because I got snow on the string and snow on the roof. And we did have 20 below at middle of the night this week, and it was really cold. And average about 6 below, 10 below.
God.
And then
What do you guys do to keep warm?
Sounds really
you just know about it ahead of time. Hopefully, it's currently 23
I
degrees.
get. I mean, like,
yeah, we
you
have
get
houses
furnace in your room or something, or
No, we have houses with insulation, Christopher.
Okay. Right. I mean, I'm just having images of like, coal in the bed or something, or like, a campfire in the bedroom. I don't know.
The old Dutch bedroom.
I'm totally inept when it comes to
I think when it
the
comes to
coal.
coal, Christopher is kind of not a. I mean, he lives an honest.
Yeah, it's not my forte. Like, I would try to burn a log in the bedroom or something and burn the house down.
We in Montana like our crisp, cold cotton sheets when we get into bed. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I used to hate winter. I love it now. Like I love love when it's. I love driving in the snow. I just love it. I like it. I love when it snows. I hated it for the longest time until I got comfortable in it. Now I enjoy it.
We have to have our snow because that's our water for summer.
Right.
Water.
Yep.
And it stays there, and then it finally soaks in. It's like it's money in the bank.
Right. Well, apparently Lake Mead, like, one of the spots where the Colorado River runs into is starting to fill back up again. It was bad. Like, you can see after 20 years, it was overflowing the dam in 2001, and by 2 years ago, it was less than a quarter full of water.
Right.
It got really awful, and then apparently a lot more water's come back to it. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, we posted about that for quite a few years. Yes, correct.
When they started finding all kinds of.
Lost bodies and boats and you name it.
When a lot of the mob's dirty little secrets were rising up. Yeah, I remember that.
Right?
They found quite a few.
I think they found Hoffa.
I was waiting for Jimmy Hoffa.
I think they found him, Jesus.
Yeah, probably.
No, honestly, it's like.
I think he's under the end zone at Philadelphia Stadium, but
Okay.
Really
okay.
Need some street
Is
lights.
it that dark?
Yeah,
that's why I'm walking down this street. Here they come.
Looks like the strip is hogging all the light over there.
Do you guys hear the last block where they were having I don't know, they must have been having like a siesta or not a siesta. What is it called, Jesus? Like a
fiesta?
Not a where you turn like a certain age and you turn 16.
Oh, quinceañera.
And they have a party for you, or like a
quinceañera.
They had a band out there and they were going to town. It was awesome.
Yeah, that's Las Vegas was so I everywhere I went through I just felt at home because it's so Mexican, Hispanic friendly that it's just so easy to kind of just feel like you're at home.
Yeah.
I miss.
Yeah, that's why I feel safe where I'm at. I mean, at least people say hi to you when you walk by.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They'll even,
you can you can wait. People and they actually say something back.
Yeah.
I
Definitely.
still miss Mexican radio stations.
I lived in some parts of town where you can't talk to your neighbors.
Yeah.
So.
Well, guys, I'm gonna call it a night.
I think we pretty much gonna wind it down here. It might as well be a good idea.
Yeah.
This transition from days to nights has been kind of kicking my ass too. So.
Yeah, well, we've run out of things to talk about other than the gossip and the mariachi band, which I would have loved to have heard, but
right.
It's been fun though. I really needed this. I had a stressful week, and it's nice to kind of hang out and
Well, the funny thing is, we're going to spin our heads and we'll be doing it again. You know, and I mean, we'll be back Saturday faster.
That's right.
It happens so fast anymore, and you know, same bat time, same bat channel, and all of that.
Right. Yeah, and if you guys are still here in the comments, you know, like maybe we should post like a group like question for people for the podcast. Like, you know, come to the group and leave questions that you guys have. Maybe we can do that.
And,
you know,
and be sure to like and then
be like
comment.
prepared for some answers or. Yep.
Yeah, you have to comment how good, how special Jesus actually is, and he needs to hear that.
That's right.
And,
Yeah. I'm not gonna stop anybody from telling me that. That's
okay. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. I was under you earlier. No.
Right.
Yeah, we love you. Hey,
you are special
out there, and
that's it.
You're all of our people listening that made it 8 hours and 48 minutes. We love you, and
They finally made it to the end of the show. I haven't done that in a while, so
Yeah,
it's
that's
nice.
nice.
I mean, I wasn't done in the beginning, but it's been very.
And Thomas hung out with us all night.
yeah, and I'm a zombie.
That's great. Thank you so much.
What a
I
champ.
told before I slept.
Yeah. And I love the information you brought to the show today. It was awesome.
Yes.
And
Yes. You'll have to join us again.
Everything that you included was I loved it. I love that side of all this stuff. The cryptic, not cryptic, but what's the word I'm looking for here?
No
spiritual
problem.
side. Yeah.
Yeah. He's a natural.
Physical.
He is. He's a podcaster.
Well, I'll be speaking German by the end of the year.
I'm always relaxed. Not only with the podcast, I'm every time relaxed, easygoing.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah. He sets a
All
great
right, guys.
example.
Good night.
All right.
All right, everybody.
Are we hopping
I'm
on?
sure to
Is
like,
it?
comment.
All right, we'll see you during the weekend.
We'll see you all.
Good night, everybody.
And thank you all for to be here, and thanks Sam for the backup, and bye, good night.
I'll be the same.
All right. We'll do it again next week, 3:00.
All right.
Bye, everybody.
Bye bye.
Okay. Here we go. Bye.